Grandpa Xiao finds it strange that Xiao Aijuan has been in the study all day. He hasn't eaten all day. What strange mood is he in? Old Mr. Xiao stood outside the study, kicking the door. Xiao Aijuan's hoarse voice sounded. Go away. No one disturb me. Old Mr. Xiao widened his eyes. Then his anger surged. Xiao Aijuan, open the door for me. Who do you want to chase away? Do I still matter to you? Xiao Aijuan's eyes were full of blood vessels. He staggered to open the door. When the door to the study opened, old Mr. Xiao was about to scold loudly. But he was shocked by Xiao Aijuan's appearance. His hair was messy. His eyes were bloodshot, filled with redness, and his face showed pain. What's wrong with you? Old Mr. Xiao had never seen his usually cold and calm son look so disheveled. His son had always been cold and indifferent, not caring about anything. Dad, I was wrong. Xiao Aijuan's voice was hoarse, full of regret. What happened? What did I do wrong? Old Mr. Xiao was confused. His proud and elegant son had never looked so miserable before. Dad, I was wrong. I regret how I treated Luo Luo. Xiao Aijuan's eyes were full of remorse and pain. Old Mr. Xiao's face darkened, and his voice was angry. If you knew this day would come, why did you do it in the first place? I told you to treat Luo Luo well, but what did you do? Luo Luo is such a cheerful girl, full of love and laughter. In just a few years of marriage, her smile has faded day by day. And now, you look so regretful and miserable.
Why?
The last thing I regret in my life is arranging a marriage for you. I feel sorry for Luo Luo. If I hadn't arranged that marriage, maybe she would be living happily now. I wouldn't have to feel guilty for not visiting my comrades all these years. Dad, I really know I was wrong. I don't dislike Luo Luo. I just don't like the marriage you arranged for me. All the mistakes are mine. I miss the girl who loved me, Luo Luo. Xiao Aijuan knelt on the ground, sincerely admitting his mistake. Old Mr. Xiao felt both pained and helpless. Aijuan, what's the point in saying this now? No matter how much you regret, Luo Luo will never know. Old Mr. Xiao turned and left, unable to bear to see Lao Aijuan in such a sorry state. Lolo is a filial child. If you care, go visit your parents-in-law. Aijuan's body stiffened, and he spoke after a moment. I will go to my parents-in-law to apologize. I will take care of Lolo and show filial piety. Old Mr. Qiao's eyes were full of bitterness. Child, you understand too late. Zheng Qiushuang's eyes were red as she looked at the disheveled Aijuan. Aijuan, don't tell me you like Song Luo Luo. Aijuan didn't want to respond to Zheng Qiushuang. He simply closed the door with a flick of his hand. Zheng Qiushuang cried uncontrollably, pounding on the study door. Jiao Aijuan, come out. Come out. There was no response at all. Aijuan carefully packed away each photo and treasured his diary. Inside, it held Song Luolua's love and the happiness he missed. Hearing Zheng Qiushuang's crying, Qiao Haoyan quickly helped her up. Mom, what's wrong? Zheng Qiushuang grabbed Haoyan, her words incoherent. Haoyan, your dad is angry. He's ignoring me.
He won't come out.
What should I do? Haoyan felt a headache coming on. He had long known his father didn't like his mother. Seeing Zheng Qiushuang's messy hair and red eyes, anyone would dislike her.
Mom, stay calm.
You need rest. Zheng Qiushuang glared fiercely at Haoyan. How can I rest? Haoyan, go kick open the study door. Haoyan shook his head. Mom, Dad is angry. He needs some time to cool down. Go rest first. Maybe tomorrow, Dad won't be angry anymore. Really? Zheng Qiushuang clung tightly to Haoyan's arm. Haoyan felt helpless. Really. At this moment he envied Xiao Xinyu, who didn't have to face such a crazy Zheng Qiushuang. Xiao Haoyu carried the sewing machine onto the big boat, and Yinyu's mood was as bright as sunshine. She sent a box of fragrant apricots, plums, and various dried seafood to her uncle. The big boat set sail across the sea. Wait. Please wait. A hurried voice floated with the wind. Yinyu instinctively looked over and saw a girl running like the wind. The girl has two beautiful braids and bright, lively eyes that look very cute. She carries a bundle on her back and has a wooden stick lying on the water. She tiptoes on the stick twice, then jumps lightly and gracefully onto the big boat. Xinyu looks at her with admiration. Her water skills are very impressive. The girl looks at everyone and says, "Sorry I arrived a bit late. I hope I didn't cause trouble." The people on the boat come back to their senses and wave their hands to show they're fine. "Comrade, your water skills are so cool." The girl's eyes curve into a smile. "It's nothing. I grew up by the water." Lu Tsuehua looks at her with shining eyes. "Comrade, are you also going to the island? Are you looking for someone?" Zhong Xiaoxiao nods. "Girl, are you married?" Lu Tsuehua smiles warmly at Zhong Xiaoxiao. "Not yet." Zhong Xiaoxiao shakes her head again. Lu Tsuehua is very happy. "Girl, how about I introduce you to someone? My brother from my family is tall, has long legs, and looks good. He's kind, honest, and hardworking. We have 3 small tiled houses at home." "Stop it. Lu Tsuehua, just by looking at you, I can tell what your brother is like. If he's tall and good-looking, he's already married. Do you still need to introduce someone to him?" Everyone on the boat laughs loudly. Zhong Xiaoxiao feels a bit embarrassed and interrupts Lu Tsuehua. "Sorry, sister. I already have a fiancé. I came to the island to marry him." Lu Tsuehua stops talking suddenly, looking a bit disappointed and less lively than before. Xinyu smiles at Zhong Xiaoxiao. "Girl, there's a spot for you here." Zhong Xiaoxiao walks over. "Thank you. I'm Zhong Xiaoxiao. No need to thank me. I'm Xinyu." Xinyu feels that this name sounds a little familiar. Her eyes light up with surprise. "You say you're Zhong Xiaoxiao." Zhong Xiaoxiao nods. "Do you know me?" Xinyu shakes her head. "I don't know you, but someone does." Zhong Xiaoxiao's heart beats faster. If someone on the island knows her, it must be Ji Qingyuan, her childhood sweetheart. "And you, do you know Qingqing?" Zhong Xiaoxiao's voice was full of surprise. And you and Xiao Haoyu smiled at the same time. Who would have thought that Ji Qingyuan's nickname was so creative? Zhong Xiaoxiao blinked and asked, "And you, do you know Ji Qingyuan?" And you looked at her with a gentle smile. "Xiaoxiao, this is my husband, Xiao Haoyu. He is Ji Qingyuan's good friend." Zhong Xiaoxiao looked at Xiao Haoyu. "Hello." Xiao Haoyu looked at Zhong Xiaoxiao. "Hello. After receiving the letter, Qingyuan has been waiting for you to come and see him." "Really?" Zhong Xiaoxiao's eyes were full of disbelief. She looked at Xinyu with anticipation. Xinyu nodded with a smile. "Absolutely. Ji Qingyuan has been waiting for you to find him." Zhong Xiaoxiao's smile was warm, and she felt a little nervous. "And you, we haven't seen each other in 16 years. I wonder if he will recognize me when we meet." "Xiaoxiao, Qingyuan will definitely recognize you. You were very beautiful when you were young." And Yu's eyes sparkled with hope. She also wanted to know if Ji Qingyuan would recognize Zhong Xiaoxiao. Zhong Xiaoxiao's ears turned slightly red. It was the first time someone had praised her for being beautiful. The boat was finally approaching the shore. And Yu stood by the sea, looking at Zhong Xiaoxiao. "Xiaoxiao, come with us. I'll take you to see Qingyuan." Thank you." Zhong Xiaoxiao smiled brightly. She liked Xinyu very much. She was her first friend on the island. People are really strange. Sometimes just a few words can make someone a friend. Other times, a person can spend a lifetime and still not become a friend. Ji Qingyuan didn't know why, but his heart was inexplicably anxious. He looked at the distant sky, his voice full of worry. "Chao Tianjiao, it's been so long. Why haven't you come yet? Could a girl encounter danger?" Ji Qingyuan shook his head and muttered to himself. "Zhong Xiaoxiao is so skilled. Whoever dares to mess with her will be unlucky." Xiao Haoyu first took the sewing machine home and saw Song Wangshu. "Wangshu, go find Qingyuan and tell him to come to my house. There's a surprise waiting for him." "Okay, I'll go right now." Song Wangshu turned and left. And Yu smiled gently at Zhong Xiaoxiao. "Xiaoxiao, go to my house and rest for a while. Fix your hair that was blown by the sea breeze." Zhong Xiaoxiao nodded gratefully. She wanted to tidy up and leave a good impression on Ji Qingyuan. When Ji Qingyuan heard that Xiao Haoyu was looking for him, he strode quickly toward the Qiao family courtyard. As he walked, he wondered in his mind, what kind of surprise did Xiao Haoyu mention? Could it be 2 roasted ducks for me? Thinking of the delicious roasted ducks, his pace quickened. Hio Shu saw Ji Qingyuan rushing and stopped him. Qingyuan, where are you in such a hurry to go? Ji Qingyuan's eyes sparkled like a fox. Hio Shu, how you said he prepared a surprise for me. Do you think he brought me 2 roasted ducks? Honestly, I'm kind of looking forward to it. Hio Shu's eyes lit up. Come on, I'll go with you. Look at the Mao Tai in my hand. Let's have a couple of drinks. Seeing the Mao Tai in Hio Shu's hand, Ji Qingyuan's smile deepened. Hio Shu, is your good news coming soon? Yes, we're going to register our marriage tomorrow. Later, I'll invite you to a wedding banquet. Hio Shu's narrow eyes were full of happiness. He was looking forward to their future life. Ji Qingyuan clenched his fist and patted Hio Shu's shoulder. Is your house ready? Hio Shu nodded. Yes, I've chosen everything. The small courtyard isn't far from Haoyu's house. Congratulations, Hio Shu. Ji Qingyuan sincerely congratulated him. He couldn't help but feel a bit envious. Zhong Xiuxiu, why aren't you here yet? My chess set is gone, and I even lost my beautiful tea set. Ji Qingyuan entered the Qiao family courtyard. Haoyu, where's my surprise? Zhong Xiuxiu suddenly turned around and looked at Ji Qingyuan. She gazed at those familiar yet strange fox-like eyes. In the yard, Ji Qingyuan saw a stranger girl standing there, staring at her. Those lively eyes seemed familiar, but he couldn't quite remember why. Qing Qing, don't you recognize me? Hearing this nickname, Ji Qingyuan immediately remembered how Zhong Xiuxiu used to call him. You are Zhong Xiuxiu. Zhong Xiuxiu's eyes curved into a smile as she looked happily at Ji Qingyuan. Do you still remember me? I came to find you. Ji Qingyuan's throat moved involuntarily. He hadn't expected that the little girl from before would become so beautiful. Xiao. Qing Qing, are you so surprised to see me? You can't even speak clearly. Are you unwilling to let me find you? Ji Qingyuan quickly shook his head. He was just too shocked and unprepared. Xiao, I don't mind you coming to see me. Zhong Xiuxiu stepped closer, standing in front of Ji Qingyuan. Her lively eyes looked into his. Ji Qingyuan, uncle, and Annie asked me to find you. We have a marriage agreement since childhood. Now I ask you, are you willing to marry me? If you like someone else, there's no need to feel awkward. I can explain to uncle and auntie. Ji Qingyuan's heart beat faster, and his eyes flickered. I don't like anyone. Zhong Xiuxiu took another step forward. Ji Qingyuan, then are you willing to marry me? I traveled a long way to find you, just to fulfill our marriage promise. Ji Qingyuan's ears turned a little red. He had never been so close to a girl before. Zhong Xiuxiu, I want to marry you. We can start to get to know each other better. Zhong Xiuxiu smiled brightly and blinked. Qing Qing, congratulations on making the best choice. Ji Qingyuan saw her unfamiliar yet familiar smile. Xiu, I've grown up now. Can you stop calling me Qing Qing? Zhong Xiuxiu leaned in closer, with a teasing smile, softly saying, Can I call you that secretly? She waved her small, white fist in front of Ji Qingyuan. Ji Qingyuan instinctively took a step back, still remembering her tiny fist. Xiu, as long as you're happy. He Shu and Xiao Haoyu exchanged glances, a hint of a smile in their eyes. They didn't expect Ji Qingyuan to be so timid, and they were curious too. Was Zhong Xiuxiu's seemingly harmless fist really that powerful? Zhong Xiuxiu was in a very good mood, smiling brightly. Qing Qing, we finally meet again. Ji Qingyuan looked at her smile, and also curved his lips. Xiu, after you left, I thought about finding you. But I didn't know exactly where you were. My parents wouldn't tell me. Really? Did you want to find me? Zhong Xiuxiu's eyes shone brightly, looking at Ji Qingyuan with anticipation. Ji Qingyuan nodded, feeling a little shy, which was rare for him. Xiu, I will arrange for you to stay at our home first. Knowing you are coming to see me, I have already prepared the marriage report. We can get married anytime. Zhong Xiuxiu obediently walks behind Ji Qingyuan, feeling very happy inside. The person she has been thinking about has not forgotten her. Ji Qingyuan occasionally glances at Zhong Xiao, his heart pounding. She is really beautiful. As she grows older, she becomes more and more attractive. Zhong Xiao feels Ji Qingyuan's gaze, and her happiness spreads inside her. Qingyuan, have you ever liked anyone all these years?
I hope you won't lie to me. You don't have to like me.
You can refuse our marriage proposal, but you must not lie to me. You know I'm not very patient, so I hope you tell me the truth. Zhong Xiao looks at Ji Qingyuan without blinking. Ji Qingyuan looks into her eyes seriously and says, Xiao, I haven't liked anyone all these years. I've never felt my heart race for anyone. My feelings are always calm. Except for one person, I received a letter from my parents. They mentioned we have a childhood engagement. When I think of you, I can't help but feel a little nervous. Today, seeing your familiar eyes and hearing you call me Qing, my heart skipped a beat. Maybe our fate was sealed long ago. Zhong Xiao feels excited, her eyes full of deep affection. Qing, I've always worried that someone as excellent as you might like someone else. I wanted to find you 3 years ago, but my grandmother passed away, and I had to mourn her. I thought about letting you go freely, but in the end, I couldn't bear to. Hearing her nervous tone, Ji Qingyuan's heart aches a little. He gently touches Zhong Xiao's hair and says, Xiao, you won't be alone in the future. I will be with you. Ji Qingyuan, I remember what you said today. If one day you dare to regret, I won't let you go. Tears gather in Zhong Xiao's eyes. Over the past 3 years, she worried that Ji Qingyuan might like someone else. Ji Qingyuan stops in front of the small courtyard, his voice gentle. Xiao, this will be our home from now on. Whenever you want to get the marriage certificate, you can. Zhong Xiao looked at the 3 small tiled houses, her eyes misty with tears. Qing, can we get the marriage certificate tomorrow?
I have decided on you for my whole life.
I'm afraid of being alone at night. Ji Qingyuan felt happy inside. After getting the certificate, they could better build their relationship. In his memory, Zhong Xiao had always been strong and brave. He had never seen her show such a fragile side. She and her grandmother depended on each other. Her grandmother's passing must have been a big to her. Xiao, are you sure? We'll go get the certificate tomorrow. I will give you a home. The word, home, made Zhong Xiao's tears fall uncontrollably. Her grandmother passed away 3 years ago, and since then, she has had no one to rely on. Home was just a dream for her. She was afraid of the long, lonely nights. Ji Qingyuan reached out and hugged her, gently patting her back in silent comfort. Xiao, from now on, I will be with you. You don't have to be afraid at night. I can tell you stories. Zhong Xiao looked up, stopping her tears. She felt a little shy. Her eyes, after crying, became clear and bright. It was like the sky after rain, making it hard to look away. Come on, I'll take you to see our home. Ji Qingyuan held Zhong Xiao's hand as they walked into the small yard. No matter how strong someone seems, everyone has moments of weakness. Everyone needs a shoulder to lean on or a comforting embrace. There will be times when you can't hold on anymore. Having someone to lean on can bring comfort to a tired heart. Zhong Xiao loved the small yard. She didn't have many demands about where she lived. Qing, from now on, wherever you are, that's my home. Ji Qingyuan didn't correct her nickname. It was the first time they met, and Zhong Xiao had given him that name. It was also the beginning of their fate. Even after so many years apart, they felt no awkwardness. Xiao, according to the calendar, you should have arrived on the island long ago. Why are you so many days late? I've been worried about you. Afraid you might be in danger. Zhong Xiao's eyes curved like crescent moons. She lazily leaned against a tree. I met aboard the train. She's very pretty, with big eyes full of tears, but she stubbornly refused to let them fall. She sat there quietly, not saying a word. I think I saw a version of myself when my grandmother passed away. There was a young girl with a man and a woman who didn't treat her well. I looked at her more closely and saw she only ate 1 small bread roll that day. I was very curious and secretly followed her to the bathroom. I saw her crying alone in the bathroom, very sad, wanting to go home. A middle-aged woman was pulling her ear and hitting her. She threatened her to behave, or she would throw her off the train. I sensed something was wrong, so I punched the woman with the triangular eyes and made her faint. Asked the young girl what was happening. She was curled up in the corner. The woman who was unconscious was her mother. She and her father secretly took her while her grandmother was napping. They wanted to sell her in the mountains. Hearing this, I felt very angry. How could such cruel parents exist? I put my clothes on the girl, covered her head tightly. At the next stop, I got off the train. I was worried because a 10-year-old girl couldn't go home alone. I decided to do the right thing and help her. I personally took her back and handed her over to her grandmother. I saw her grandmother with white hair, holding the girl and crying. It reminded me of my own grandmother, who used to hold me tenderly when I was upset. The old woman thanked me many times. It turned out the girl was a foundling her grandmother had picked up at the train station over 10 years ago. She was just a baby then. Her grandmother's son married and grew more annoyed with the girl. This time, while her grandmother was napping, they secretly took her to sell in the mountains. The grandmother took the girl and boarded a train to go back home. She was afraid that if her son didn't succeed this time, there might be a next time. She also worried that luck might not always be on their side, and they might never meet a kind person again. The trip took time, and it was too late to find you on Shanghai Island. Xinyu held her hand, full of pride in his eyes. Xiao, you're still as brave as before. You like to help those in trouble and stand up for justice. But you must promise me, no matter what happens in the future, you should consider your own safety and act within your limits. The two of them sat back to back under the shade of a tree, sharing stories of the 16 years apart. Zhou Haoyu prepared a full meal. He looked at Xinyu and asked, "Should we call Qingyuan?" Today is a good day to celebrate their reunion with their childhood friend. Xinyu poured a glass of Maotai wine for Zhou, his narrow eyes full of smiles. "I think we shouldn't bother him. Qingyuan probably needs to strengthen his bond with his childhood friend more." Zhou Haoyu nodded in agreement and raised his glass. "Xinyu, congratulations on achieving your wish." "And you picked up her glass." "Nian Nian, congratulations on getting what you wanted." Lin Nianxiu and Xinyu exchanged smiles, their eyes full of affection. Qingyuan felt like he had forgotten something but couldn't remember what. Suddenly, his stomach growled loudly. He remembered he had forgotten to eat. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he said, Xiao, are you hungry? I'll take you to eat." Xiao nodded. "Yes, I am a little hungry." Qingyuan took Xiao and headed toward the Zhou family courtyard. From afar, he could smell the aroma of alcohol. His voice was full of regret. Xinyu, you guys are secretly drinking and didn't wait for me?" Xinyu shook the wine bottle in his hand. "You just arrived. Perfect timing to have a drink." Qingyuan held Xiao's hand and sat down. Xinyu, Wang Shu, let me introduce my fiancé, Xiao. Xiao, they are my best friends. Xiao politely greeted everyone. "Hello." Xinyu looked kindly at Xiao. "Hello." He held Lin Nianxiu's hand. "This is my partner, Lin Nianxiu. You can chat with her in the future." Lin Nianxiu smiled warmly. "Xiao, you can call me Nian Nian. Feel free to come play anytime." Leng Xiaoman smiled sweetly at Xiao. Xiao, I'm always available." The Zhou family courtyard was lively and warm. Xinyu looked on with jealousy at Xiao sitting next to Qingyuan. She clenched her fists tightly. Who is that woman? Why is she sitting next to Qingyuan? Xiao was very sensitive to looks. She looked up but saw nothing. A hint of doubt flickered in her eyes. Was she feeling a little nervous? Xinyu awkwardly lay on the ground, almost being caught. She hurriedly left, thinking about investigating further. Knowing the identity of that woman was key to winning the battle. Zheng Yunduo saw Xinyu looking so embarrassed and felt a bit of schadenfreude. She quickly hid her feelings and put on a worried look. "Xinyu, what's wrong? Why do you look so distressed?" Xinyu glared at Zheng Yunduo. "You don't need to worry about my affairs. A cold light flashed in Zheng Yunduo's eyes, hiding her emotions. She reached out and took Xiao Xinyu's hand, speaking with a tone of gentle helplessness. Xinyu, we're cousins. Do we have any old grudges? I already apologized last time. You can ask me anything. After all, I've been on this island longer than you, and know more people. A flicker of struggle crossed Xiao Xinyu's face. She hesitated and asked, Cousin, will you really help me? Of course. I am grateful to Auntie for taking care of me. You're her precious daughter. If you need help, I will definitely assist. Zheng Yunduo smiled sincerely, seeming like a caring cousin. Xiao Xinyu's voice was muffled, tinged with deep jealousy. Cousin, you know I like Ji Qingyuan. But today I saw a very beautiful girl with him. I wonder what her relationship is with him. Zheng Yunduo gently patted Xiao Xinyu's hand and smiled softly. Xinyu, leave this to me. I'll find out who that girl is later. Cousin, are you really willing to help me? Xiao Xinyu's eyes filled with gratitude. Under her hopeful gaze, Zheng Yunduo nodded. Xiao Xinyu happily grasped Zheng Yunduo's hand. Cousin, I was wrong the other day. Please don't take it to heart. I'll write to my mom soon and ask her to send us some money and tickets. Zheng Yunduo's smile grew brighter. Xinyu, won't that be too much trouble for Auntie? It's not trouble at all. Mom cares about you a lot. When I came to the island, she even told me to get along well with you. She told me not to throw a tantrum or cause trouble with you. Xiao Xinyu was in a good mood and pulled Zheng Yunduo to sit on her bed. She took out the candies she bought and shared them with Zheng Yunduo. Zheng Yunduo's eyes sparkled, and she promised to help find out everything clearly. She was happy to see Xinyu sad or upset. Don't think that a few candies can buy me. They were bought with my money and tickets. Do you even have the nerve to take them out? Xiao Xinyu didn't know what Zheng Yunduo was thinking. In her view, she had already apologized. Zheng Yunduo wouldn't hold small matters against her. Ji Qingyuan's engagement to his fiancée was like having wings, flying all over the island. Girls on the island who liked Ji Qingyuan were heartbroken. No one expected that Ji Qingyuan had a childhood sweetheart back home. The girl in the childhood engagement was very beautiful, and she looked perfect standing next to Ji Qingyuan. When Zheng Yunduo heard this news, she smiled mischievously. She walked briskly toward the dormitory. Before reaching the door, she tidied up her expression. She knocked twice, then looked up with a face full of panic and concern. Xiao Xinyu had just woken up from her nap, blinking sleepily, and opened the door. Sister, what happened? What's wrong? Why are you so panicked? Xinyu, you still have time to nap. I just heard the news. The girl who appeared with Ji Qingyuan is... Zheng Yunduo's eyes showed great pity, and she paused. Xiao Xinyu's eyes widened suddenly, and she grabbed Zheng Yunduo's hand. Who is that girl? Zheng Yunduo hesitated, secretly enjoying Xinyu's anxious expression. Xinyu, everyone on the island is saying that girl is Ji Qingyuan's fiancée. Her name is Zhong Xiuxiu. She and Ji Qingyuan are childhood sweethearts engaged since they were young. This time, Zhong Xiuxiu came to the island to find Ji Qingyuan to get married. Xinyu, it seems you no longer have a chance. I told you to confess earlier, but you didn't listen to me. Now you don't even have the chance to confess. Xinyu couldn't hear what Zheng Yunduo was saying anymore. All she could think about was one sentence. Ji Qingyuan has a fiancé. Her face quickly turned pale, and tears filled her eyes. Impossible. Impossible. How could Ji Qingyuan have a fiancé? Zheng Yunduo looked at Xiao Xinyu, who was crying and looked very sad. She felt very pleased inside. Xinyu, there are many good men on the island. Without Ji Qingyuan, there are still many others. You and Ji Qingyuan, you just weren't meant to be. Cousin, I can't accept this. I regret it. I should have listened to you and confessed earlier. Xiao Xinyu cried loudly, sobbing and lying on the bed. Tears soaked the pillow. Zheng Yunduo lowered her eyelashes, hiding her gleeful expression. Zheng Yunduo's voice was caring. Xinyu, don't be sad. You and Ji Qingyuan are just not destined. He has a fiancée chosen by his parents. Xiao Xinyu stopped crying and looked up at Zheng Yunduo in confusion. Cousin, are you saying that the girl named Zhong Xiuxiu is the arranged fiancée? Could it be that Ji Qingyuan doesn't like her? I still have a chance. I will confess today. Maybe he and that fiancé are just arranged by their parents, with no real feelings. Zheng Qiushuang blinked her eyes. Xinyu, you should think carefully. Xinyu suddenly sat up with a jump, got out of bed. She changed into a red dress and tidied her messy hair. She looked at herself in a small mirror and blinked. Aside from her eyes being a little red, she still looked beautiful. Cousin, I've thought this through. I will go and confess to Ji Qingyuan. Even if I fail, I don't want to have any regrets. Xinyu walked out of the dorm confidently, full of determination. Zhang Yundua's lips curled into a strange smile. She quietly followed behind Xinyu. Xinyu, you're destined to fail. I will watch closely and see you fall in a mess. Zhong Xiuxiu put down her chopsticks, satisfied, and squinted her eyes. After so many days of eating poorly and sleeping badly on the train, as a girl outside her home, she needed to stay alert. Now that she was somewhere safe, she relaxed her tense nerves. After eating and drinking enough, sleepiness took over. Zhong Xiuxiu's eyelids felt very heavy, blinking slowly, as if she wanted to challenge the sleep gods. Ji Qingyuan looked at her with concern. Xiuxiu, you're tired. I'll take you home to rest first. Qing, I'm so sleepy, she replied softly, her voice full of exhaustion. Ji Qingyuan squatted down, his fox-like eyes full of hope. In his mind, he remembered when he was young, carrying a little girl home. Xiuxiu, I'll carry you back like I did when we were kids. Xiuxiu trusted Ji Qingyuan completely and leaned on his back. His back was warm and safe, just like a comforting memory. The next moment, she fell asleep. Ji Qingyuan stood up and looked at Xiao Haoyu and Hishu. Xiuxiu has been traveling a lot lately. She's exhausted. I'll take her home to rest first. Be careful on the way, Qingyuan, Hishu said with a faint smile. Ji Qingyuan carried Zhong Xiuxiu and left the Qiao family courtyard, walking step by step toward their home. It all felt like a dream. So unreal. The little girl he once knew had grown into a beautiful young woman. He had always known she trusted him deeply. After playing in the mountains and getting tired, many times, she only let him carry her. 16 years later, carrying the same person felt completely different. Now, Zhong Xiuxiu was the person he would spend his life with. After tomorrow's marriage registration, she would be his wife. Someone to be with every day and night, through good times and bad, never leaving each other. Ji Qingyuan's ears turned pink, and his heart beat uncontrollably. Suddenly, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Ji Qingyuan, I have something to tell you, said Xinyu, blocking his way. Ji Qingyuan frowned as he looked at the person suddenly standing in his path. His gaze was cold, and he lowered his voice. I don't know you. Please leave. Xinyu's eyes flickered with hurt. Ji Qingyuan, I am Xinyu. We've met before. Don't you remember? No, I don't, Ji Qingyuan replied coldly, without a pause. Xiuxiu's brow furrowed slightly, and she mumbled softly. Ji Qingyuan quickly comforted her, his voice gentle like a spring breeze. It's okay, Xiuxiu. Keep sleeping. Tears fell from Xinyu's eyes one by one as Ji Qingyuan brushed past her. Suddenly, she looked at Ji Qingyuan and said, Ji Qingyuan, I like you. Ji Qingyuan hadn't said anything yet when a sleepy voice spoke. Ji Qingyuan belongs to me, and only me. Are you trying to compete with me? Do you think you're ready to get hurt? Zhong Xiuxiu's eyes were still closed, and her voice was soft and sleepy, lacking any force. Ji Qingyuan's fox-like eyes flashed with a small smile. The young girl was still so bossy. He remembered when they were kids playing house together. Every time he carried someone, it was the little girl. If anyone objected, the little girl was just as fierce, clenching her tiny fist. Qing is mine alone. If you want to compete with me, are you ready to get hurt? Xinyu looked at Zhong Xiuxiu with jealousy, watching Ji Qingyuan being carried. I like Ji Qingyuan. What does that have to do with you? Zhong Xiuxiu still hadn't opened her eyes. Her hand accurately slapped Xinyu's face. Qing is my fiancé. If you dare say one more word, I will make you regret it. This island is so big. Do you like someone else?
But you're clinging to me.
Do you want to take him? Have you asked my fist for permission? Her voice was still soft, but it made Xiao Xinyu's heart tremble. Xiao Xinyu covered her injured face and raised her voice in anger. Why do you hit me? Her annoyed voice soared into the sky. Zhong Xiuxiu finally opened her eyes. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with a dangerous light. She gently patted Ji Qingyuan's shoulder. Ji Qingyuan understood immediately and carefully put Zhong Xiuxiu down. Xiuxiu, don't be too harsh. This is an island. Zhong Xiuxiu nodded. Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you. Her gaze turned cold, and she looked at Xiao Xinyu with a half-smile. You're blocking my and Qingqing's way. Do you want to compete for him? Don't you look in the mirror? Do you think you deserve my Qingqing? Xiao Xinyu looked at Zhong Xiuxiu with jealousy. You're just Ji Qingyuan's childhood sweetheart. It's all arranged by our parents. What are you proud of? You keep saying he belongs to you. What right do you have? Just because you came from the countryside. Zhong Xiuxiu smiled brightly, with a faint dimple on her lips. Let me tell you, what right do I have? Based on my childhood engagement with Qingqing and our close friendship, as well as his constant obedience to me, I believe I have a strong claim. Zhong Xiuxiu suddenly grabbed Xiao Xinyu's hand tightly, causing her pain and tears to well up. Are you still trying to compete with me? Do you still like him? Zhong Xiuxiu's grip tightened even more. Xiao Xinyu's face turned pale from the pain, and large beads of sweat rolled down her forehead. Zhong Xiuxiu's lips curled into a slight smile as she looked at the people around her. Zhong Xiuxiu, am Ji Qingyuan's fiancé with a marriage certificate. I want to see who dares to step forward and confess their love to him in front of me. Let's see how long your feelings can last. Some girls in the crowd looked at Xiao Xinyu's embarrassed state and felt relieved. Fortunately, she didn't rush forward foolishly to confess, or she would have been the one to suffer shame. Zhong Xiuxiu smiled softly at Xiao Xinyu. I'm asking you again, do you still want to compete with me for Ji Qingyuan? Xiao Xinyu's hand was in increasing pain, feeling as if it might break. Fear slowly spread in her eyes. Could her hand really be broken? If her hand was ruined, she would be disabled. A brave person doesn't suffer losses in front of them. She can't become a. Sorry, I won't compete with you anymore. Zhong Xiuxiu didn't tighten her grip further. She kept her eyes fixed on Xiao Xinyu. Then, do you still like him in the future? No. I don't like him anymore. Please, let go of my hand. Xiao Xinyu felt her hand numb from the pain. Zhong Xiuxiu released her grip, then tiptoed and picked up a stone. Her voice was soft and sweet, without any threat. Miss, I don't like trouble. I have a bad temper. Remember what you said today. If you dare to block my way again or try to steal my man, Zhong Xiuxiu chuckled softly. Open your eyes wide and see clearly. Are your bones stronger, or is the stone harder? As she finished speaking, Xiao Xinyu looked at her with fear, clutching the stone tightly. When she released it, she gently blew on the stone, turning it into powder that scattered everywhere. Xiao Xinyu was so frightened she took 2 steps back and sat down heavily on the ground. Her eyes were full of fear, and she kept shaking her head. Miss, I was really wrong. I won't like Ji Qingyuan anymore. That's good. Zhong Xiuxiu clapped her hands and looked at the crowd with a half-smile. Anyone who dares to come out and compete for my man, I don't mind giving a free show. She waved her fair hand, which looked soft and delicate. The girls who had feelings for Ji Qingyuan looked down in fear. The small feelings they had in their hearts disappeared completely when they saw Zhong Xiuxiu crush a stone with her fingers. There are many men in the world, but only one life. Zhong Xiuxiu was satisfied and smiled as she looked at Ji Qingyuan. Let's go. We're going home. Ji Qingyuan nodded affectionately. Do you want me to carry you? No need. Zhong Xiuxiu yawned lazily, looking elegant. The two walked away side by side and disappeared from everyone's sight. A military wife, feeling scared, said, Luckily, I stopped my sister from being reckless. Ji Tuanzhong already has someone. If she goes over, she'll just be asking for trouble. The girl behind her looked worried. Thanks for stopping her, sis. I'll listen to you and go on a blind date. Liking Ji Tuanzhong is too dangerous.
His wife is too scary.
Oh,
Ji Tuanzhang's partner is really impressive. Now no one dares to confess openly. Of course. I saw it clearly, the size of that stone, like a walnut. She gently pinched the stone, and it shattered into powder. Oh my God, how much strength does that take? Whose hand can be harder than stone? That tender little hand, if it clenched on a bone, thinking about it made her back sweat cold. Xinyu came back to her senses. Her hand was purple and blue. The pain was sharp and intense. She stood up and ran back to her dormitory like the wind. She didn't even have time to put on medicine. She pulled out her suitcase from under the bed and quickly started packing. Fear filled her heart. She had offended that scary woman. If she stayed on the island, maybe one day her hand would become useless, like stone. Compared to Ji Qingyuan's hand, nothing else mattered. She decided to return to Jing City and never come back to the island. This island was too dangerous. She didn't want to stay even for a second longer. If that woman remembers to come after her again, she might have to face her consequences. Her small arms and legs probably only deserve a scolding. For her safety, she must leave today. Zheng Yunduo returned to her dormitory just before she could mock Xinyu. She saw Xinyu hurriedly grabbing her suitcase and leaving without looking back. Her eyes were full of disbelief. She quickly ran to catch Xinyu's arm. Xinyu, where are you going with your luggage? Xinyu frowned, her tone impatient. Zheng Yunduo, don't hold me. I want to leave the island. I'm quitting this job. My life is very important. Xinyu, don't be impulsive. Are you willing to leave the island? Once you leave, you won't see Ji Qingyuan again. Zheng Yunduo looked at her with disagreement. Xinyu shook off Zheng Yunduo's hand. Don't mention Ji Qingyuan to me. Just hearing his name makes me scared. His wife is not a good person, like a stone, a small stone that can be crushed easily. Why are you stopping me? Do you want to see me broken by that woman? Zheng Yunduo shook her head repeatedly, speaking softly to comfort her.
how could that be?
Even if you don't like Ji Qingyuan in the future, there are many good options on the island. Xinyu's patience was gone, replaced by impatience. Zheng Yunduo, don't stop me. Do you think I'm like you, with a father who doesn't care and a mother who doesn't love me? When I return to Jing City, I will have better choices. My mom will definitely find me a good family with a good background. She finished speaking without even looking back, her jealous eyes fixed on Zheng Yunduo. She disappeared like the wind in front of Zheng Yunduo. Zheng Yunduo watched her figure, full of envy and jealousy. Having someone to rely on makes her so reckless. She was right. Xinyu has a loving mother who cares for her, and in Jing City, she will have many options. Zheng Yunduo stood by the sea, watching Xinyu become a tiny dot on the ocean. She also wanted to leave, but where could she go after leaving here? Recently, she kept appearing in Mo Yan's life, intentionally or not. But that cold-hearted Mo Yan didn't even give her a glance. It was as if the love from those 3 years was all fake. Sang Xiaona was very proud, looking at her with a high and mighty attitude. Zheng Yunduo was almost furious. Yesterday, Mo Yan and Sang Xiaona registered their marriage. She had no chance at all. In the past, when she walked on the island, her stunning looks attracted everyone's attention everywhere. Now, whenever she appeared, the strange looks from others made her feel uncomfortable. Harsh words kept coming her way. When Captain Mo valued her before, she looked down on him. Now that Captain Mo has a partner, Zheng Yunduo jumps around, circling Captain Mo. But unfortunately, Captain Mo is smart and perceptive. With Sang Xiaona by his side, he didn't even glance at Zheng Yunduo. Zheng Yunduo stood by the seaside for a long time, unable to understand. In just over 3 months, how could her life change so drastically? On her way back to the dormitory, she saw Sang Xiaona smiling brightly. She found Sang Xiaona's smile so glaring. That smile seemed to mock her for being so clumsy. Sang Xiaona, what are you so proud of? Mo Yan is just someone I don't care for, yet you're so proud of him. Sang Xiaona, you're smiling so brightly. Are you mocking me?
Don't you know?
He looked at me for 3 years straight. With just a glance from me, Mo Yen couldn't find his way anywhere. Sang Xiaona's smile disappeared. She took a few steps forward, moving swiftly. Zheng Yunduo, are you crazy? Did you forget to take your medicine before leaving? Sang Xiaona. How dare you hit me? Zheng Yunduo pounced at Sang Xiaona, claws out. Sang Xiaona skillfully turned aside, avoiding Zheng Yunduo's attack. She then moved to Zheng Yunduo's back and kicked her in the. Zheng Yunduo fell to the ground in a mess, biting a mouthful of dirt. Ha ha ha, Sang Xiaona couldn't help but laugh out loud. Zheng Yunduo, you dare to stir trouble between us. We are in a military marriage. Do you want to go to jail? If I hit you, it's just a light punishment. If you dare to talk nonsense in front of me again, I'll beat you until you're toothless. Who do you think you are? Your little encounters these days, appearing in front of Mo Yen at my house, don't think I don't know what you're up to. Your family doesn't have a mirror, but there's always a water basin, right? Even if there is no water, you can look whenever it's convenient. Zhang Xiaona reached out and pinched Zheng Yunduo's chin. Zheng Yunduo, stay away from Mo Yen at my house. Zheng Yunduo glared fiercely at Zhang Xiaona. Zhang Xiaona, no matter what, you can't deny that Mo Yen liked me before. Zhang Xiaona smiled slightly and patted Zheng Yunduo's face.
You also said that was in the past.
Mo Yen used to like you a lot, but now he hates you. Just being near you makes him feel like the air is polluted. Zhang Xiaona released Zheng Yunduo's chin, clapped her hands, and turned to leave. Don't bother me in the future. Zheng Yunduo stomped angrily, picked up a stone, and threw it at Zhang Xiaona. Zhang Xiaona stopped in her tracks, feeling a pain in her calf. Zheng Yunduo, why are you so mean? Attacking Xiaona with a stone, Mo Yan's disapproving voice sounded. He quickly came to Zhang Xiaona's side. He looked at her with concern. Wife, are you okay? Zhang Xiaona shook her head, her beautiful eyes misty. I'm fine, just a little pain in my leg. Mo Yen felt a pang of worry and didn't even look at Zheng Yunduo. Zheng Yunduo's face showed clear handprints. She looked at Mo Yen angrily. Mo Yen, didn't you see my face? Zhang Xiaona hit me first, so I threw a stone at her. Mo Yen looked coldly at Zheng Yunduo, his voice firm. Zheng Yunduo, I know Xiaona well. She wouldn't hit anyone without a reason. You must have provoked her first. Zheng Yunduo started crying, looking at Mo Yen in disbelief. How can you believe her? How long have you been together? You used to only trust me. Mo Yen cut her off with a dark expression. I wasn't seeing clearly before. Now I see clearly. Xiaona is the one I want to protect. Zhang Xiaona smiled sweetly at Mo Yen. Mo Yen, my leg hurts. Let's go home. Mo Yen held Zhang Xiaona and walked away quickly, not even glancing at Zheng Yunduo. Tears fell from Zheng Yunduo's eyes one by one. She truly regretted it. But sadly, in this world, everything exists except regret medicine. No matter how much she regretted, time wouldn't turn back. She reached out and wiped away her tears, then slowly walked toward her dorm. At first, she felt confused and unsure, not knowing where her future path might lead. Zheng Yunduo returned to her dormitory and instinctively looked across the room. Xiao Xinyu's bed was already empty. A flicker of struggle crossed her eyes. She couldn't afford to offend Xinyu. The last time Xinyu looked at her, there was a strong sense of anger. She dared not provoke her again and thought it might be better to go back and ask her aunt. Her aunt had always been kind to her since she was young. Maybe her aunt would be soft-hearted and help her find a good way out. At this moment, she didn't realize that her aunt was overwhelmed with worries. The little bird watched happily, its small eyes shining with curiosity. It stared in the direction where Mo Yen had left, but it didn't really understand. Are humans always so unpredictable? Why are their likes and dislikes so different? The sun was setting in the west, and dusk covered the entire island. Xinyu was reading in the study, with Snowball lying on her lap. Her long tail was flicking back and forth casually. Jiao Haoyu came in and saw the beautiful woman holding a book. Together, they looked like a beautiful ink painting. He quietly admired them and tiptoed closer. He reached out and gently squeezed Xinyu's shoulder. Wife, it's getting late. We should rest now. And you put down her book and looked at his hand on her shoulder with a smile. How you? Do you think we'll be the first to attend someone's wedding celebration? Snowball sensed her owner's cautious gaze and suddenly ran away quickly. Maybe Xinyu and he might hold their wedding together. It's not impossible. And you nodded in agreement. You're right. Xiao Haoyu took Xinyu's hand and led her back to their room. Wife, I might be busy starting tomorrow. Haoyu, you've just come back, and now you have to go on a mission again. And Yu's voice was full of reluctance, and she tightly held onto his waist. Xiao Haoyu's eyes sparkled with affection, and his heart felt warm. No, Xinyu said that the higher-ups want to increase training, so I might be busy. I worry I might neglect you. And Yu rubbed against his chest and said, as long as you don't leave the island, no matter how late the training is, you'll come home, right? Xiao Haoyu's heart softened, and he gently kissed her forehead with love. I'm worried that if I come back too late, I might disturb your rest, and Yu said as she held Xiao Haoyu's hand and looked into his eyes. Haoyu, no matter how late it is, I still hope you can come back. Xiao Haoyu's heart softened like a gentle cloud. And Yu leaned into Xiao Haoyu's arms, playing with his hand. Haoyu, the spiritual spring water can strengthen the body. Do you think you need to improve your overall strength? Xiao Haoyu's eyes lit up, but he also felt a little worried. Sweetheart, is that too risky? No, when you're training, Xiao Man and I will boil a big pot of mung bean water and watch you and Wang Shu. Just a few drops of spiritual spring water won't make a big difference. No one will notice. They'll just think it's part of the training. Your soldiers are already strong, and that will make the island safer. When the island is safe, you'll be safe too. Xiao Haoyu was touched and tightly hugged Yu. His wife did all this for him. Marrying her was his greatest blessing. Sweetheart, how can I thank you? Haoyu, just be even better to me a little more. And Yu playfully blew warm air into his ear, happily watching his ears turn a little pink. Xiao Haoyu's charming eyes sparkled as he unbuttoned his shirt. He mischievously bit in Yu's ear, his voice charming and tempting. Sweetheart, I can't repay your deep kindness, so I can only offer myself. And Yu's mind exploded with fireworks, her eyes dreamy, unable to focus for a long time. When she finally regained her senses, the bed was already singing its unique lullaby, adding beauty to the mysterious night, and she couldn't calm down. The moon secretly slipped behind the clouds, afraid to disturb the lovers in the room. And Yu's long eyelashes fluttered as she slowly opened her eyes. The spot beside the bed was empty, with a note written in elegant, flowing script. Good morning, wife. The breakfast was warming on the stove, 2 boiled eggs and a bowl of lean meat porridge. Signed, your husband. And Yu smiled softly, her mind filled with the gentle expression on Xiao Haoyu's face when he wrote, and his upturned lips. She remembered last night's wildness and sighed to herself. Fortunately, she had the spiritual spring water. Her physical condition was quite good. Otherwise, today would probably be spent mostly in bed. And Yu got up, dressed, and ate 2 boiled eggs and a bowl of lean meat porridge. She went to the small courtyard and saw a wild chicken just lay an egg. A smile appeared on her face as she took a handful of spiritual grains from her space and threw them to the chicken. The chicken's small eyes sparkled happily as it ate. In the rabbit nest, 2 big rabbits and 7 or 8 small rabbits were leisurely munching on vegetable leaves. And Yu looked at the rising sun in the sky and moved her hands and feet around in the yard. A little bird on the branch cheered and encouraged. A snowball lazily basked in the sun, wagging its tail happily. After stretching her muscles, and Yu remembered the new sewing machine and cotton fabric she bought. She went to the study, took out her paintbrush, and started designing a sleepwear set on paper. She planned to make a nightgown first, then a set of pajamas for Xiao Haoyu. And you could imagine how happy Xiao Haoyu would be when he received the sleepwear. The little bird circled around Yu twice and blinked its small eyes. It looked at her in wonder as she drew and painted on the paper. It watched as a red nightgown appeared from nothing. And Yu happily admired her work, feeling very good. The little bird was full of amazement. Sister Yu, you're so amazing. The dress looks beautiful. And Yu reached out and patted the little bird's head. What does a bird know about what looks good? The little bird flapped its wings. Of course I know. Then tell me, what do you think is beautiful about it? And you looked at the little bird with a half smile. The little bird's small eyes flickered uncertainly. Oh no. It wanted to praise her with a compliment, but it was so hard. As a bird, it never needed to wear clothes. Its feathers were natural. How could it know what makes a dress beautiful? Sister Yu, can I say, everything looks good? Your hands are so skillful, so the dress must look good too, and Yu was amused by the little bird. Alright, go play with Snowball. I have something to do. The little bird flew over to Snowball, feeling a bit sad. Snowball lazily gave the little bird a look, but didn't seem very sincere in comforting it. Yeah? What are you busy with? Lian Xiaoman came in, holding a Chinese language book in her hand. And Yu waved her over. Xiaoman, come see how my sleepwear design looks. Cool Xiaoman's eyes lit up as she sat beside Yu. Her gaze fell on the drawing paper, which showed a red slip dress. A look of surprise appeared in her eyes. Yeah, your slip dress is so beautiful. Xiaoman, do you really think it's pretty? And Yu smiled with her eyes. Xiaoman nodded. Yes, it's very beautiful. I've never seen anything like it. Can I make a slip dress in your style? Of course. And Yu happily discussed slip dresses with Xiaoman. After half an hour of talking, and Yu realized Xiaoman has a talent for design. Her eye for detail is unique, and her suggestions make the dress even better. Xiaoman, you're a natural designer. Xiaoman looked confused. Yeah, what do you mean by a natural designer? It means you have a good eye for fashion. You can see what's wrong with clothes. When you have time, try changing clothes into your favorite style, and Yu explained with a smile. Xiaoman's eyes brightened little by little. Change clothes into what I like. It was like a new world opening up in front of her. Yeah, I'll buy a sewing machine tomorrow. And Yu watched her eager face. Xiaoman, I just bought a new sewing machine at home. Do you want to try it? Xiaoman's eyes sparkled. Yeah, really? Can I try? Of course. I have an old piece of clothing you can use as a test. And Yu smiled brightly. She knew Xiaoman's hands are very skillful. She used to alter old clothes her mom didn't want. Xiaoman, I'll draw a design for you. See if you can make it. Okay, I'll try. Xiaoman's eyes showed her excitement and curiosity. And Yu handed her a red checkered fabric. This is your test piece. Xiaoman felt a little excited but also worried. Yeah, what if I ruin the fabric? It's okay. I don't really like this fabric anyway. And Yu encouraged her. Xiaoman took the red checkered fabric and sat down at the sewing machine, thinking carefully. She kept imagining different patterns in her mind, and suddenly her eyes lit up. She picked up scissors and tore apart the red checkered fabric into pieces. And Yu took a paintbrush. She wanted to design a set of underwear. She wondered if Lung Xiaoman could make it. Her strongest skill was designing, but her hands were a little less skilled, probably because she was lazy. A gentle breeze blew, and the weather on Hai Island in late May and June was still very comfortable. And Yu looked at her sketch of a set of underwear and shorts, and she smiled happily. Yeah, come in quickly, Lung Xiaoman's excited voice sounded. And Yu held her drawing and walked into the living room. Lung Xiaoman was holding a half-skirt. Yeah, what do you think of my modification? There was a little nervousness in her voice. She thought Yu would look very pretty in it. Xiaoman, your hands are really clever. And Yu praised with a thumbs up, and no one could tell that this half-skirt used to be a piece of fabric. Yeah, go try it on. I want to see how it looks. And Yu took the half-skirt and went into her room to change. She looked at the skirt happily. It fit her waist perfectly, and the hem reached her ankles. It perfectly hid her long legs. She spun around in place, and the skirt fluttered. Yeah, are you done changing? Lung Xiaoman's voice was full of anticipation. And Yu came out of her room, and her eyes immediately lit up. The effect of the skirt was very good, just as she imagined. It looked beautiful on her. Cold Xiaoman carefully looked at it. Yeah, if I can make it, should I follow your measurements? And Yu nodded and took out a piece of red fine cotton cloth, handing it to Cold Xiaoman. Xiaoman, keep going. I'm waiting for a surprise from you. Cold Xiaoman touched the red cotton cloth, and a small smile appeared on her face. Yeah, I've never used such good fine cotton before. And Yu smiled. Xiaoman, in a few days, we'll go to Jing City together. The department stores there have many things in good quality. Cold Xiaoman's eyes lit up. Deal. She took scissors in her hand and started cutting according to Anyu's measurements. Anyu sat in a rocking chair, watching Cold Xiaoman from start to finish. Cold Xiaoman focused deeply, cutting carefully, as if guided by a spirit. She poured her whole heart into it, and the sewing machine started working. Anyu watched the birth of the underwear, and her eyes sparkled as she looked at Cold Xiaoman, like she was looking at gold. After finishing the underwear, Cold Xiaoman looked at them with curiosity. She looked up and saw Anyu's shining eyes. Yeah, what's with that look? It's like you're looking at gold. Anyu smiled gently and wagged a finger at her. Xiaoman, you're much more precious than gold. She walked over to carefully examine the underwear and, becoming more satisfied the more she looked. Xiaoman, your hands are so skillful. Cold Xiaoman's eyes were full of happiness. Yeah, you haven't said yet. How do I wear this? Anyu smiled mysteriously, holding up the underwear and comparing it to Cold Xiaoman. Cold Xiaoman's eyes widened.
This.
Anyu raised an eyebrow. Xiaoman, do you understand now? Cold Xiaoman blinked. I understand. A blush spread across her face, and she couldn't imagine what it would be like to wear such underwear. Suddenly, she felt an urge to make a set for herself and try it on. Anyu took the underwear into the room, tried it on, and found it looked very good. She then took some white fine cotton cloth and handed it to Cold Xiaoman. Xiaoman, make 2 more sets for me based on this size. Cold Xiaoman nodded and started making the underwear. Anyu took the underwear and to wash and then hung them out to dry. She was in a good mood, holding several peaches, washing them carefully, and placing them on a plate. Xiaoman, thank you for your hard work, she said. Lung Xiaoman's scissors flew quickly through the air. She became more skilled with each try and soon finished making 2 sets of underwear and bras. Talent really matters. Lung Xiaoman's sewing improved with each attempt. When Anyu came in carrying peaches, she saw the 2 sets of underwear and bras. She smiled brightly. Xiaoman, you've worked hard. Come and try a peach. Lung Xiaoman looked at the big, red peaches, and her eyes curved happily. She washed her hands, picked up a peach, and took a bite. Her eyes narrowed happily with joy. Anyu also picked up a peach and took a gentle bite. Little Bird and Snowball, sensing the fresh aroma, came over. Their eyes looked at Anyu with the same eager expression, watching her without blinking. Anyu looked at the 2 little eaters and couldn't help but shake her head. She held 2 small spiritual grain balls in her palms and threw them toward the little eaters. Little Bird and Snowball both caught the spiritual grain balls at the same time. In an instant, they left quietly. They came quietly and left quietly. Lung Xiaoman ate a peach and said, Yeah, where did you buy these peaches? They're so delicious, sweet and crispy. And you took another bite of her peach. Xiaoman, do you like them? Yes, I like them. I want to buy some peaches to give to my parents to try. And you smiled softly. Xiaoman, how many do you want to buy? Lung Xiaoman thought for a moment. Yeah, are these peaches sold individually? And you nodded mysteriously. How much is one? And you held up 1 finger, smiling at Lung Xiaoman. Her eyes widened. 1 yuan each. Seeing her surprised expression, and Yu's smile deepened. 2 for 1 yuan. It's a bit expensive, but the taste is really good. Lung Xiaoman looked conflicted. 50 cents each. That's a little expensive. And you blinked. Xiaoman, to thank you for helping me make the underwear and bras, I'll give you 10 peaches. A wave of surprise spread across Lung Xiaoman's face. Really? And you nodded. Absolutely. Cool Xiaoman smiled brightly. Yeah, you're so kind. From now on, all your clothes are on me. Yaya smiled even more happily. It's a deal. My personal tailor. I really like that name. Cool Xiaoman high-fived Yaya, becoming her exclusive tailor for 10 watermelons. Yaya entered the room happily and picked out 10 big, red watermelons for Cool Xiaoman. Yaya took out the watermelons. Xiaoman, you can take these to show uncle and aunt. Cool Xiaoman's eyes sparkled. Yaya, thank you. She happily took the watermelons from the net bag. Yeah, I'm going home now. Yaya watched cool Xiaoman leave. She closed the small courtyard door and went into her room. Thinking for a moment, she entered her space. Inside, vegetables looked fresh and rice grains smelled sweet. Yaya thought, and all the fruits, vegetables, and grains in the space went into the storage. On the yellow land, orange trees, watermelons, and grapes were growing. On the red land, ginseng, lingji mushrooms, sanchi, and astragalus were planted. Yaya went to the jade bowl, picked up a cup, and poured some spiritual spring water, sprinkling it evenly on the land. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Yaya quickly stepped out of the space. She opened the courtyard gate and saw Lin Yinxiu and Xinyu smiling brightly. Lin Yinxiu's eyes and smile were full of happiness. Yeah, today at noon, Xinyu and I are having a wedding banquet in the cafeteria. Please join us. Congratulations. Wishing you a lifetime of happiness together. Yaya smiled and sent her blessings. Lin Yinxiu took out a bag of white rabbit candies, smiling happily. Yaya, I invite you to share the wedding candies. Yaya took the candies and blinked. Nian Nian, Xinyu, when are you having the wedding? Kai Xiaoman walked out of the Song family's small courtyard and immediately saw Lin Yinxiu, who was smiling brightly. Little crybaby, you finally have someone you like. I no longer need to worry. When you cry, no one will comfort you. Lin Yinxiu smiled happily and ran over to hug Kai Xiaoman. Little sugar baby, I registered my marriage with the bookworm. We are now a proper, legal couple. Kai Xiaoman's eyes were full of joy as she gently patted Lin Yinxiu's back. Congratulations. Little crybaby, your wish has come true. Tears welled up in Lin Yinxiu's eyes. At such a happy moment, she felt like crying again. Kai Xiaoman knew Lin Yinxiu well. Her voice was gentle as she reached out and lightly pinched her face. Little crybaby, today is a good day. You can't let your happiness slip away. Lin Yinxiu blinked and smiled happily. Little sugar baby, you're right. Today is my good day, and I should smile happily. Xinyu slowly approached, holding a big bag of white rabbit candies, and handed it to Kai Xiaoman. Xiaoman, these are the wedding candies for me and Nian Nian. Kai Xiaoman took the candies and looked at Xinyu seriously. Xinyu, little crybaby, I leave her to you. When she cries, you need to comfort her in time. When there's thunder, little crybaby might be scared alone. I hope you treat her well and make her happy. Don't let her regret choosing you. Xinyu nodded seriously. Xiaoman, don't worry. I will take good care of Nian Nian and hold her in my hands. Kai Xiaoman nodded with satisfaction. I remember your promise today. If one day you make little crybaby sad or upset, I can't beat you. I will take her away from you, so you can never find her again. Xinyu tightly held Lin Yinxiu's hand. There won't be a day I don't want Nian Nian to be sad. Zhong Xiuxiu handed Kai Xiaoman a bag of wedding candies. Xiaoman, these are the wedding candies for Qingqing and me. Kai Xiaoman took the candies and smiled happily. Congratulations. Wishing you both a lifetime of happiness, and Yu's eyes sparkled with intense curiosity. Her gaze turned to Ji Qingyuan, who was smiling foolishly. Qingyuan, you and Xiuxiu just reunited yesterday, and today you're registering your marriage. You are moving so quickly, like chasing lightning. Ji Qingyuan looked at Zhong Xiuxiu with caring eyes, full of tenderness. Xiuxiu has depended on her grandmother since she was young. Her grandmother passed away 3 years ago, leaving only Xiuxiu. I remember Xiuxiu was very afraid of thunder and darkness when she was a child. I want to give her a home, to stay with her for the rest of my life so she won't feel lonely or sad. We will have plenty of time to develop our feelings slowly. And Yu nodded understandingly. Qingyuan, you must treat Xiuxiu well. From her eyes when she looks at you, I can see she cares deeply for you. You are her only support in this world. Once I marry her, I will cherish, protect, and stay with her. Ji Qingyuan's eyes were full of warmth. He accidentally saw the vulnerability in Zhong Xiuxiu's eyes. His heart ached deeply. He wished he could have been with her during the past 3 years. When her grandmother passed away, she must have been very scared and lonely. Xiao walked over to Ji Qingyuan, a happy smile on her face. From now on, she has a home again, no longer alone. Qingqing will stay with her, so she doesn't have to face long nights alone. Grandma, don't worry. I am doing well now, and I am happy. Yeah, Xiaoman, go to the cafeteria first. We will prepare everything here. Lin Yinxiu and Zhong Xiuxiu left together. And you watched them walk away. Then she and Lung Xiaoman headed toward the cafeteria. Today, the cafeteria was especially lively, decorated with red ribbons, and each table had candies and fireworks. A group of tough men was chatting happily, laughter filling the air. The groom and bride are here, he Shu, dressed in a neat military uniform with a big red flower on his chest. Lin Yinxiu wore a bright red long dress, showing off her perfect figure. Her long hair was styled up, with a red flower as decoration. She wore a happy smile as she and he Shu walked into the cafeteria side by side. Ji Qingyuan, in his sharp military uniform, looked tall and straight. The big red flower on his chest was very festive. His fox-like eyes curved into a crescent moon, gazing tenderly at Zhong Xiuxiu beside him. Xiuxiu wore a bright red dress, with her black hair styled up. Red flowers decorated her hair, making her look even more beautiful than flowers. Xiao Haoyu watched Ji Qingyuan and he Shu, both wearing big red flowers and looking happy, with a full heart of blessings. Qingyuan, he Shu, I wish you success in leaving your bachelor days behind. May your wish come true, and may you enter a happy married life. Song Wangshu smiled warmly at the four newlyweds. Congratulations. Wishing you and your sisters-in-law everlasting happiness. May you have a harmonious marriage for 100 years. The blessings kept coming, never stopping. He Shu was especially happy today and drank a few more glasses. Xiao Haoyu looked at him affectionately. He Shu, you shouldn't drink anymore. If you keep drinking, I'm worried your wedding night might be spoiled. He Shu's narrow eyes sparkled with light, his drunken gaze hazy. Haoyu, I got married. I finally married Nian Nian. He Shu, congratulations. The rest of your life will be with a good partner. Lu Pianpian's eyes were full of sadness as she listened to the joyful chatter in the cafeteria. She looked at He Shu's face, still the same as in her memories. He was dressed in a neat military uniform with a big red flower on his chest. Scenes like this appeared in her dreams countless times. He Shu finally got married, but the bride was not her. Lu Pianpian felt both bitter and sour inside. Today, He Shu married Lin Yinxiu. She no longer had a chance. Once within reach, happiness now seemed out of her grasp. Now they were strangers, and she would never touch that happiness again in her life. Pianpian, you knew each other. Why don't you go say congratulations? Zhao Beichen looked at Lu Pianpian with concern. Lu Pianpian shook her head, her voice filled with sadness. Beichen, I didn't cherish him enough and lost He Shu. From now on, we really can't go back. I can't smile and say congratulations anymore. Maybe I should leave this island. They had beautiful memories on the island. The happiness from the past now only brought pain. Thinking about it all, regret overwhelmed her like a flood. Zhao Beichen stood outside the cafeteria for a moment, silently saying, He Shu, I wish you both a long and happy life together. He then caught up with Lu Pianpian. Xiao Haoyu helped He Shu to his feet and saw him safely to his door. He Shu opened his narrow eyes, no longer looking hazy from drunkenness. Haoyu, thank you for bringing me home. He Shu, your acting was very good. You pretended to be drunk perfectly. Xiao Haoyu gave a thumbs up, sincerely praising. He Shu's eyes were full of smiles, and his voice was happy. If I weren't pretending to be drunk, how could I leave? Those annoying kids kept forcing drinks on me. On my wedding night, I can't let it go to waste. Xiao Haoyu smiled flirtatiously. Go inside quickly. Your bride is waiting for you. I wish you a wonderful wedding night. He Shu pushed open the courtyard door and entered the small yard. Song Wangshu helped Ji Qingyuan. Qingyuan, are you really drunk? Ji Qingyuan squinted and waved his hand. I'm not drunk. Not drunk. Song Wangshu looked at him with glee. He had heard Ji Qingyuan say that his bride was very impressive. On this happy day, Ji Qingyuan got drunk. The wedding night might be ruined. Ji Qingyuan was very happy today and accidentally drank a few more glasses. Song Wangshu looked at the drunken Ji Qingyuan. Qingyuan, do you think your wedding night will be special? Zhong Xiuxiu was a little nervous. She sat on the bridal bed. Today she was very happy. She drank a couple of extra glasses, but she wasn't so drunk that she couldn't recognize people. Now she felt dizzy and her heart was pounding. She was married to the person she had been thinking about. The door was pushed open and Ji Qingyuan staggered in. He was so drunk that his eyes were blurry, and he almost fell. Zhong Xiuxiu was quick to catch him. Qing, you've had too much to drink. Ji Qingyuan shook his head.
No.
I haven't drunk too much. He smiled foolishly, holding Zhong Xiuxiu's face.
Who
are you? Zhong Xiuxiu rolled her eyes and helped Ji Qingyuan sit on the bridal bed.
Your
eyes, they look just like chili peppers. Hearing this nickname, Zhong Xiuxiu was stunned for a moment. Then she laughed. Qing, do you remember the chili peppers? Remember.
Don't call me Qing.
Only the chili peppers can call me that. Be careful, she hears and will hit you. Ji Qingyuan couldn't see clearly who was in front of him. Zhong Xiuxiu looked at Ji Qingyuan's handsome face close up. A small flame ignited in her eyes. Qing, are you hot? Hot. I want to take a shower. Qingyuan Ji shook his dizzy head, his fox-like eyes full of confusion. Where's the water? Who's there? Zhong Xiuxiu watched Qingyuan Ji spinning around in place and couldn't help but laugh. Qingyuan Ji felt a bit embarrassed and angry. He blinked his fox eyes. Are you laughing at me? He looked at Zhong Xiuxiu with a complaint. Seeing his cute, helpless look, Zhong Xiuxiu laughed again. Qingyuan Ji got angry and suddenly kissed Zhong Xiuxiu on the lips, stopping her laughter. Zhong Xiuxiu didn't expect him to suddenly attack. She instinctively pushed him away. Poor Qingyuan Ji fainted. Zhong Xiuxiu watched him fly out and was startled awake. She blinked nervously and quickly went to check on him. Fortunately, Qing just fainted. She carried Qingyuan Ji horizontally in her arms. Qing, I didn't mean to throw you, but you suddenly attacked me. To show her apology, she decided to give him a bath. Zhong Xiuxiu took a long time to carefully wash Qingyuan Ji, squinting her eyes. She gently placed him on the bed. Qingyuan Ji's features are handsome and clear. Zhong Xiuxiu couldn't help but trace his face with her hand. Her gaze fell on his lips, recalling the accidental kiss. Zhong Xiuxiu blinked. We're married now. You're mine. I kissed you openly and honestly. She slowly leaned in, her nose close to his. A gentle, sweet kiss landed on Qingyuan Ji's lips. Her heart was pounding fast. She quickly left, as if she were a thief. She needed to take a shower. The sound of the door closing made Qingyuan Ji's face turn as red as the dawn. His eyes, tightly closed, rolled around. He suddenly sat up with a. He woke up when Zhong Xiuxiu was giving him a bath. Feeling panicked and unsure what to do, he pretended to be asleep. Xiuxiu, she kissed me secretly. She kissed me. Qingyuan Ji's smile couldn't be hidden. He reached up and stroked his chin. Should he continue pretending to be drunk or jump on the beauty and enjoy the wedding night? Just then, footsteps sounded. Before he could decide, he instinctively lay back on the bed and closed his eyes. Zhong Xiuxiu entered the room, approaching Qingyuan Ji step by step. She dried her hair and quietly lay down beside him. Feeling happy and satisfied, she closed her eyes. Today, she was nervous but excited. She didn't sleep all night. Now, Ji Qingyuan is beside her, and she feels safe. After a while, Zhong Xiuxiu's breathing slows down as she falls asleep. A slight smile appears on her lips. She holds Ji Qingyuan's hand tightly, fingers intertwined. Ji Qingyuan slowly opens his eyes and carefully looks at Zhong Xiuxiu, who is breathing deeply. Her face shows signs of tiredness, from traveling for days and the excitement and nervousness of the wedding. Gently, Ji Qingyuan kisses her on the forehead. Xiuxiu, from now on, I will be with you. Through long nights, I will hold you in my arms. You don't need to be afraid anymore. You can be less strong and rely on me. Qingqing, I like you, Zhong Xiuxiu says in her sleep. Her words make Ji Qingyuan's heart beat faster. His eyes sparkle with a special light as he looks at her lips. He leans in and kisses her softly. The kiss is sweet and gentle. Ji Qingyuan's eyes shine brightly. He doesn't want to stop just at a quick kiss. He wants more, a little more. In her dreams, Zhong Xiuxiu feels her breathing is uneven. She doesn't know who is sharing the air with her. Angrily, she bites someone, and her breathing becomes smooth again. Ji Qingyuan's lip is bitten, and he lies on the bed, smiling foolishly. He keeps thinking about the enchanting kiss. He secretly kisses Zhong Xiuxiu now and then, afraid to be too bold. If he gets bitten again, tomorrow he will be teased by Hanbing and the bookworm. Their wedding night is spent in these secret kisses. Lin Yinxiu feels a little nervous and shy. After taking a shower, she changes into the lingerie that Xinyu gave her. She is too shy to look at herself and hides under the big red wedding quilt. Her fingernails turn pink as she curls up nervously. Hashu walks into the room after his shower. His narrow eyes see Lin Yinxiu's head peeking out from under the red quilt. Her black hair is spread on the bed, and her fair face looks even more beautiful against the red quilt. His heart beats wildly as he walks toward the bed. His voice is hoarse, filled with a strange emotion. Nian Nian, I finally married you. Lin Yinxiu's beautiful eyes flickered from side to side, but she dared not meet Hishu's gaze. Accidentally, their eyes crossed, and the small spark in his eyes made her heart tremble. Bookworm, you're too close to me. I'm feeling a bit nervous. Lin Yinxiu's voice was hoarse and trembling, her heart pounding. Hishu smiled softly, extending his right hand and waving it in front of her eyes. Really? Let me see where you're nervous. Lin Yinxiu looked at Hishu's hand, her eyes becoming dreamy. Bookworm, your hand looks so nice. She reached out from her bright red wedding blanket and held Hishu's hand. Hishu's long, bright eyes sparkled with amazement, and the small flame in his heart suddenly burst into a blazing fire. Lin Yinxiu admired Hishu's hand and gently kissed the back of it. Taking advantage of her distraction, Hishu successfully slipped into the wedding blanket. Nian Nian, tonight is our wedding night. Lin Yinxiu blinked her big, watery eyes, silently inviting him. Hishu's kiss fell on her forehead. Nian Nian, I like you. Bookworm, I like you too. Tears welled up at the corners of Lin Yinxiu's eyes, shimmering in her gaze. Bookworm, her voice was soft and tender, like a small hook tugging at Hishu's passionate heart. Hishu's hands intertwined with Lin Yinxiu's, expressing their deep love. The night was long, but Hishu felt it was too short. And Yu opened her eyes, looking at Xiao Haoyu, who was unusually still sleeping in. She admired the peaceful scene of the blooming flowers and gentle sleep, then gave a good morning kiss to wake her beauty. Xiao Haoyu's eyes shone brightly, full of tenderness as he looked at Xinyu. Yeah, I finally understand. The warm bed and the fragrant lotus make the king forget to leave the court. If I could hold you every night, I wouldn't want to get up early. And Yu rolled her eyes playfully. I'm hungry. Xiao Haoyu gently tapped her nose. Biggest in the world is my wife. I'll go make breakfast right now. Xiao Haoyu quickly got up to prepare breakfast. And Yu watched his back as he left, silently smiling. Xiao Haoyu felt very happy. Making breakfast for his wife is a special joy for a married man. A single man wants to make breakfast for his wife, but never has the chance. His movements are smooth and graceful, preparing 2 bowls of delicious shredded meat noodles. There are also 2 beautiful fried eggs, giving off a tempting aroma. And Yu finishes her grooming and sits at the dining table, resting her chin on her hands as she watches Xiao Haoyu. The man cooking is very handsome, and the man who cooks for his wife is the most handsome. Yeah, try this. And Yu takes a bite of the fried egg and smiles happily. Husband, have I ever told you that you look the most handsome when you cook? Xiao Haoyu's eyes sparkle, and his smile slowly spreads. Really? And Yu nods seriously. Husband, you look even more handsome when you like me. Xiao Haoyu's eyes are full of affection, and he makes a sweet promise. I will be handsome my whole life and love you forever. Even when I have gray hair, I will still say I like you and be the most handsome old man. Okay, then please work hard, husband, and make shredded meat noodles for me for a lifetime. And Yu picks up a long noodle and offers it to Xiao Haoyu's lips. Xiao Haoyu gently bites it, and Yu bites the other end. A special noodle is born. The length of the noodle gradually shortens, and their eyes are filled with deep love for each other. This loving noodle has fulfilled its mission. Xiao Haoyu and Yu's lips are about to meet, but stop just before touching, marking the end of that meaningful noodle. A little bird sees this scene through the window and immediately covers its eyes with its wings. Don't look. Don't look. Recently, Yu has been reading books, and the little bird remembers this phrase. Now, saying it feels quite fitting. Xiao Haoyu's calm gaze is like a sharp blade flying over. Even though the little bird covers its eyes with wings, it still feels a cold wind. The little wing flutters and flies away, disappearing into the branches. Yuejia, don't look for me. I need to practice flying to become the ruler of the sky. And Yu laughs at its timid look. Little bird, I wish you success. You are a bird with dreams and ambitions. The snowball lazily basks in the sun, its tail swaying from side to side. Little bird, you are really amazing. You run away so gracefully and uniquely. If I run away, should I say, I want to practice running and conquer the forest to become the king of all animals. Xiao Haoyu was amused by Snowball's words and finished cleaning his hands after tidying up the kitchen. Yeah, I need to go train. Okay, Xiaoman, and I will go to the training ground at 10 o'clock to bring you some mung bean soup. Xiao Haoyu gently kissed the corner of Yu's lips. Sweetheart, thank you for your hard work. And Yu watched Xiao Haoyu leave. She casually moved her body in the yard, stretching her arms and legs. She performed a beautiful flying kick and heard cheers. That was a great kick. Zhong Xiuxiu looked at her with admiration. And Yu smiled and asked, Xiuxiu, why did you wake up so early? Her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Yesterday was your wedding night, wasn't it? Did you waste the beautiful time together? Xiuxiu smiled brightly. Yeah, I usually go for morning runs. I saw your flying kick and couldn't help but cheer for you. Did I bother you? And Yu shook her head. No, you didn't. I was just stretching a bit. Xiuxiu's eyes twinkled with excitement. Yeah, do you want to spar a little? Just a friendly match, and Yu's eyes lit up. Xiuxiu stepped into the small courtyard of the Qiao family and stood opposite Yu. And Yu narrowed her eyes, her commanding presence pressing down on Xiuxiu. Xiuxiu stood proudly, her cold gaze sharp as winter wind. Neither of them knew who made the first move, or maybe they moved at the same time. Two figures exchanged blows, a brief fight with about 10 moves, neither clearly better. And Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Such great skill. Xiuxiu's eyes shone as well. Yeah, your skills are impressive. They clashed again, fighting closely. And Yu performed a beautiful flying kick, knocking away Xiuxiu's attack. Xiuxiu stepped back with a force and looked at her with a smile. Yeah, you won. Xiuxiu, you won. Both spoke at the same time. And Yu and Xiuxiu looked at each other and smiled. Xiuxiu, sit down and have some tea. And Yu brewed a pot of Dahong Pao tea. The fragrant tea drifted with the breeze, filling the small courtyard with its aroma. Xiuxiu sincerely praised, her eyes full of surprise as she tasted the tea. Xiuxiu, you also love tea, and you watch the tea leaves float and sink in the water. Zhong Xiuxiu put down her teacup, her voice full of longing. My grandmother loved drinking tea. I often went up the mountain to pick tea and make tea, and over time I grew to enjoy drinking it. Unfortunately, after my grandmother passed away, no one was there to drink tea with me. And you looked at her with gentle concern and comforted her softly. Later, Xinyu will be with you to drink tea, so you won't be lonely. Zhong Xiuxiu thought of Xinyu, her eyes filled with tenderness. Fortunately, Qing is willing to give me a home. Before I found him, I had 1,000 guesses. What if he likes someone else? What if he doesn't accept me? I never thought of this possibility. The moment we met, he was willing to give me a home. And you sipped her tea, while chatting with Zhong Xiuxiu. Xiuxiu, you are lucky. Qingyuan is loyal and keeps his promises. You should be gentle with him in the future. Zhong Xiuxiu's eyes flickered briefly, automatically ignoring her reflexive thoughts about him last night. I won't act rashly in the future. If I accidentally break something, I'll feel bad about it myself. A hint of a smile appeared in Yu's eyes as she looked curiously at Zhong Xiuxiu's guilty expression. Xiuxiu, did you do something last night? No, nothing, just a reflex. I've been alone for 3 years, and suddenly getting married, I'm a bit unaccustomed. Zhong Xiuxiu whispered in her defense. And Yu blinked, smiling playfully. I have a good idea. You can get used to Qingyuan quickly. Zhong Xiuxiu's eyes lit up. What's the good idea? And Yu lowered her long eyelashes, hiding her smile. Xiuxiu, you haven't spent much time with Qingyuan. You need to get used to him. For example, tease him from time to time. Over time, you'll get used to it. Really? Zhong Xiuxiu recalled the stolen kiss, her heart beating faster. And Yu held back her laughter, speaking seriously. You can try it. You can't just push him away every time he gets close. Once or twice, he might not mind. But if it happens too often, he might start to feel sad. Zhong Xiuxiu didn't want Qingyuan to feel sad, so she decided to follow Yu's advice. Tease Qingyuan from time to time to build their relationship. Maybe in the future, once they get used to each other, he won't flip people over anymore. Fortunately, Qingyuan was drunk yesterday, so he probably doesn't remember being flipped. Qingyuan's fox-like eyes hold sadness, especially when he sees Hishu's proud and happy face. He recalls how he tried to be brave yesterday by sneaking up on Zhong Xiuxiu and was easily knocked over. His mood isn't very good. Both he and Hishu are on their wedding night. Why is he the only one feeling so sad? Missing out on a beautiful moment. Looking at Hishu's cheerful and proud expression, he must have had a perfect wedding night. Xiao Haoyu and Hishu exchange glances and both look at Qingyuan at the same time. Hishu reaches out and hooks his arm around Qingyuan's, smiling flirtatiously. Qingyuan, why do you look so unhappy? Did you really get drunk yesterday? Did you miss out on a beautiful moment? Qingyuan quickly brushes off Hishu's arm. Seeing this, Hishu understands what's going on. He suppresses his smile and pats Qingyuan's shoulder firmly. Qingyuan, you and Xiuxiu are moving too fast. You got married and registered your marriage just the second day you met. Even if you were childhood sweethearts and haven't seen each other for 16 years, you still need time to rebuild your feelings. Qingyuan's frown relaxes, and he actually understands. He and Zhong Xiuxiu's pace was too quick. They both need time to get used to each other. Xiao Haoyu looks at Qingyuan with a smile that shows he's hiding something. Qingyuan, Xiuxiu is very skilled. The first time I saw her, she threw a stick into the sea, then balanced on it with her toes. She jumped onto a boat 10 meters away. Qingyuan's eyes are full of pride, and he nods in agreement. Xiuxiu has been practicing martial arts with her grandmother since she was young, to stay healthy. Xiao Haoyu pats his right shoulder and says, Qingyuan, for someone as skilled as Xiuxiu, she's been used to being independent for the past 3 years. Suddenly, she married you, and someone entered her life. You need to give her time to get used to you, to your presence. To get used to your closeness, you need patience. Gradually, get closer and closer. Qingyuan's fox-like eyes flashed with a glimmer. Haoyu, what do you think I should do? Watching, you can try holding her hand first. Slow down your pace. Let her get used to your presence. If you approach too suddenly with her skills, she might knock you over. You must not rush. Give her a little more time, more care and companionship. Persistence pays off, and eventually, you'll see the light. You will win her over. Qingyuan nodded. I know what to do. Last night, he was too impatient. After being knocked down, to avoid embarrassment, he pretended to faint. He overheard Zhong Xiuxiu talking to herself, which left him a bit confused. But from now on, he could get closer. As the saying goes, boiling a frog in warm water, he planned to warm up to Xiuxiu gradually. Once she gets used to his presence and his approach, he would fully win her over. Suddenly, he remembered the scene from last night when he secretly kissed her, the softness of her lips. His ears turned red, and his heart beat faster. He noticed Hishu's sharp eyes, observing that Jiqinjuan's ears were flushed with color. Qingyuan, what are you thinking? Your ears are red. His voice was full of amusement, and he looked at Jiqinjuan with a teasing smile. Jiqinjuan instinctively touched his ears.
It's a bit hot today. Haraha. Hishu and Xiao Haoyu burst into laughter at Jiqinjuan's embarrassment. His shy look was truly rare. Jiqinjuan's ears felt hot, and he clenched his teeth in frustration. Is it that funny? Want to have a little contest? I'm now a married man. My wife can't stand me suffering even a little. Xiao Haoyu raised an eyebrow, pride evident in his voice. Qingyuan, look at how proud you are. You act like you don't have a wife. My Ye is very capable. If we really fought, I wonder who would win. Jiqinjuan rolled his eyes. Come on. When Xinyu gives you that look, your legs go weak. Do you think you can win? You don't stand a chance. Hishu nodded in agreement. Qingyuan's right. Haoyu, you're willingly losing. With the help of Leng Xiaoman and Zhong Xiuxiu, Xinyu had boiled 2 large pots of mung bean soup. Let's go to the training ground together. Zhong Xiuxiu easily lifted a large wooden bucket without any effort. Xinyu and Leng Xiaoman carried the bucket together. Xiao Haoyu watched his wife from afar, his eyes shining with excitement. He quickly walked over to Xinyu and took the big bucket from her. Xinyu smiled at him and filled a large bowl with green bean soup. Here, try it. How does the green bean soup taste? Xiao Haoyu drank the soup in one gulp, showing his boldness. He gave a thumbs up and sincerely praised, delicious. Ji Qingyuan's eyes sparkled like a fox as he ran toward Zhong Xiuxiu. Zhong Xiuxiu had prepared a bowl of green bean soup and handed it to Ji Qingyuan. Qingqing, I made this green bean soup with Xinyu and the others. Ji Qingyuan took a sip and nodded happily. Really tasty. He saw a hint of envy in Hishu's eyes. He really missed his wife. Xiao Haoyu carried a bowl of green bean soup and said, Hishu, I saved a bowl for you. In just this short time, all the soup is gone. Hishu took the bowl and drank it all in one go. Thank you, sister-in-law. You all worked hard. Everyone on the training ground smiled brightly and thanked them. And you, Zhong Xiuxiu, and Leng Xiaoman left the training ground carrying the buckets. Ji Qingyuan's gaze followed Zhong Xiuxiu for a long time before he looked away. Hishu waved his hand in front of him and said, All right, everyone is almost gone. Why are you still staring? I'm worried you'll suddenly fall flat on the ground. Ji Qingyuan glared at Hishu. Hishu, are you jealous of me? What am I jealous of? Don't I have a wife? Hishu raised an eyebrow. You're jealous because I saw Xiuxiu, but your wife didn't come. Ji Qingyuan's fox-like eyes held a smile. Hishu's lips curled into a smile, full of pride. What do I have to be jealous of? Nian probably isn't even awake yet. Xiao Haoyu didn't bother to argue with them. His eyes looked at the training ground. Everyone, run faster. Haven't you eaten yet? Song Wangshu and Duan Yulin exchanged glances. They both felt envious. Envy that Lu Hai went home to visit his family. Leng Xiaoman looked at Zhong Xiuxiu, her eyes flickering with curiosity. Xiuxiu, you're really impressive. I heard you showed your skills and Xinyu was so scared she left the island overnight. Zhong Xiuxiu smiled slightly with a dimple, her voice full of confidence. I didn't do much, just declared my independence. My sister Qingqing is too outstanding, and some people are always watching her. Xinyu blocked Ji Qingyuan from confessing in front of me. Did she think I was easy to scare? To teach her a lesson, I crushed a stone right in front of her. But she was so timid that she left that very night. Leng Xiaoman carefully looked at Zhong Xiuxiu's hand. Xiuxiu, did you really crush the stone?
Can you show me?
I've never seen anyone crush a stone with their bare hands. Zhong Xiuxiu played with the stone in her hand. Xiaoman, watch carefully. She applied a little force, and the stone in her hand shattered into powder, like a dry bun. Zhong Xiuxiu clapped her hands. Xiaoman, are you watching closely? Leng Xiaoman looked at her with admiration, instinctively examining Zhong Xiuxiu's hand. Wow, that's amazing. How did you do it? Zhong Xiuxiu smiled softly. Xiaoman, I've been practicing martial arts with my grandmother since I was young. I train hard in winter and summer. and you knew that hard training in winter and summer was common. That simple phrase carried so much effort behind it. Practicing martial arts is like studying. There are no shortcuts. Only 99% effort combined with never giving up can lead to success. The best things come from hard work. Nothing happens overnight. Xiao, your grandmother loves you very much and has left you the greatest treasure in life. Your strength can help you live well in any situation. Zhong Xiao looked nostalgic. Yeah, you're right. When I was a child, I was mischievous and wanted to give up practicing martial arts more than once. It was so hard, training my breath inside and my muscles and skin outside. My grandmother always told me that without strength, a girl can't control her destiny. If you want to live freely, you need enough strength. When I was 7, my parents passed away, and only my grandmother and I depended on each other. Some villagers wanted to take our belongings, and my grandmother stood in the yard. She split a basin-sized stone in half with one kick. That's how we kept our home. From that moment, I understood the importance of strength. And you nodded in agreement. Xiao, your grandmother is truly remarkable. Zhong Xiao looked proud. My grandmother is my role model. I want to learn from her all my life. She told me to follow my heart, not cause trouble, not be afraid, and not bully others just because I can fight. If someone is rude and comes at me, there's no need to hold back. When I can't bear it anymore, I won't tolerate it. Qing is my only family. He is my weakness, and I won't allow anyone to hurt him. And you smiled brightly. Xiao, no one dares to compete with you for Xinyu. Your warning the other day worked very well. There probably won't be anyone foolish enough to challenge again. The three of them laughed and headed toward the Qiao family courtyard. A small bird flapped its wings and flew over, landing on Yu's shoulder. Big sister Yu, good news. And Yu raised an eyebrow, signaling the bird to continue. Big sister Yu, I just saw Xinyu duo leave the island and board the big ship leaving. The small bird's eyes sparkled. Really? And Yu asked mentally. Absolutely. I saw Xinyu duo get on the ship with my own eyes. The small bird flapped its wings happily. Zhong Xiao's eyes lit up. What a beautiful little bird. And Yu smiled warmly at Zhong Xiao. Xiao, this is the small bird I raised, a colorful spirit bird. Zhong Xiao admired it. Yu, I've been in the mountains for years, but I've never seen such a beautiful bird. The small bird's eyes immediately shone. Big sister Yu, Xiao has good eyes. She can see how pretty I am. And Yu was amused by the proud look of the small bird. She reached out and gently tapped its little head. You look so proud. Do you remember the way home? Of course I do. The small bird spread its wings and flew toward the Qiao family courtyard. Zhong Xiao watched the small bird fly away. Such a clever little bird. Yes, the small bird is very smart, and you felt happy. But there are always a few people who can't stand to see others happy. And you? The small bird you raised left a pile of bird droppings on my door. Lu Tsuehua looked furious as she stormed over. The little bird looked at Lu Tsuehua with disdain and said, Do you even know who Bird Lord is? Bird Lord's special fertilizer is top quality. I wouldn't give you a cheap version, it added. The small bird landed on Yu's shoulder and angrily glared at Lu Tsuehua. And Yu's smile remained, but her voice turned cold. Lu Tsuehua, you can't just say anything. Did you see my little bird put bird droppings on your door? Lu Tsuehua looked guilty and said, When I saw bird droppings on the door, I saw your little bird flying away from a distance. And Yu raised an eyebrow and looked at Lu Tsuehua casually. So, you mean you didn't see it with your own eyes? You have no proof. Why do you think the bird droppings on your door are made by my little bird? Even if I didn't see it myself, I looked up and saw your little bird hurriedly flying away. I chased after it all the way. It must be guilty. Lu Tsuehua thought all bird droppings looked the same. She had long disliked Yu, especially after her husband was defeated in a contest with Qian Yan Hanbing yesterday. He was knocked down easily, with large purple and blue bruises on his body. It was just a contest, but Xiao Haoyu was too harsh. She was angry inside, but didn't dare to say anything openly. Early in the morning, she saw a clump of bird droppings on her door and just happened to see Xinyu's little bird fly past. She was annoyed and decided to make trouble. Whether or not the droppings were made by Xinyu's bird, she wanted her to clean her yard door. Without proof, how can you claim that the bird droppings on your door are made by my little bird? If you can't provide evidence, it's slander. There are many birds on the island. Who knows if your door is just dirty enough to attract bird droppings? And Xinyu's eyes flashed with disgust. Lu Tsuehua was just looking for trouble. The little bird, angry, flapped its wings and flew into the air. A fresh batch of bird droppings fell onto Lu Tsuehua's foot. I'll show you not to slander, bird lord. Here's a gift from the 5-grain cycle, letting her see clearly whether the bird droppings on her door are her little bird's work or not. Lu Tsuehua's eyes widened in shock and anger. The droppings almost landed on her.
You.
Lu Tsuehua trembled as she pointed at the little bird. And Yu was amused by the clever move of the little bird. Lu Tsuehua, are you sure you see clearly? Is the bird droppings on your door the same as those on your foot? The little bird I raised is very smart. It is proving its innocence. Lu Tsuehua was furious and anxious. What's the difference in the droppings? And Yu raised a finger and shook it. Lu Tsuehua, look carefully at the little bird's grain cycle object. It doesn't have a strong smell. If you don't believe me, you can smell it carefully. Lu Tsuehua's eyes flickered. She realized she had wrongly accused the little bird. The droppings on her door were large, at least 5 times bigger than the little bird's, and the smell was strong from afar. The grain cycle object on her foot was only the size of a peanut and didn't smell bad. The military wife next to Lu Tsuehua's family looked on with a look of schadenfreude. Lu Tsuehua, the thing on your door isn't bird droppings, it looks like wild duck droppings. I can smell the bad smell from my house. How can you be so shameless to frame a beautiful little bird? We usually see clearly. The little bird of Captain Xiao's wife is very clean. Exactly. One time, the little bird stepped in muddy ground after rain. I saw it quickly wash its little paws. Such a clean little bird wouldn't leave droppings on the yard door. That's right. One time, I passed by Captain Xiao's house and saw the little bird digging a hole in the soil. It buried its droppings and even jumped into the water to wash its paws. Finally, it sunbathed with its paws up. It's so adorable and clean. The little bird was initially happy, listening to everyone praising its cleanliness. But then it heard someone say it buried the grain cycle object. Oh no! My privacy, no more bird face for everyone to see. The little bird flapped its wings and flew away like the wind. Lu Tsuehua's face looked unpleasant as she listened to the gossip. She knew she wouldn't get any advantage staying there, so she turned to leave. And Yu's voice rang out. Lu Tsuehua, did I tell you to leave? Lu Tsuehua paused, frowned, and asked, And Yu, what do you want now? Lu Tsuehua, shouldn't you apologize for your actions? Cold Xiaoman looked at Lu Tsuehua with a cold expression. I just came to ask, and Yu interrupted Lu Tsuehua, her voice without any warmth. Lu Tsuehua, you suddenly appeared and blocked my way. You falsely accused my little bird and left that pile of grains at your gate. Did you not see that the little bird or the sea duck gave it to your family? Lu Tsuehua felt guilty. She just wanted to cause trouble for Xinyu and didn't think much. Everyone looked at Lu Tsuehua. Without proof, you falsely accused Xinyu's little bird and angrily blocked her way. Now that the little bird has proven itself innocent, shouldn't you apologize? Everyone nodded and looked at Lu Tsuehua with strange eyes. Lu Tsuehua's face turned pale and then red.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Xinyu smiled slightly. Lu Tsuehua, whatever happens, you need proof. You can't wrongly accuse my little bird. Lu Tsuehua hurriedly left, her shoes showing the evidence of the little bird, as if mocking her embarrassment. Cold Xiaoman frowned, watching Lu Tsuehua walk away. Yeah, I don't understand this aunt. She keeps bothering you. Maybe she's jealous because I am beautiful and kind. And you looked away. The little bird was not the kind to suffer injustice. The little bird flapped its wings, thinking about Lu Tsuehua accusing it of leaving the grains at her door. Its small eyes sparkled brightly as it saw a few sparrows chatting in the tree. Its eyes turned, And the little bird had an idea. Little sparrows. The sparrows saw the little bird and looked at it with admiration. What kind of bird are you? You're so pretty. The little bird quickly played with the sparrows. One sparrow looked at the little bird with tears in its eyes. Little bird, why are you crying? Are you hungry? We can take you to find food. The little bird flapped its wings, tears falling one after another. It told a heartfelt story about how Lu Tsuehua falsely accused it. Hearing this, the sparrows immediately jumped on the branches, chirping loudly, chattering in anger and solidarity. Little bird, wait for us to get back at her. The little bird's eyes lit up. Thank you all very much. It's no problem. We all went to bother your neighbors, giving her some grains to curse you. The little bird watched as several sparrows flew away. Lu Tsuehua was in a bad mood as she returned home. She couldn't help but widen her eyes when she saw a dozen sparrows placing grains on her doorstep. The military wives on both sides of her house laughed loudly. Lu Tsuehua, your doorstep isn't very clean. You should tidy it up quickly. Lu Tsuehua, even the sparrows know where it's dirty. Ha ha. Lu Tsuehua listened to the harsh laughter, her eyes wide with anger. Shut up. Why are you laughing? Haven't you seen sparrows leave droppings? She grabbed a big broom and chased the sparrows away. Lu Tsuehua, we've seen sparrows leave droppings, but we've never seen them draw maps on the door. Lu Tsuehua, furious, splashed water and pinched her nose as she cleaned the door. The little bird happily hopped on a nearby branch, chirping as if mocking her. Lu Tsuehua caught sight of the little bird out of the corner of her eye. It hopped and flapped its wings, seemingly teasing her. Little beast, do you think I won't catch you? I'll knock you down from the branch. Lu Tsuehua picked up a stone from under the tree, glaring fiercely at the bird. A small stone flew toward the bird. The little bird looked at her with a mocking expression, unmoving. The stone hit the ground, and the bird's feathers weren't even touched. Lu Tsuehua threw more than 10 stones, her arms aching from the effort. She looked at the bird, feeling frustrated. The bird flapped its wings and jumped from branch to branch. It opened and closed its beak, as if mocking her for missing. Lu Tsuehua, furious, exhaled sharply and sat down on the ground, feeling annoyed. The little bird looked up proudly and flew away. Lu Tsuehua, helpless, loudly threatened, Little beast, if I catch you, I'll roast you and eat you with the bones. She cursed and looked up, but the little bird was gone. And you, Zhong Xiuxiu, and Leng Xiaoman returned together to the Qiao family's small courtyard. Yeah, the underwear you designed is so comfortable to wear. Cold Xiaoman's eyes are full of happiness. Last night, Song Wangshu's eyes turned blue. And you smiles, of course. Don't you see who designed it? Zhong Xiuxiu's big, curious eyes ask, what underwear? And Yu's eyes flicker quickly. Xiuxiu, look at Xiaoman's figure. Zhong Xiuxiu's eyes fall on Cold Xiaoman. Xiaoman, you have a charming figure. Cold Xiaoman smiles flirtatiously, with a mysterious smile. If you wear the underwear designed by Yeya, your figure will be even better. I guarantee you'll make Ji Qingyuan lose his way. Zhong Xiuxiu blinks. What underwear? Can I see it? She has never seen underwear before. Her little dress is still that red embroidered dress with plum blossoms. And Yu beckons, Xiuxiu, come with me. Zhong Xiuxiu follows Yu into the room. Xiaoman, what size do you think Xiuxiu should try? Cold Xiaoman looks at Zhong Xiuxiu. Xiuxiu has a good figure. The bigger size will definitely fit. She hands a red piece of underwear to Zhong Xiuxiu. Xiuxiu, try this on. This size will fit perfectly. Zhong Xiuxiu looks at the strange clothing in her hand, confused. Xiaoman, are you sure this is underwear? How do I wear it? Cold Xiaoman explains, and Zhong Xiuxiu looks shocked. And Yu washes a plate of peaches. Everyone loves beauty, and no girl can resist the charm of new underwear. Zhong Xiuxiu changes into the underwear and a dress. Her eyes sparkle. She can't believe that just one piece of underwear can have such an effect. Zhong Xiuxiu comes out, shining with excitement. Yeah, this underwear is really beautiful, and Yu smiles flirtatiously. Xiuxiu, you have such a good figure. Ji Qingyuan is so lucky.
Zhong Xiuxiu blushes. Yeah, do I look good? Yes, you look great. I'm giving you this set of underwear, and as a gift to celebrate your wedding with Xinyu. And you looks at Zhong Xiuxiu with a gentle smile. Yeah, thank you. Zhong Xiuxiu feels happy inside and sincerely thanks her. She takes out 2 small peach pit bracelets from her pocket and hands them to Xinyu and cold Xiaoman. Yeah, Xiaoman, these are wild mountain peaches from my hometown. I picked wild mountain peaches on the 9th day of September. My grandmother said that the peach pits on that day ward off evil spirits. I made a bracelet from finely polished peach pits, and I hope you like it. The peach pits are very carefully polished, each one round and smooth, about the size of a date. Very beautiful. The small peach pit bracelet is really beautiful, and you wore the bracelet on her wrist, and it looked very pretty. Xiu, your hands are so skillful. Leng Xiaoman also looked very happy, and she put the bracelet on her right hand. Zhong Xiuxiu saw that Xinyu and Leng Xiaoman genuinely liked the small peach pit bracelet. She carefully polished the bracelet herself, and her friends liked it. That made her very happy.
And you handed Zhong Xiuxiu a peach.
Xiu, to thank you for your bracelet, I want to treat you to a peach. While eating the peach, Zhong Xiuxiu seemed to think of something, and her eyelashes blinked shyly. Xiu, what are you thinking? Why does your face look so red? And Yu's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Leng Xiaoman squinted at Zhong Xiuxiu, her tone full of playful teasing. Xiu, you're newly married. Are you thinking about your husband? Zhong Xiuxiu's eyes flickered, and her long eyelashes blinked. Yu, I didn't think about anything. Xiaoman, don't say nonsense. I didn't think about Qing. Really? Xiu, if you didn't think about it, why are you so shy? Leng Xiaoman took a big bite of the peach, her eyes curved like crescent moons as she looked at Zhong Xiuxiu. I was just thinking that the lingerie is very pretty. Zhong Xiuxiu thought of a good excuse, her long eyelashes hiding her shyness. Leng Xiaoman gave an ambiguous, oh, I see. Are you planning to surprise him tonight? Ji Qingyuan is very lucky. I envy his eyes. Zhong Xiuxiu glared playfully at Leng Xiaoman. Xiaoman, stop talking nonsense. I won't tolerate that. She clenched her fist in a warning. Leng Xiaoman blinked and stopped teasing Zhong Xiuxiu. Thinking about her fighting spirit, she knew she would probably lose if they really fought. She quickly changed the subject. Xiu, I want to go to Beijing tomorrow. Do you want to come with me? Zhong Xiuxiu's eyes lit up.
Sure.
I have some things I need to buy. I didn't have time to get everything when I came in such a hurry. And you smiled as she watched the two, her voice cheerful. We should call Nian so we can go shopping together. It's more fun with company. Nian loves shopping. She has 3 days of wedding leave. Perfect timing. We can take this chance to explore. After eating the peach, Leng Xiaoman wiped her hands clean. Yu, I need to go back and prepare. Tomorrow morning, we'll meet at the beach and not leave until we see each other. Zhong Xiuxiu looked at Xinyu and thought about buying a gift for Ji Qingyuan. She is good at making things by hand and wants to make him some close-fitting clothes herself. Xinyu and Leng Xiaoman watched Zhong Xiuxiu leave. Leng Xiaoman stepped onto the sewing machine, believing it was the most beautiful sound in the world. Xinyu smiled warmly at Leng Xiaoman. Xiaoman, your hands are getting more skillful. Leng Xiaoman smiled brightly. Yu, I'll make you 2 pairs of socks later. You can see if you like them. Xiaoman, you can make socks too? And Yu's eyes lit up. The socks she bought felt a bit stiff and uncomfortable. Yu, look, we have fabric left over from making underwear. It's a pity to throw it away, so I've been trying to make a few pairs of socks. Pure cotton socks, soft and breathable, very comfortable to wear. Leng Xiaoman kept working quickly, scissors flying in her hands. In no time, a pair of delicate red cotton socks was finished. Yu, take a look. How do you think I did? And Yu examined the socks carefully and gave a thumbs up. Leng Xiaoman's eyes lit up with excitement. Yu, I want to take you to meet my mom. She's the director of the clothing factory. The underwear you designed will definitely sell well and fetch a good price. And Yu smiled and nodded. That's great, Xiaoman. Leng Xiaoman rested her chin on her hands. Yu,
What do you think I should do in the future? And you thought for a moment. Xiaoman, there are many jobs for family members on the island. How about working at the local supply and marketing cooperative? There are 2 openings. If you like it, there's no problem. Lung Xiaoman's eyes brightened. Yu, can I really become a sales clerk at the island supply and marketing cooperative? Why not? And you asked with a gentle smile. Without hesitation, Lung Xiaoman stood up. I'll go find the political officer right now and ask if I can be a sales clerk at the cooperative. She hurried off to find Zhao Zhenwei. And you looked at her departing figure and smiled. The island supply store clerk still suited Lung Xiaoman very well. She sat in a rocking chair, gazing at the blue sky. In her past life, she suffered too much and was too tired. This life, she didn't want to push herself too hard, just wanted to enjoy a relaxed life. The rocking chair swayed gently, very leisurely. The wind blew her hair, making her feel a little itchy on her face. June weather can change suddenly. Just moments ago, the sky was clear and blue, but now it was filled with dark clouds. The island is going to rain. Everyone should go home immediately and not stay outside. Commissioner Zhao's voice came from the loudspeaker, sounding anxious. And you stood up and moved the rocking chair into the house. She stood in the small yard, looking at the dark clouds. In an instant, the sky was completely covered and no light could be seen. And you thought of Lung Xiaoman and quickly left the yard. Lung Xiaoman looked at the dark sky, her hair blown messy by the wind. She thought to herself that it was not good and ran towards home against the wind. Suddenly, heavy rain fell from the sky. Run quickly. Rain on the island is dangerous and a tornado might come. The storm arrived without warning. Those who couldn't get back to their rooms were blown around by the wind. Xiao Haoyu brought the 2 children back to the yard. Quick, go inside and close the doors and windows. The children were all scared and cried, hurriedly hiding inside and not daring to come out. Xiao Haoyu took long strides, bending over without stopping. He kept rescuing children caught in the storm, trying to get them to safety. And you saw Lung Xiaoman from afar. She was holding onto a tree to avoid being blown away by the strong wind. Xiaoman, don't let go. She was about 200 meters away from Lung Xiaoman, and her special power only reached 90 meters. She bent forward and ran through the storm. No, don't come over. Lung Xiaoman's voice floated with the wind. Lin Yinxiu, worried that the bookworm might be in danger, grabbed her rope and tied it around her waist, moving forward through the storm. She saw the trembling Lung Xiaoman, her eyes full of worry. Little Sugar, hold the branch tightly, don't let go. Don't come over. It's dangerous. Lung Xiaoman's voice was broken, feeling like she might be blown into the sky at any moment. A young girl was blown by the wind, running towards the sea. And you didn't have time to think much and quickly grabbed the young girl. She pressed the girl down and made her lie on the ground. The girl looked very scared, her face pale, and clung tightly to Anyu's clothes. Stay on the ground and don't move. Wait here for me. I'm scared. And you saw Qingyuan. Qingyuan, take this girl back home. And you be very careful. Qingyuan carried his back and headed home. And you quickly crawled on the ground. When she looked up, she saw Lung Xiaoman holding tightly onto a branch, but her body was already lifted by the wind, and it looked like she might be blown away. Lin Yinxiu threw out a rope, tightly wrapping it around Lung Xiaoman's ankle. Just as Xinyu was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Lung Xiaoman's grip on the branch broke under the strong wind. Little Sugar Treasure. Song Wangshu saw the frightening scene from afar. Lin Yinxiu held tightly onto the rope, which was tied to her wrist. Little Sugar Treasure, hold on. Nian Nian, let me go or you'll be in danger. Lin Yinxiu gritted her teeth. Little Sugar Treasure, I won't leave you behind. And you finally got within 100 meters of Lung Xiaoman. She moved her hand slightly, and her special power wrapped around Lung Xiaoman's waist. Nian Nian, take a deep breath and pull down. Lin Yinxiu trusted in you completely. She took a deep breath and suddenly pulled the rope down with force. And you moved her mind, and with Lin Yinxiu's help, they pulled Lung Xiaoman down from the air. Lin Yinxiu lay on the ground to avoid being blown away. Song Wangshu scrambled and crawled, hugging Lung Xiaoman tightly. Xiao man, you scared me to death, and you and Lin Yinqiu looked at him at the same time. Song Wangshu, she's in your care now. I will protect her. They are at the entrance of the island. Song Wangshu looked at the unconscious Lung Xiao man, his eyes reddening with worry. And you looked at Lin Yinqiu and saw her anxious expression. Let's go. Let's find them together. Lin Yinqiu had no hesitation. The two of them crawled quickly on the ground. Zhou Haoyu and He Shu repeatedly rescued people blown into the sea by the storm. They saved them and brought them to a safe place. Their faces looked very worried as they watched the fierce wind approaching over the sea. No one injured should be left behind. Only the injured brothers are being helped away. After the injured soldiers left one after another. The storm is coming. We need to leave quickly. Ji Qingyuan and He Shu nodded at the same time. Faint cries could be heard. The three looked over. They saw a boy about 12 or 13 years old and another boy about 8 or 9, both holding onto a tree tightly. The two children's hands were clasped together very firmly. Why are there two more? Xiao Haoyu squinted. That little troublemaker has come out again. Ji Qingyuan's face turned grim. He Shu's expression was also bad. They are Wang Dahu's children. I clearly sent the older one back. So how did they come out again? Xiao Haoyu didn't have time to think much. He bent down and ran toward the two boys. Ji Qingyuan and He Shu did the same. Their first priority was to save the children. They were racing against time. Brother, I'm so scared. Wang Xiaobao's face was pale, tears streaming down. Xiaobao, don't be afraid. Uncle Xiao and the others are very brave. They will come to save us. We'll be fine. Brother, I promise I won't run away again. I won't run away anymore. Wang Xiaobao cried so hard his voice was hoarse. Lu Tsuehua was frantic. She crawled and ran desperately. Shanju Xiaobao, where are you? Tears streamed down Lu Tsuehua's face. It was all her fault that the two children had disappeared. She's in a bad mood today, drank some wine and fell asleep. When she woke up, dark clouds covered the sky. Wind and rain started. But only her daughter was at home. Her two sons were nowhere to be seen. If anything happened to them, she wouldn't want to live anymore. Wang Dahu was soaked through and saw Lu Tsuehua looking panicked. His face darkened. What are you doing outside? Don't you know it's dangerous? Dahu, Shanju, and Xiaobao. Lu Tsuehua's face turned pale, and she sobbed uncontrollably. Wang Dahu looked at her like that, feeling a bad premonition. Tell me clearly what happened to them. They are gone. Lu Tsuehua knelt on the ground and managed to say a few words. Wang Dahu felt dizzy and confused.
You.
He steadied himself and asked, where did they go? I don't know, she replied, feeling helpless. Lu Tsuehua was overwhelmed with worry. During such a storm on the island, she couldn't imagine what might happen to the children. Wang Dahu quickly told her, go back and watch Nyo Nyo. He dragged his tired body and crawled toward the distance. Shanju. Xiaobao. Wang Dahu was anxious and kept shouting. Xiao Haoyu, Ji Qingyuan, and He Shu braved the storm. They looked at the two children. Don't be afraid. I will count to 3, and then you let go. Shanju nodded. Okay. Xiaobao was so scared he couldn't speak. He felt both afraid and guilty. His brother was trying to find him, which put him in danger. He missed his grandma at home and wanted to see the big ship leaving the island. Suddenly, a fierce storm hit. If his brother hadn't held him, he might have been blown into the sea. Xiao Haoyu grabbed Xiaobao's waist and said, 1, 2, 3. Shanju let go, and Ji Qingyuan and He Shu held his hands from each side. Before they could breathe a sigh of relief, a whirlwind approached from the sea. Xiao Haoyu carried Xiaobao and ran forward desperately. Ji Qingyuan and He Shu pulled Shanju and ran together. The whirlwind stirred up the waves, and the sea spray flew everywhere. Shanju lost his footing and knelt on the ground. Uncle, let me go. You can't carry me away, he begged. Ji Qingyuan stared at Shanju. He Shu understood immediately and helped carry Shanju. Xiaobao looked back at the whirlwind about 10 meters behind him, trembling with fear. Xiao Haoyu held Xiaobao tightly and kept running forward. Wang Dahu finally saw Xiao Bao and Shanju. He was about to be happy, but then saw the huge whirlwind behind them. Xiao Bao, Shanju, he called out. Xiao Haoyu felt the colder wind behind him and made a decision. Wang Dahu catch. He threw Xiao Bao toward Wang Dahu. At that moment, Wang Dahu unleashed his greatest strength. He reached out and caught Xiao Bao firmly. Xiao Bao fainted from fright. Xiao Haoyu lost his balance and fell to the ground. Although he did not get along with Wang Dahu, the child was innocent. Seeing that the child was safe, Xiao Haoyu breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Dahu tied Wang Xiaobao to his back with a rope. He watched the flying Wang Shanju and, once again risking everything, caught him. Xiao Haoyu, Ji Qingyuan, He Shu, thank you all. Wang Dahu didn't look back as he hugged Wang Shanju tightly and ran. His only thought was to reach a safe place. Dad, let me go. Take Xiaobao and leave alone. Shanju, trust Dad. Dad won't give up on you. Wang Dahu's tired legs seemed to gain endless strength. He was willing to die or get hurt, but his son must be safe. They were still young, and their lives had just begun. He Shu bent over, afraid to look back, and kept running forward. Xiao Haoyu saw the nearby whirlwind and thought of Yu's face. Yeah, will you blame me? He limped forward, and the whirlwind had already reached the shore. Xiao Haoyu felt himself being swept up by the whirlwind, and a hand grabbed his. Haoyu, hold my hand tightly. Ji Qingyuan clenched his teeth and desperately held onto Xiao Haoyu's hand. Qingyuan let go. Ji Qingyuan saw what Xiao Haoyu was thinking and quickly grabbed his hands with both of his. He Shu held onto Ji Qingyuan's leg with one hand and clung tightly to the rock with the other. His right hand was bleeding heavily, but he refused to let go. Haoyu, Qingyuan, hold on. Let go of my hand. I can't let you get hurt. Xiao Haoyu wanted to pry Ji Qingyuan's hand away, worried about involving him and He Shu. Suddenly, his right hand tightened. He looked up quickly. Yu, dressed in a red dress, was running toward them. Xiao Haoyu, if you let go, I will never forgive you. Seeing Xiao Haoyu was about to release his grip, Yu felt very scared. She was afraid that if she hesitated for a second or blinked, he would disappear before her eyes. Hope filled Xiao Haoyu's heart. He was not afraid of death. But he was afraid that Ye would be angry and never forgive him. Xiao, help me. Zhong Xiao and Lin Yinxiu clasped their hands together. 1, 2, 3. Yu stepped on their hands, and they pushed with all their strength. She was launched into the air like a cannonball. Her special power flickered, and 6 invisible strands of energy first wrapped around Xiao Haoyu's legs. They also wrapped around Ji Qingyuan's legs, He Shu's wrists, Zhong Xiaoxiu's legs, and Lin Yinxiu's wrists. The last strand of energy wrapped around a large rock. Yu reached out and pulled Ji Qingyuan's leg. Pull hard. Lin Yinxiu, He Zhong Xiaoxiu, and others moved forward to help, working together. Finally, they managed to pull down Ji Qingyuan and Xiao Haoyu. Everyone lay close to the ground near the rock, sticking tightly to the ground. A strong wind howled past the huge rock, Yu held tightly onto Xiao Haoyu's hand, worried about their safety. She was willing to reveal her secret to save Xiao Haoyu and others. Xiao Haoyu's eyes were full of concern, and he held Yu's hand tightly. Zhong Xiaoxiu held Ji Qingyuan's hand, her voice firm. Qing, don't be afraid. I will protect you. Xiaoxiu, why did you come to find me? If I didn't come, you'd leave me just like Grandma did. Zhong Xiaoxiu's eyes showed determination. Yeah, I might faint soon. Please catch me. Xiaoxiu, don't do anything foolish. Yu looked at Zhong Xiaoxiu. Yeah, I want to create a deep hole to hide in. Zhong Xiaoxiu believed in Yu without question. Yu looked into Zhong Xiaoxiu's serious eyes. Okay, I will catch you. Zhong Xiaoxiu's hair was messy and flying in the wind. Her fists shimmered with light as she punched the ground. The ground trembled and suddenly formed a deep hole, causing everyone to fall in. Yu pulled on the energy strands and reached out to catch the unconscious Zhong Xiaoxiu, preventing her from getting hurt again. Qingyuan, hold Xiaoxiu tightly.
Ji Qingyuan looked at the unconscious Zhong Xiaoxiao with concern and carefully held her in his arms. He Shu and Lin Yanxiao fainted from the shock. Xiao Haoyu knocked out Ji Qingyuan with a strike, then carefully supported his head to prevent injury. And Yu's mind moved, and darkness filled the deep hole, covered by peach branches. The peaches on the branches were gone, carried away by the wind. After the wind passed, only empty peach branches remained. And Yu listened carefully, but didn't hear the storm raging. She used her energy to sense carefully. The wind had already gone away. She listened carefully, but did not hear the raging storm. And Yu sensed with her special ability that the whirlwind had already gone away. She looked at Xiao Haoyu and said, "Hold Qingshuan and Hishu's mouths." Xiao Haoyu obediently did as told, pinching Ji Qingshuan's mouth into a fish-like shape. And Yu poured half a cup of spiritual spring water into Ji Qingshuan's mouth. Then she poured another half cup into Hishu's mouth. These two people saved Xiao Haoyu, and this is their reward. After surviving a great disaster, good fortune will follow. And Yu handed the remaining spiritual spring water from the bamboo cup to Xiao Haoyu without saying a word. Xiao Haoyu felt nervous but carefully took it and drank it all. "Wife, I was wrong." And Yu said nothing, closing her eyes to rest. She drank a cup of spiritual spring water, and her strength was restored. Xiao Haoyu knew his wife was angry. He wondered if, when he returned, his charming tricks might make Ye forgive him. He leaned into the pit and slowly fell asleep. Although the spring water healed his injuries, he remained tense. Now that he was safe, exhaustion overwhelmed him. And Yu heard his steady breathing and slowly opened her eyes.
Haoyu, you scared me this time.
I can't imagine what would happen if I didn't come to find you. Would you have disappeared into the whirlwind? From now on, I will protect you. Her fingers trembled slightly, and the transparent energy in her hand turned blood-red. Blood-colored threads wrapped around Xiao Haoyu's wrist, then disappeared in an instant. And Yu's face turned visibly pale very quickly. Her eyes shone brightly, and she tightly held Xiao Haoyu's hand. "Haoyu, from now on, whenever you're in danger, I can immediately pull you into my space. Only when facing the possibility of losing you do I realize how important you are. So important that I am willing to make exceptions and give everything for you." And Yu drank 2 more cups of spiritual spring water, and her face looked a little better. Unconsciously, she really fell asleep leaning on Xiao Haoyu. The storm and strong wind had already gone far away, without anyone noticing. The island returned to peace, as if the raging whirlwind had never appeared. If not for the scattered branches of trees everywhere and the vegetables and crops being cleaner than after a locust invasion. Hishu's narrow eyes opened. He was awakened by a bad smell. He instinctively covered his mouth and nose, almost rolling his eyes in disgust. The smell on his hand was very bad, and Hishu immediately felt uncomfortable. Hishu blinked and carefully released Lin Yanxiao's hand. He looked at the deep pit and immediately saw the dark figure of Ji Qingyuan, emitting a similarly unpleasant smell. "Qingyuan, wake up." Hishu tried to hold his breath and pulled at Ji Qingyuan. Ji Qingyuan opened his eyes and saw a dark face in front of him, along with the smell of decayed things. "Is this the Yellow Spring Road? I've never heard the underworld smell so bad. It must be the ghost who was struck by lightning, giving off this foul odor. Brother, what sins did you commit in your life? Why were you struck by lightning?" Hishu was so angry, he widened his eyes and pointed at them. Ji Qingyuan blinked. "Brother, you not only died from lightning, but you're also mute." His words stopped suddenly because a hand covered his mouth. Ji Qingyuan instantly bristled and opened his mouth to bite Hishu's hand. "Qingyuan, shut up. With our current look, do you still want to wake everyone up?" Ji Qingyuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Hishu, when did you turn into a charcoal head? How would I know? I woke up like this. Hishu glared at Ji Qingyuan irritably. "Stop talking nonsense. First send me up and I'll pull you up." Ji Qingyuan didn't think much and placed his hands on his knees. Hishu suddenly shot up and landed on the ground. He immediately pulled Ji Qingyuan up, and the two jumped into the sea together. "Qingyuan, do you remember what happened?" "I remember. The storm came suddenly, and we went to save Wang Dahe's family. Those two little guys almost lost their lives. Later, and you, Xiao and Lin Yinxiu arrived. Then Xiao dug a deep pit, and we were saved. After that, I fainted, Ji Qingyuan said while washing himself. Xinyu's narrow eyes were full of doubt. Then why are we both so black and smelly? And my wounds are all healed. Look, I don't even have a scar on my hand. Ji Qingyuan's fox-like eyes flickered, and his voice was serious. Xinyu, be quiet. Such unbelievable things are better forgotten. Remember only this. We will be blessed after facing great difficulties. Xinyu nodded in agreement. Qingyuan, you're right. The two decided to act as if nothing had happened. They washed for half an hour until they no longer smelled. Xinyu climbed ashore and headed toward the big pit. His precious wife was still inside. Zhong Xiao slowly woke up and felt anxious when she didn't see Ji Qingyuan. She stood up, tiptoed, and flew out of the big pit onto the ground. Qing, you're safe. That's good. Her beautiful eyes were full of worry. Ji Qingyuan quickly stepped forward and hugged Zhong Xiao. Xiao, everything is fine. Let's go home. Zhong Xiao was very obedient, holding Ji Qingyuan's hand and refusing to let go. Lin Yinxiu woke up and didn't see Xinyu, feeling scared. Bookworm. Her voice was full of concern. Xinyu squatted down and reached out his hand. Nian, hold my hand. Lin Yinxiu was surprised at first, then reached out and held his hand. Xinyu used some strength, and Lin Yinxiu was safely pulled into his arms. How you wake up? The big pit isn't a place to sleep. Ji Qingyuan looked down at Xiao Haoyu. Xiao Haoyu opened his eyes and saw the smiling face standing on the ground. Ji Qingyuan and Xinyu reached out their hands at the same time, smiling at Xiao Haoyu. Xiao Haoyu held Aoyu's waist with one arm and reached for Ji Qingyuan and Xinyu with the other. Both of them grabbed his right hand. Together, they worked as a team, pulling Xiao Haoyu and Aoyu out of the deep pit. Qingyuan, Xinyu, let's go home first. Remember to take a hot shower. Xiao Haoyu held Aoyu and disappeared from everyone's sight. Ji Qingyuan squatted down gently. Xiao, I'll carry you back to our home. Zhong Xiao climbed onto Ji Qingyuan's back, feeling very safe. She also took the thick peach branch home. It's so good. He's still with me. Xinyu hadn't spoken yet, his body suddenly lifted into the air. Bookworm, let's go home. Lin Yinxiu princess carried Xinyu and ran as fast as lightning. Holding Lin Yinxiu's neck, the book looked clueless about what day it was. Xiao Haoyu hugged his wife, and Ji Qingyuan carried his wife. He was the happiest because his wife was holding him. Among the three, he was treated the best. Xiao Haoyu carefully carried Xinyu into the bathroom. He quickly gave her a warm bath and changed her into a red nightgown. Xinyu's long eyelashes fluttered, ignoring Xiao Haoyu. Xiao Haoyu's eyes were full of guilt. He knew his wife was truly angry this time. He gently picked her up and placed her softly on the bed. He thoughtfully covered her with a thin blanket, speaking softly and tenderly. Wife, don't be angry. I'll take a hot bath first, and when I come back, I'll apologize. He gave her a gentle kiss on the forehead and then turned to leave. While taking his hot bath, he was thinking about how to make his wife forgive him. After finishing the bath, Xiao Haoyu still couldn't think of a good idea. He dried his hair mostly and deliberately put on a white shirt, only buttoning the middle one. His worried eyes were full of concern. He wondered if his charm could help his wife forgive him. Xinyu's eyes were complicated. She understood rationally that he didn't want to involve Ji Qingyuan and Xinyu, but she was still very angry. He had promised to protect his life no matter what. That promise was still fresh in her mind. How long had it been? And he was willing to give up everything without hesitation. Wife, please don't be angry. I really know I was wrong. Xiao Haoyu walked to the bed and carefully held Xinyu's hand. Xinyu didn't speak, just glanced at him from the corner of her eye. Good wife, can you forgive me? Please, he sounded worried and panicked, but mostly heartbroken. The little rookie blinked and thought to himself, Master, it's not that the rookie doesn't want to help you, but Sister Yu is too scary when she's angry. The snowball's long tail wagged, full of helplessness in its blue eyes. Master,
Why did you make the lady angry? Now look at the situation. The lady won't talk to you anymore. What will you do? Snowball, I am the cutest spiritual pet. I will definitely help my owner and seek forgiveness from the lady owner you desire. Snowball walked gracefully, like a cat, and went outside. Soon, it came back carrying a washboard on its back. Master, I am here to help you. Snowball nudged Xiao Haoyu's foot and communicated with him telepathically. Xiao Haoyu looked down and saw the washboard on Snowball's back. A hint of helplessness flashed in his gentle eyes. He reached out and took the washboard, deep in thought. His eyes, like peach blossoms, looked coldly at the little bird and Snowball. The little bird flapped its wings and flew away obediently. The male owner is so scary. I didn't make the lady owner angry.
Why are you glaring at me?
Snowball rolled its eyes in frustration, but dared not speak out. Master, I am already helping you by carrying the washboard. Why are you trying to make me leave? It really hurts my feelings as a cat. Xiao Haoyu squatted on the ground, staring at Xinyu without blinking. Yeah, can you say something? All the mistakes are mine. You can hit or scold me. I will never fight back or speak back.
Please don't ignore me.
I really know I was wrong, wife. Xinyu glanced at Xiao Haoyu. Xiao Haoyu, what did you do wrong? Xiao Haoyu held Xinyu's hand and placed it over his heart. Yeah, I shouldn't have wanted to let go. But the situation was very dangerous at the time. I really couldn't just watch Xinyu and Shu lose their lives because of me. I know that if I let go, I might face death or be swallowed by the sea. Yeah, no matter where the whirlwind takes me, as long as I am still breathing, I will do my best to come back to find you. Yeah, you know the moment I saw you, I was so scared. I've never been this afraid before. I was afraid I would drag you down, and I was even more afraid I would never see you again. Tears welled up in Xiao Haoyu's eyes, and a mist covered his peach blossom eyes. And you sighed softly and held Xiao Haoyu's hand. Tears slipped down her cheeks. She didn't speak first, but tears started to fall. Haoyu, do you know I am here without worries? You are my only connection. If you disappear completely, what should I do? If you decide to let go, do you know how scared I was at that moment? I was so afraid that if I was a second late, you would vanish right in front of my eyes. I am very afraid that Ji Qingyuan and Shu didn't hold you back, and you have been missing ever since. I am very afraid that once you learned how sweet sugar is, you turned around and disappeared from my world. Without sugar, how am I supposed to face each day of losing you? Xiao Haoyu gently kissed her tears in the corner of her eyes. Yeah, I'm sorry for making you worry. I promise this won't happen again. He felt helpless inside. He knew that if such things happened again, he would still choose to save others first. He is a soldier first, then Xiao Haoyu. But he will do his best to protect his own life. And you lifted his chin and looked into his eyes. Haoyu, I know that if such things happen again, you will make the same choice. That's who you are, the Xiao Haoyu I love. She lowered her head and kissed his lips. Haoyu, if something similar happens in the future, remember to find a hidden place. I will sense your danger and rescue you into my space. Xiao Haoyu looked at Xinyu with pain in his eyes, holding her tighter. His voice was hoarse, filled with a faint ache. Yeah, did you do anything while I was asleep? No, nothing. Seeing the sadness in his eyes, and you couldn't lie anymore. Haoyu, I used my blood to dye the silk threads of my powers, wrapping them around your wrist. If you ever face danger, I will sense it. Today's incident will never happen again. Xiao Haoyu looked into her eyes, trembling in his voice. Yeah? What kind of price did you pay? Don't lie to me, I want to know. My wife, you must have paid a price. Why are you so foolish? It hurts me so much, so painfully. And you smiled softly, her voice gentle and tender. Haoyu, I won't lie to you. I just used my blood as a guide. It links our lives together. From now on, we will truly share life and death. We won't be alone on the road to the afterlife, sharing life and death, sharing life and death. Xiao Haoyu felt dizzy after hearing Xinyu's words. Yeah, do you mean that if I die, you can't survive? His heart was aching so much that his voice became hoarse. Xinyu nodded. Haoyu, for our long-lasting love. You must protect yourself. Xiao Haoyu rested his head on Yinyu's shoulder, not wanting her to see his reddened eyes. He rarely cried. Only when his mother passed away did he cry so painfully. When he was very young, his grandfather taught him that a real man does not cry when bleeding. Xiao Haoyu's eyes were sore and swollen, and he could no longer hold back his tears. Hot tears rolled down, falling onto Yinyu's neck. His lips kept moving, but he couldn't say a word. Yinyu silently held him, gently stroking his back. She truly loved this person. Like a moth to a flame, willing to give everything for him. Xiao Haoyu, you must be good to me for a lifetime. If one day you betray me, I will personally send you away, ending this love. Xiao Haoyu lifted his red eyes, his voice full of deep affection. I, Xiao Haoyu, will never betray Yinyu in this life. Even if I do, I am willing to die at your hands. He lowered his head and kissed Yinyu. Only through deep, passionate love can he soothe his fears and worries. Yinyu responded to his passion. Her trembling heart also needed comfort. At some point, their clothes slipped off, and they huddled chaotically on the ground. The little bird was still waiting for Yu Jie to get angry, but unexpectedly, the sound of waves continued. It sighed in its heart. The master is really impressive. He has that face that Yu Jie likes the most, and she can't bring herself to get angry. Snowball blinked its blue eyes and wondered, is the master also like me, enduring the punishment of the washboard? Or kneeling on the washboard? Only the heroine can make her angry. Ji Qingyuan carefully poured water, letting Zhong Xiuxiu take a hot bath. Zhong Xiuxiu's long eyelashes hid her shyness. After her bath, she changed into clean pajamas. Today's accident made her thoughtful. If Yishu hadn't been there today, Ji Qingyuan would have disappeared. Now she remembers. Her heart still trembles. There are so many regrets she hasn't fulfilled. They haven't had their wedding night. They haven't enjoyed spring flowers or autumn leaves, summer moon. There are so many things they haven't done together. Zhong Xiuxiu can't wait any longer. Today she must make Ji Qingyuan truly hers. After taking a hot shower, Ji Qingyuan walked into the room and saw Zhong Xiuxiu looking at him with eyes full of affection. His throat moved involuntarily, and he felt a bit distracted. His voice was very hoarse, and his heart was beating faster. Zhong Xiuxiu beckoned with her finger, her beautiful eyes full of love. A small flickering flame burned like two hooks pulling at Ji Qingyuan's heart. Qingqing, come here. Ji Qingyuan seemed to be enchanted, as if bewitched, and slowly walked toward Zhong Xiuxiu. Zhong Xiuxiu held his hand, embraced his waist, and pressed her ear to his chest. Qingqing, let's be together tonight. Ji Qingyuan's fox-like eyes shone brightly, and his voice was full of suppressed longing. Xiuxiu, really? Zhong Xiuxiu looked up and gently kissed Ji Qingyuan's lips, nibbling softly. Qingqing, you know I never lie to you. Ji Qingyuan's eyes burned with passion, unstoppable. Xiuxiu, I like you. I like you very much. Zhong Xiuxiu's eyes were dreamy, and she murmured Qingqing from time to time. In that moment, Ji Qingyuan felt his heart surge at the sound of those two words. As the sun set and dusk covered the island in a hazy glow, Ji Qingyuan, feeling refreshed, dressed carefully and gently kissed Zhong Xiuxiu's forehead. If it weren't for meeting tonight, he really wouldn't want to leave Zhong Xiuxiu's side. Ji Qingyuan hurriedly left the Ji family courtyard. Xiao Haoyu and Yishu were already waiting for him. Unknowingly, Ji Qingyuan's ears turned red. Fortunately, it was getting dark, so it wasn't very clear. Shen Chongkong looked at everyone and said, today's storm came suddenly. Everyone worked hard. Especially Xiao Haoyu, Ji Qingyuan, and Yishu. They performed very well. The good news is that casualties are minimal. Although many people are injured, our island lost a lot of food and vegetables. But the most important thing is that no one was hurt. The rest are minor issues. The meeting ended, and everyone dispersed. Wang Dahu stood up and went to stand beside Xiao Haoyu, Yishu, and Ji Qingyuan. He bowed deeply to thank them, his voice full of gratitude. Thank you all. Despite the danger, you saved my son. Xiao Haoyu's voice was calm. No matter who is in danger, we will always help. Although we have some small disagreements and don't see eye to eye often, the child is innocent. I believe that anyone on this island would make the same choice in that situation. Ji Qingyuan and He Shizhen nodded in agreement, understanding that in such circumstances, anyone would rush to help someone in danger. Wang Dahu thanked them again, saying, "As the father of the child, I, Wang Dahu, am grateful to you for saving my son's life. From now on, I won't cause you trouble. Your kindness impresses me. I don't need your thanks. Just take care of your wife. Don't let her cause trouble for my family." Xiao Haoyu strode away quickly, eager to see his wife. Wang Dahu nodded repeatedly, promising, "Captain Xiao, don't worry. I will take good care of my wife and make sure she doesn't bother your wife." Ji Qingyuan and He Shizhen exchanged glances and left together. Wang Dahu stood there for a long time, watching their backs until they disappeared, then turned to leave. He sincerely appreciated Xiao Haoyu and the others and promised not to cause trouble again. Xiao Haoyu entered the Qiao family courtyard. The yard was very quiet, and Snowball was watching over it. Seeing Xiao Haoyu come in, Snowball proudly walked straight over and rubbed against his leg. "Master, you're finally back. Snowball, has your lady owner woken up?" Xiao Haoyu looked at Snowball. Snowball shook her head. "No, the lady has been sleeping peacefully." A slight smile appeared on Xiao Haoyu's lips. "Snowball, you should go rest now." Snowball's blue eyes looked at Xiao Haoyu with a hint of sadness, and her long tail showed her displeasure. "Master, have you forgotten something important?" "What is it?" Xiao Haoyu looked at Snowball with curiosity. "Master, Snowball hasn't eaten all day. I'm going to starve." Snowball's eyes were full of tears as she looked at Xiao Haoyu pitifully. Xiao Haoyu suddenly realized, a faint smile in his voice. "So you're hungry?" Snowball and the little chick's eyes lit up, and they nodded in unison. "He wants to make small dumplings, which Yaya loves to eat." Little Rookie jumps onto the rocking chair. "Snowball, I tell you, the master's dumplings are so delicious, really?" In Snowball's blue eyes, there's full of anticipation, and the small gaze follows Xiao Haoyu's hand. Xiao Haoyu looks at the two little food lovers and shakes his head helplessly. He quickly kneads the dough, chops the filling, and skillfully makes small dumplings. Each chubby dumpling floats in the soup, giving off a tempting aroma. "Little Rookie, the taste of these small dumplings is so good." Snowball's long tail wagged happily. The little Rookie's bright eyes sparkle. "Of course.
Just look who made them."
Xiao Haoyu serves 2 big bowls of small dumplings and then looks at the little Rookie and Snowball. "You two are lucky today because of Yaya." The little Rookie happily jumps up and down, looking at the 5 small dumplings in front of him. Snowball is trying the small dumplings for the first time, but doesn't quite know how to start eating. Xiao Haoyu ignores them and carries the 2 big bowls of dumplings into the room. And you sleep soundly, awakened by the fragrant smell of the dumplings. Her long eyelashes flutter, and her nose twitches. Smells so good. And Yu's voice is sleepy, but full of surprise. "Yeah, wake up. I made your favorite small dumplings." Xiao Haoyu looks at Anyu's rosy face, feeling soft-hearted. Anyu slowly opens her eyes, meeting a pair of smiling eyes. "Haoyu, I think I smell the aroma of small dumplings?" Seeing her slightly confused look, the smile in Xiao Haoyu's eyes deepens. "Yeah, the dumplings are just right."
"Do you want me to feed you?"
Xiao Haoyu holds a bowl of small dumplings and smiles at Anyu. The surprise spreads in her eyes, and the aroma of the dumplings hits her face. She wasn't hungry in her sleep, but now, smelling the dumplings, her stomach protests. Anyu leans on the bed, and a small dumpling appears at her lips. "Yaya, try a bite." Xiao Haoyu's voice is so gentle that Anyu's ears feel tingly and a little itchy. Her red lips move slightly as she bites the dumpling, and her eyes instantly sparkle. The small dumplings are fragrant, tender, and have a very good texture. Anyu gives a thumbs up to praise. Zhou Haoyu looked at Anyu with happiness, feeling very satisfied. He scooped up another small dumpling and gently blew on it. "Yeah, if you like it, eat more. I made a lot today." Anyu ate another dumpling and smiled happily at Zhou Haoyu.
Xiao, give me your bowl so we can eat together. Otherwise, the dumplings will get cold and taste worse. Xiao handed his bowl to Anya. He picked up his own bowl of dumplings and ate slowly. Xiao, did the island often have storms before? Anya asked while eating. Xiao swallowed a dumpling and shook his head. I've never seen such a big storm before. The leader said storms of this size are rare. Was the island badly damaged? Anya took a sip of soup and kept asking. Xiao looked helpless and showed concern in his voice. This storm came suddenly. Many people on the island were hurt, but no one died. That's good news. The vegetables and crops that were badly damaged looked terrible, I saw for myself. Anya finished her dumplings and blinked thoughtfully. Xiao, are the fields on the island all cleared and cultivated? Xiao nodded and drank the rest of his soup. The climate on the island is good. Vegetables and grains grow all year round. Each group has fields to manage, so we can mostly feed ourselves. This year was an accident, so we might run out of food. Anya looked at Xiao with curiosity. Xiao, what do you mainly grow? How badly was it affected? A smile appeared in Xiao's eyes. Don't worry, my fields are fine. The sweet potatoes grow underground, and their vines stay close to the ground, so it's not too serious. Anya blinked and asked, Xiao, do you want me to help increase your sweet potato yield? Xiao's eyes lit up with a charming look, and he couldn't hide his excitement. Yeah, are you talking about your spiritual spring water? Anya nodded happily. Xiao, just a little drop in the water can double your sweet potato harvest. Xiao's eyes brightened. Wife, is that true? And you nodded in response to his hopeful gaze. Xiao's eyes showed a hint of worry. Will someone find out your secret? And you shook her head. No, just a little will increase the yield. Sweet potatoes won't change much. Maybe just a bit bigger and sweeter. Xiao smiled with his eyes.
Thank you, wife.
You are truly my lucky star. Joyfully, Xiao stole a kiss from Xinyu. Let's settle this. Tomorrow I will go check the fields. Okay, I will go with you. Xiao took the bowl away, washed it, and put aside. Xuetuan's blue eyes squinted happily, and his long tail wagged contentedly. Little rookie, I really envy you. I've been here for over 10 years and have never eaten such delicious wontons. You are so lucky. Before I met you, I was always wandering and sleeping outside. As Xuetuan spoke, he felt a wave of sadness. He used to be a stray cat, with no special skills, and his magical ability could only be used once a day. Poor him, he often went hungry. The little rookie's small eyes were full of sympathy. He flapped his tiny wings and flew over to Xuetuan. His wings gently patted Xuetuan to comfort him. Xuetuan, don't be sad. Now that you have a master, you are a well-loved cat. Life will get better day by day. You won't have to hide and cry from hunger anymore. The little rookie felt very lucky. As soon as he arrived here, he met Sister Yu. Otherwise, he might have been like Xuetuan, eating only once a day with no special skills, and sleeping in a bird's nest filled with spiritual energy where he could eat enough grains. Xuetuan's blue eyes looked at the little rookie with displeasure. His long tail suddenly stood up, and his white fur puffed out. Little rookie, what are you talking about? How could I be so hungry that I hide and cry? The little rookie blinked his small eyes, looking at Xuetuan with a cheerful voice. Xuetuan, am I right? Are you feeling shy? Your guilty look is so funny. Little rookie, who do you think is guilty? Snowball's blue eyes narrowed as it looked at the little newbie with a dangerous gaze. Snowball's tiny paw was already ready, prepared to show the little newbie how tough it was. You deserve to be single, little newbie, since you can't even speak properly. I am a clever snowball. I would never cry from hunger. The little newbie spread its wings and looked down from above at Snowball. Snowball, right now you look like a cat with its tail stepped on. Let me be hungry and cry if I want. I won't laugh at you. Little newbie, shut up. Snowball was furious and embarrassed, its blue eyes shining brightly. Seeing Snowball use its illusion magic, the little newbie turned around and ran away. Snowball watched helplessly as the little newbie disappeared from sight. Its tiny paws clawed at the air in frustration.
Little newbie, if you're brave, don't come back today. I'll make sure you feel hungry and hide away crying in the illusion. A hint of helplessness flickered in the little newbie's small eyes. Can't even joke properly. Why do I get so annoyed just talking about it? It didn't take Snowball's threat seriously. When it shrank into the illusion and started crying, it finally realized how powerful Snowball was. Zhou Haoyu looked at the angry Snowball, a faint smile appearing in his eyes. Snowball's blue eyes looked at Zhou Haoyu with a pitiful, misty gaze. Master, the little newbie is mocking me. Snowball, you must believe in your strength. Fight back. The little newbie ran away. Zhou Haoyu reached out and tapped its forehead. It ran away, but its nest is still there, isn't it? Master, I know what to do. Snowball's eyes suddenly sparkled, and its long tail swayed as it gracefully headed toward the little newbie's cat nest. Little newbie, I don't believe you won't come back. When you do, I'll use my illusion magic to make you feel hungry for 3 days and nights. Let's see if you'll curl up and cry in hiding. Poor little newbie, it doesn't know that danger is waiting for it at its nest. Zhou Haoyu entered the room, where Xinyu sat on the bed. Xinyu smiled softly and waved at Zhou Haoyu. Haoyu, I have a gift for you. Zhou Haoyu's eyes sparkled as he looked at the neatly folded clothes, his heartbeat quickening. What kind of gift could it be? Could it be clothes handmade by my wife? Soon, no matter if I wear it well or not, I will praise my wife for her skill and cleverness. My heart is full of anticipation and happiness. Xinyu hands him a blue sleepwear robe. Haoyu, this is the sleepwear I designed. Try it on and see if it fits. Her beautiful eyes sparkle with excitement as she looks at the robe in her hands. Wife, thank you for giving me this sleepwear. I want to wear it every day. You made it for me. Holding his favorite wife, he falls asleep peacefully. Xiao Haoyu quickly unbuttons his shirt, showing off his good figure, without hesitation. Xinyu keeps her eyes on him. When she sees the strawberry-shaped mark on his collarbone, a shy feeling flashes in her eyes. Xiao Haoyu puts on the sleepwear, and her beautiful eyes show a hint of doubt. Wife, did you forget to sew the buttons on the sleepwear? Xinyu smiles softly, reaching out to tidy up the sleepwear. She ties a pretty bow with the belt around his waist. She carefully looks at the sleepwear on Xiao Haoyu. From his collarbone to his abs, the view is faintly visible and very attractive. As he moves, his tall, straight legs occasionally show their charm. This hazy scene is a private view just for her. Haoyu, you look so good in this sleepwear. In a few days, I will make 2 more sets for you. What color do you like? Is white good? Xiao Haoyu notices the amazement in his wife's eyes. He looks at the belt tied around the sleepwear at his waist. His heart races. It turns out the sleepwear she gave him doesn't have buttons. It's just held in place by a belt. Seeing his wife's admiring gaze, he feels a little shy. But more than that, he starts to imagine, could his wife be about to pounce on him? If the belt accidentally loosens while he sleeps? What kind of captivating scene would that be? Xiao Haoyu's heart heats up, and a small flame flickers in his eyes. Wife, I like whatever color you choose. This sleepwear is only for you to see. You are the only one who will witness it. His voice lowers, tinged with flirtation and tempting. Xinyu's finger touched his collarbone, slowly moving downward. Haoyu, what if I made you a red sleep robe? Xiao Haoyu's breath caught, and all his attention was on that playful fingertip. He didn't pay much attention to what Xinyu said, trusting that whatever his wife said was right. He nodded dizzyingly. I'll listen to you. Xinyu admired the redness in his eyes, under his fiery gaze. Casually, she withdrew her hand from his abs. Haoyu, go change your clothes. Today, Xiao Man was frightened. Let's go see her. Haoyu is still lost in pleasant thoughts of beautiful scenes. Suddenly, the teasing finger disappeared, and the fire in his heart lost its fuel. He reached out and grabbed Xinyu's finger, gave it a gentle bite as a punishment, then kissed her soothingly. You really are a little fairy. Xinyu smiled freely, tiptoeing to softly in his ear. I'm just a fairy, the kind that can charm your soul. Haoyu's ears tingled, and waves of ripples stirred in his heart. His wife was so mischievous. What could he do? He could only spoil and comfort her. After all, He had loved only her all these years. If you keep teasing, we won't go. We'll stay and discuss how you managed to charm my soul. And you blinked, no longer teasing how you. The moon rose quietly from the east, climbing up the treetops. And you checked her watch. It was already 8 p.m. The two of them walked to the door of the Song family's small courtyard. How you reached out and knocked twice on the gate. Song Wangshu's voice sounded, along with the sound of his footsteps. The courtyard door opened, revealing How you and you standing outside. Brother Xiao and you, Wangshu, how is Xiao Man? Was she scared? And Yu's eyes were full of concern. It's okay. Xiao Man rested for half a day and is no longer afraid. Thanks to you and Yanqiu today, you saved Xiao Man and you headed toward the room. No need to thank us. As long as Xiao Man is fine, How you patted Song Wangshu's shoulder. The storm came suddenly. Don't be too yourself or worry too much. A trace of fear flashed in Song Wangshu's eyes, and his voice was dry and trembling. Brother Qiao, if Anyue and Yanqiu hadn't saved Xiao Man today, I'm afraid she would have disappeared from my sight forever. I was still so far away from her. Watching her cling to the tree branch, swaying in the storm, I was terrified she might be blown away at any moment. I couldn't do anything. My heart hurt so much. Wangshu, this storm came so suddenly, without any warning. Be more careful next time. Something like this won't happen again. Qiao Haoyu comforted him, clearly seeing how shaken he was. Wangshu's eyes stung with emotion. No one could truly understand the fear he had felt at that moment. Holding the unconscious Lung Xiaoman in his arms, his mind had gone completely blank. Brother Qiao, do you think if I asked to be transferred off the island, Grandpa would agree? Qiao Haoyu patted his shoulder. Wangshu, think it through carefully. Your grandparents have always wanted you to leave the island. You could transfer somewhere else. After all, your uncle and aunt lost their lives here. When you and I came to the island, your grandparents were already against it. You're the only grandson of the Song family, and they only have you. You didn't want to leave before, but if you decide to now, they'll be happy. Wangshu looked out at the distant sea, his eyes full of reluctance. Brother Qiao, I really love the sea. My parents loved it too. But I care about Xiaoman even more. I'm so afraid she'll disappear into the sea I love so much. I've made up my mind. I'll probably transfer off the island next year. Wangshu, no matter where you go, you'll still be serving the people, Qiao Haoyu said. He didn't try to persuade Wangshu to stay. In his heart, he understood him completely. Sometimes, he too wondered whether he should stay or move to the mainland. His grandfather often urged him to transfer closer to the capital, not too far from home. The old man always said that he was getting old and weak, and no one knew when his time would come. Transportation to and from the island wasn't easy, and he worried that when the time came, his grandson might not make it back in time to say goodbye. Wangshu gazed up at the shining stars, his mind replaying the image of Lung Xiaoman lying unconscious in his arms. He was truly frightened, worried she hadn't been saved by Xinyu and Lin Yanqiu. Xinyu looked at Lung Xiaoman, whose face was still a bit pale. She poured her a glass of water and added a drop of spiritual spring water. Xiaoman, drink some water to calm down. Are you okay? Lung Xiaoman took the cup, her voice trembling with fear. Yeah, I'm fine now. Thanks to you, and Yen this time. Otherwise, I don't know where the wind might have blown me. Xiaoman, why were you in the tree? Do you know it's very dangerous? Lung Xiaoman's face was pale, and a hint of fear flickered in her eyes. On my way to find the commissar, my scarf was blown onto the tree by the wind. It was a gift from my mother. I liked it very much, so I went to pick it. I didn't expect a sudden storm to come. I held tightly to the branch, afraid I would fall and never see you again. Tears slipped down the corner of her eye, and her voice was sad. It's such a pity my mom's scarf is gone. And you gently comforted her. Xiaoman, don't be sad. It's just a scarf. Compared to your safety, that scarf is so insignificant. The person who falsely accused you and Xiaozhili has already been caught and brought to justice. You've recognized your relatives with auntie and uncle. If you really liked that scarf, Annie can buy you another one. Lung Xiaoman nodded and sniffed hard. Yeah, I understand. If I had known there would be a storm, I wouldn't have risked going to pick up that scarf. And you comforted her a little longer, watching the exhaustion in her eyes. Xiao Man, rest well. You really scared Wang Shu today. When I opened a door just now, his face was even paler than yours. After we leave, talk to him. I know, he must be very scared. When I woke up, I saw tears in his eyes. Lung Xiao Man watched you leave. And you and Xiao Haoyu walked side by side out of the Song family courtyard. They strolled along the beach, looking at the calm, waveless sea under the night sky. It seemed that the storm from the daytime was just an illusion. The sea reflected the starry sky, shining brightly and beautifully. The moon in the water looked so real and fake at the same time, almost surreal. The ocean is so beautiful, and the starry sky is so lovely. Yu's eyes are full of amazement. The ocean is truly beautiful, especially under the starry sky. Yeah, Wang Shu said he wants to leave the island and move to the mainland. Zhou Haoyu's voice sounds calm, but there's a hidden struggle. Has he made up his mind? If he has, we should support him. Yu looks back at him and meets his gaze. Zhou looks into Yu's eyes, his voice filled with worry. Yeah, do you like the island? After today's storm, do you still like it? Yu looks at Zhou with gentle words. The island is beautiful and has a good climate. I like it very much. Most importantly, you are here, which makes me like it even more. Storms may come, but no place is completely safe. As long as we are careful and pay attention to safety, it's the same everywhere. Zhou takes Yu's hand, his voice tinged with sadness. Darling, sometimes I wonder if I should leave the island. Grandpa and Grandma are getting older every day, and every year, Wang Shu and I leave. Grandma secretly cries, afraid we will be like Uncle and Aunt, leaving our lives on this beautiful sea. You don't need to think too much. Wherever I am, that's where I belong. Grandpa and Grandma are waiting for me to come back, and I will use spiritual spring water to help them recover. You don't need to worry too much. They will live long lives. Grandpa has Dad, who will take good care of him. Last time, I used spiritual spring water to improve Grandpa's health, and he's doing much better. In the future, when we have time, we should visit him more. Or maybe bring Grandpa to the island to live for a while. Yu gently holds his hand again, smiling softly. To her, it doesn't matter where they are. As long as Zhou is with her, anywhere is home. Zhou looks at the ocean under the night sky, feeling the sea breeze. He has many attachments to the island, his comrades in arms he fought with. He loves the island and the endless sea. Grandpa, Grandma, and Grandpa, they all have their own thoughts that need to be considered. Yu gently pulls his hand and looks into his eyes, smiling tenderly. Yu, living on this island has been good for us. I will stay with you. A faint smile appeared in Xiao Haoyu's eyes as he slowly knelt in front of Yu. His voice was as charming as wine. Yeah, come on my back, I'll take you home. And Yu enjoyed the rare quiet while resting on Xiao Haoyu's back. He slowly walked toward the small Xiao family courtyard. Her steady breathing was in his ears, and his restless heart gradually calmed. Carrying his wife on his back, he wished this road would never end. He was willing to carry Yu forever, walking until the end of time. The moonlight stretched their shadows long, and Yu had fallen asleep, without knowing when. The small Xiao family courtyard was very quiet. Xiao Haoyu carefully laid her on the bed. He reached out and gently traced Yu's delicate features. Yeah, sleep well. The night was long. Xiao Haoyu stepped out of the courtyard and looked at the starry sky. He found the brightest star and muttered to himself, Mom, what should I do? What is the right choice? The only response was the twinkling stars. In a daze, he saw his mother's bright smile. It felt like he heard her voice. Child, you have grown up. If you feel lost, just follow your heart. Your heart will guide you to make the best choice. The wind brushed his face, awakening his drifting thoughts. He looked again at the brightest star in the sky and slowly entered the room. Time flew by quickly. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed since the storm. Everything on the island returned to the rhythm Yu had when she first arrived. The temperature was still so pleasant, and the sunrise over the sea was breathtaking. It was as if the storm was just an illusion, never really happening. The storm didn't bring many changes. Notably, Su Jiaxing was injured in the storm and broke his left leg. Wang Yenyu's face was scratched by a branch and might leave a scar. Early in the morning, just before dawn, the door of the Qiao family courtyard was knocked. And Yu, feeling happy, carried a wooden bucket and stepped out. "Xiao man, Xiao, you two woke up so early." She smiled coldly and brightly, waving the bucket and tools in her hand. "I am well prepared and ready to go sea foraging. Brother Wangshu said that next year we might leave the island. I want to go to the beach and forage as much as I can before we leave. Once we leave the island, it won't be easy to go sea foraging anymore." And Yu reached out and locked the small courtyard door, then asked curiously, "Xiao man, do you have any opinions about Wangshu's transfer off the island?" Cold Xiao man shook her head. "I don't have any strong opinions about this. It all depends on Wangshu's wishes. Staying here is fine, but if he can be transferred closer to Qingshui village, that would be better. I'm worried about LQ. I fear he might be led astray. I'm even more worried about Grandpa and Grandma. They're getting old. When we came to the island, I overheard Grandma secretly crying in her room. She must be very reluctant to see us go. If we could be transferred closer to Qingshui village, it would be easier to visit them often. We could spend more time with Grandpa and Grandma. Xiao man, if you could be transferred to a place closer to Qingshui village, it would be a good thing. Grandpa and Grandma would be very happy." And you nodded in agreement. Cold Xiao man looked conflicted. "Yeah, do you think I should ask Uncle to help find a good opportunity?" "Xiao man, you can try. Uncle Shun has many connections. Maybe he can find a good chance." Looking at the dawn sky, and you smiled and suggested. Zhong Xiuxiu's eyes were full of reluctance. "Xiao man, are you really going to leave the island?" Cold Xiaoman nodded, her voice full of helplessness. "Wangshu has made up his mind. His parents have passed away, and only Wangshu remains from the Song family. He wants to be closer to Grandpa and Grandma to take care of them. We are on the island, thousands of miles away from them. We can only visit once a year, rushing back and forth. Wangshu feels very guilty. He can't fulfill his parents' wishes. Xiaoman, actually Wangshu is the same wherever he is. If he transfers to the mainland, even if he still doesn't have much time, you'll have more time to care for Grandpa and Grandma. Transportation on the mainland is convenient, unlike on the island where travel is difficult. When the wind rises, ships can't sail on the sea." Xiaoman nodded in agreement. "Xiao, you're right." The three of them chatted happily and soon arrived at the beach. The morning sea breeze brought a cool, refreshing feeling, and the waves crashed gently onto the shore. A group of seagulls seemed to be searching for something, lingering over the water. At the end of the sea, the sunrise spread a glow that grew brighter and more dazzling. And Yu was admiring the beautiful view of the ocean when she noticed out of the corner of her eye a spotted fish flapping its tail on the beach. "Today's luck is really good. Steamed spotted fish tastes great." Zhong Xiuxiu quickly reached out and caught a ribbonfish that was trying to swim back to the sea. It twisted and turned on the sand, leaving a trail behind. Freedom. It struggled to head back toward the ocean, desperately swinging its tail. "Where do you think you're going?" "Why not stay in my wooden bucket?" Zhong Xiuxiu, with her fair hands, grabbed the ribbonfish's head. The fish tried hard to struggle. Its tail swung from side to side, trying to escape again. Her eyes sparkled with joy as she happily washed the fish and threw it into the bucket. Today, Cold Xiaoman was very lucky. She found several big prawns, an octopus, and abalones. "And you, thank you. Your Captain Xiao saved my son." Lu Tsuehua looked very grateful, and when she thought about her past actions, her voice was filled with embarrassment. And you looked at Lu Tsuehua, who was bowing her head, and smiled softly. In such a situation, anyone would be in danger. "How you? Qing Yuan, he Shu, they wouldn't give up on anyone."
Yes.
"I'm sorry I used to cause trouble for you. These seafood were all caught by me and Xiao Bao. I want to give them to you. A small token of appreciation. I hope you accept it, and thank you for saving Xiao Bao and Shanju." Lu Tsuehua handed over the wooden bucket, which was filled with abalones, spotted fish, conchs, and octopuses. And Yu shook her head. Keep these seafood for the children to strengthen their bodies. Lu Tsuehua quickly refused, and Yu, please accept it. This is a little gift from Xiao Bao and me. Behind Lu Tsuehua, Wang Xiaobao looked at Yu with eager eyes. Aunt Xiao, please accept Xiao Bao's gift. That day, Uncle Qiao fell while trying to save me. If it weren't for Uncle Qiao Xiao Bao might have been in great danger. Wang Xiaobao's face was pale, and recalling that day made him feel a little scared. Ye looked into Wang Xiaobao's eyes and no longer refused. Xiaobao, Auntie will accept this for Uncle Qiao. Next time, don't run too far away. It's dangerous, you know?
Xiaobao understands.
I won't run around anymore. Wang Xiaobao was very obedient. He really didn't dare to run off again. Lu Tsuehua poured all the seafood from the wooden bucket into Ye's bucket. She was truly grateful to Qiao Haoyu for saving her family's child, despite past disagreements. Ye watched the two leave with a smile, looking at Zhong Xiuxiu. Xiuxiu, for lunch today, let's have a seafood feast. Invite your Qingyuan. Also, tell Nian Nian and He Shu. They love braised hairtail fish the most. When Zhong Xiuxiu heard Lin Yanxiu's name, her eyes lit up. Yeye, Xiaoman, Nian Nian makes the best braised hairtail fish. Xiuxiu, we really think alike. Yeye smiled with her eyes curved like a crescent moon. She also missed Lin Yanxiu's braised fish. Lung Xiaoman raised both hands in approval. She had to say Lin Yanxiu's braised fish was especially good. The Qiao family's small courtyard was lively. Lung Xiaoman and Zhong Xiuxiu had already prepared all the seafood. They were just waiting for Lin Yanxiu to return and show her skills. Yeye steamed rice, sliced a cucumber, and prepared a tomato salad. Yeye, your letter. Lu Hai handed Yeye a letter. Yeye, I brought your letter. This grouper fish. Take it home for the children to try. Yeye took the letter and thanked him, then casually handed Lu Hai a grouper fish. Lu Hai happily carried the fish and left. Yeye watched Lu Hai leave, feeling puzzled. Ji Sichuan wrote her a letter every month. This was the second letter this month. Did something happen? A trace of worry flashed in her eyes, and her brows furrowed. Lung Xiaoman came over and asked, "What's wrong?" Yeye snapped back to her senses, waving the letter. "Xiaoman, he wrote to me again? I already received a letter this month." Her eyes involuntarily showed a hint of concern. Little Man and Xiao Chuan wrote in their letters that Grandpa went up the mountain to chop wood and accidentally broke his leg. He didn't let Grandma call anyone, worried that Hao Yu and Wang Shu might worry. Lung Xiaoman looked anxious. Yu, let's go find Wang Shu and Hao Yu. Grandpa is old, and we don't know how badly he was hurt. The letter only has a few words, so we need to check on him. Qiao Haoyu, Song Wang Shu, Ji Qingyuan, and He Shu happily headed toward the Qiao family courtyard. From afar, Haoyu saw Yu frowning, with worry in her eyes. Yu, what's wrong? Haoyu asked. Song Wang Shu also noticed Ling Xiaoman's anxious look, thinking they might have been bullied. Xiaoman, what's wrong? And Yu handed the letter to Haoyu. He looked at it and was surprised. His eyes widened, and his face looked serious. How could this happen? He handed the letter to Yu. You, and Xiaoman, get ready. Wang Shu and I will go ask for leave right now. And Yu nodded. Okay. When Wang Shu heard that Grandpa had broken his leg and was unconscious, he felt his heart tighten with pain. His face turned pale. His voice trembled. Brother Qiao, Grandpa will be fine. He won't be hurt badly. Calm down, Wang Shu. Grandpa will be fine. We will go back immediately. Haoyu also felt upset. Grandpa had always been invincible in his mind. Ji Sichuan was very smart. If Grandpa's leg wasn't seriously hurt, he wouldn't have secretly written a letter to Yu. He imagined Grandpa's pale face lying in bed, helpless. Grandma was busy everywhere, looking lost and helpless. He wished he could fly to be with the elderly couple. All these years, from childhood to now, Grandpa and Grandma treated him just like Song Wang Shu. Whatever Song Wang Shu had, he had too, and they shared everything equally. He never expected such a serious accident for Grandpa. He was upset that they weren't allowed to call anyone. He couldn't imagine how Grandma had endured over the past half-month. If G.C. Chuan hadn't sent the message, he and Song Wangshu would have been kept in the dark. What if something happened to Grandpa? How could he face his mother in the afterlife? He promised his mother to take good care of Grandpa and Grandma and to honor her by being filial. Song Wangshu's eyes were red, and his throat felt tight and uncomfortable. His parents had died early, and he was raised by two elderly grandparents. His grandfather taught him martial arts and also helped him learn calligraphy. Guilt overwhelmed him like a flood. He still remembered his plan to go to the island. He wanted to see what the ocean his parents loved looked like. Grandpa sat on a bench in the yard, looking worried and unable to sleep all night. He patted Wangshu's head with a helpless sigh, his voice filled with sadness. Wangshu, actually, Grandpa doesn't want you to go to the island, but I don't want to make things difficult for you. You must promise me that you will come back alive, no matter what. Don't be like your parents, who left without a word and stayed on the island forever. I will try to talk to your grandma for you. Wangshu couldn't imagine what his grandfather lying in the hospital bed looked like. Shen Chongkong looked at the anxious Xiao Haoyu and Wangshu. What are you rushing for? What happened? Haoyu's voice was urgent. Chief, my grandfather Wangshu's grandfather broke his leg. We want to ask for leave to go and see him. Shen Chongkong immediately stood up. How is old Song? Is it serious? Haoyu shook his head. We don't know yet. Before my grandfather lost consciousness, he didn't want my grandmother to tell us. It was my little brother-in-law who secretly wrote us a letter, and we just received the news today. Shen Chongkong took out a leave request. Write the leave slip and you can leave today to see old Song. Thank you, sir. Haoyu and Wangshu both expressed their thanks. Shen Chongkong waved his hand. Go check the situation first. I'll approve a month's leave for you. Old Song is not doing well. Wangshu, do you want to consider transferring to the mainland? Song Sun and Lu Yi will stay on the island forever. You should transfer to a station closer to Old Song to take care of your grandparents. Wangshu's eyes turned red, and his voice trembled. Uncle, please help me find an opportunity. I want to transfer to the mainland to be closer to my grandfather and grandmother. Shen Chongkong nodded. I'll keep an eye on this. Go see Old Song first. Wangshu, you should be mentally prepared. Old Song is old, so your leave might be extended. Thank you, Uncle. Whenever Song Wangshu thought about his grandfather possibly spending the rest of his life in a wheelchair, he felt like a heavy stone was pressing down on his heart. Xiao Haoyu pulled Song Wangshu away, and they returned to the Qiao family courtyard. And Yu and Lung Xiaoman had already packed up and were ready to leave at any moment. Ji Qingyuan and He Shu, among others, watched as the group boarded the large ship leaving the island. And Yu held Xiao Haoyu's hand and said, Grandpa is a lucky person. Heaven will protect him, and he will be fine. Xiao Haoyu was very worried but kept telling himself that his grandpa would be okay. Lung Xiaoman was seasick and vomited badly. She looked pale, closed her eyes, and leaned on Song Wangshu's chest. Song Wangshu felt sad and hugged Lung Xiaoman, looking out at the endless sea, the island his parents loved so much. When his grandfather suddenly broke his leg, it made him realize that his grandparents were getting old. They didn't tell him about anything to avoid worrying him. At that moment, many thoughts raced through Song Wangshu's mind. People eat grains and vegetables, so how can they not get sick? Every time he went home and asked about his grandparents' health, they always looked at him kindly, shook their heads, and smiled, saying they were in good health. Even when his grandfather broke his leg, he asked his grandmother not to tell him, let alone about minor illnesses. His feelings were complicated: guilt, self-blame, worry, and helplessness all mixed together. Xiao Haoyu's mind was full of thoughts about his grandfather. He didn't know how serious his leg injury was. And Yu squeezed his hand and whispered in his ear, Haoyu, I have spiritual spring water. Grandpa will definitely be fine. Hearing about the magical effect of the spring water in Yu's hand, Xiao Haoyu finally felt a little relieved. At Qingshan Town Hospital, Grandma Song looked exhausted and worried as she gazed at Grandpa Song lying on the hospital bed with a pale face. Old man, why are you so stubborn? I'll call Wangshu and Yue to come back and take you to Beijing Hospital. Grandpa Song's trembling hand gently wiped away the tears in Grandma Song's eyes. Old lady, I'm sorry to worry you. My leg is broken, but the doctor said it's not life-threatening. There's no point in them coming back, just 2 more people worrying. I'm already so old. Maybe I'll sit in a wheelchair from now on and enjoy my peace. Grandma Song's tears kept falling as she said, Old man, if we go to the big hospital in Beijing, your leg will surely get better. I'm too old to bother with that, he replied. But, Grandma, you'll have a hard time taking care of me in the future. Old Mr. Song was very calm. He knew his leg, and he thought he might spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. He hid his sadness inside. Grandma was already very upset, and he didn't want to make her more worried. She couldn't handle it if she broke down now. He couldn't take care of her at this moment. Zhou Haoyu and Song Wangshu traveled for 8 days and finally arrived at Qingshan Town Hospital. Grandma Song went alone to buy food, and Grandpa Song was lying alone in the hospital bed. His eyes looked empty, and he seemed lost in thought. He felt sad watching Grandma, who was visibly losing weight quickly. He hesitated whether to call Song Wangshu and Zhou Haoyu to come back. He didn't want to trouble them, but he was worried about Grandma's condition. Song Wangshu and Zhou Haoyu stood outside the hospital room, looking at Grandpa Song's pale face and sickly appearance. Their eyes were sore, and their eyes were red, as if their throats were blocked, and they couldn't speak. Grandpa Song looked so fragile now, completely different from his usual self. Their hearts ached as they entered the room, their voices choked with emotion. Tears welled up in their eyes. Grandpa Song opened his eyes wide, thinking he was imagining things from missing them so much. He rubbed his eyes and muttered, "Ah, my old eyes are failing. I must be seeing things. Wangshu and Yuer, how could they be here? They are far away on an island." It wasn't until his hands were held by the children that he realized it was real. They weren't hallucinations. Song Wangshu and Zhou Haoyu had truly come. "You little troublemakers, why are you here? Why are you crying?" "I'm not dead yet," Grandpa Song said, trying to hide his excitement. Grandpa, Zhou Haoyu and Song Wangshu looked at him with concern. "All right, stop crying. It's not a big deal. Just a broken leg," Grandpa Song comforted them. Grandma Song came back with food and saw Xinyu and Lung Xiaoman. She thought that people with similar features must be related. Unexpectedly, there are people who look so much like Miss Yu and Miss Man. And Yu and Lung Xiaoman looked at the tired-looking Grandma Song, their eyes full of concern. In half a year, Grandma Song had aged a lot. Her white hair was now completely gray, no longer showing any black strands. Last time they parted, her hair still had some black strands, but now not a single one could be seen. This shows how much hardship Grandma Song has endured during this time. Her clothes no longer fit her properly. She had lost a lot of weight, and the dark circles under her eyes showed her exhaustion. Grandma. And Yu and Lung Xiaoman supported Grandma Song from both sides. Yeah, Xiaoman, it's really you guys. You're back." Grandma Song's eyes welled up with tears, full of surprise and relief. "Just coming back is enough." After saying this, Grandma Song closed her eyes and fainted. And Yu and Lung Xiaoman quickly helped her onto the hospital bed. "Old lady," Song Wangshu's eyes turned red. He held Grandma Song's hand, feeling heartbroken. When did his grandma become so fragile and old? It's all his fault. He should have listened to her earlier. He should have stayed with his grandparents and taken care of his parents' family. At this moment, Song Wangshu made a firm decision to return to his base. Looking at his grandparents on the 2 beds, guilt, self-blame, and worry overwhelmed him. Everyone watched nervously as the doctor examined her. Why did Grandma Song faint? The doctor looked at them with a stern expression. Young people these days are so irresponsible. Grandma is overworked and couldn't handle it, so she fainted. How can you let her stay up late? The doctor shook his head and left. Tears fell from Song Wangshu's eyes as he held Grandma Song's hand, crying like a child. Zhou Haoyu's eyes also welled with tears. He carefully fed food to Old Master Song. Old Master Song understood how upset the children were and cooperated well. Whatever Zhou Haoyu fed him, he ate. Seeing tears in Zhou Haoyu's eyes, he wanted to comfort him but didn't know how to start. He knew that at this moment, No matter what he said, both children would feel guilty and sad. And you poured a glass of water and added 2 drops of spiritual spring water. Grandpa, here is some water. Old Master Song took the glass and signaled to Xinyu with his eyes to comfort Xiao Haoyu. Grandpa let them vent. Holding in emotions is not good. Grandpa Song nodded and finished the water in his hand. Lung Xiaoman held Song Wangshu's hand. Wangshu, everything will get better. Song Wangshu looked up with red, tearful eyes. Xiaoman, I've decided to transfer away from the island to the mainland to take care of Grandpa and Grandma. Okay, I will go with you and the children. What children? Wangshu looked confused. Lung Xiaoman glared at him. Wangshu, you're going to be a dad. Wangshu hadn't spoken yet. Suddenly, Grandma Song, who was unconscious on the hospital bed, sat up abruptly. She slapped Wangshu to the side. She looked at Lung Xiaoman with anticipation, her voice trembling. Xiaoman, you really have my great-grandchild. Lung Xiaoman quickly held Grandma Song's hand to help her sit up. Grandma, I really am pregnant. It's been 3 months. Grandma Song was overjoyed with the answer and started crying happily. She tightly held Lung Xiaoman's hand, her eyes constantly glancing at her belly. She kept saying, "This is wonderful, such great news. The Song family will have a successor." Old Master Song also looked happy. I'm going to be a great-grandfather. That's wonderful. For many years, this was the news he wanted to hear most. Wangshu smiled foolishly. He was going to be a dad. Grandma Song looked at him with disdain. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and help my daughter-in-law sit down. The good news of Lung Xiaoman's pregnancy dispelled the sadness and sorrow in the ward. Wangshu looked at Grandma Song. Grandma, you and Xiaoman should go home first. Xiao, and I will stay here to take care of Grandpa. Grandpa Song shook his head. Wangshu, you go handle the discharge procedures. I want to go home and rest. Wangshu looked at Xiao Haoyu, who nodded. The 2 of them left the ward together. The doctor looked at Xiao Haoyu and Wangshu. The patient's leg was broken in the fall. He is older, so his recovery might not be very good in the later stages. It is okay to stay at home for recovery, but be very careful not to cause further injury to the patient's leg.
Do not put pressure on it.
Recover for at least 3 months, then come to the hospital for a checkup. Even if the patient's leg heals well, they should not go back to mountain work like chopping wood. Song Wangshu remembers the doctor's words carefully. She and Xiao Haoyu go together to handle the discharge procedures. Brother Xiao, I have made up my mind. When I return to the island this time, I will apply to transfer to the mainland. Grandpa and Grandma need my care. Seeing Grandma faint that moment, I was so scared she might never wake up again. I would regret it for the rest of my life. I'm afraid I haven't had enough time to enjoy their company or to show them my respect. Wangshu, are you sure about this? Xiao Haoyu looks seriously at Song Wangshu. Wangshu nods firmly. Brother Xiao, I've thought it through. Grandpa and Grandma are all I have now. If I can't be with them, I want to be close enough to take care of them and honor my parents. I'm worried that my parents in heaven might blame me. Xiao Haoyu gently pats Wangshu's shoulder. That's good. Moving to the mainland will help you take better care of your grandparents. Grandpa Song sits in a wheelchair, looking very happy. Knowing he has a great-grandchild makes him feel joyful. Grandma Song is even more cheerful, no longer dizzy, walking with a breeze. The small Song family yard is very clean. Ji Sichuan and Lung Lakun often come to help clean. Wangshu carefully carries Grandpa Song to the bed. Grandpa, I need to talk to you about something. What is it? Grandpa Song is in a good mood now and finds Wangshu very agreeable. Grandpa, I want to transfer from the island to the mainland so I can take better care of you and Grandma. Grandpa Song's eyes widen, first excited, then feeling guilty. Wangshu, is it because of my leg? Am I a burden to you? Wangshu holds Grandpa's hand. Grandpa, it's not just because of you and Grandma. I want to be closer to you so I can take care of you and show respect to my parents. Grandpa, I was too stubborn before and insisted on going to the island, which worried and scared you. Mom and Dad will always stay there, and that's what pains you. I'm worried about bothering you so much. I fear that Dad might feel uneasy in the afterlife. Over the years, I have seen the island Dad and Mom loved and experienced their life there. Now, I should return to be with you and Grandma, to bring you happiness. Grandpa Song's eyes welled with tears, and his trembling hand gently touched Song Wangshu's head. It's good to bring you back. Your parents are forever there in their memories. Every time you leave Grandma, you cry and can't sleep all night. I worry you'll end up like them, but I dare not tell you, because I don't want to be a burden to you. Thinking of Grandma waking up crying at night, unable to sleep with worry, makes my heart ache deeply. Grandma Song secretly wipes her tears. She has lost loved ones twice, her hair turning white from grief. She is truly afraid. She knows she can't bear that kind of pain again. Zhou Haoyu carefully wipes Grandma Song's tears, feeling heartache as he looks at her white hair. Grandma Song holds Zhou Haoyu silently, tears falling without a sound. Zhou Haoyu's heart hurts. Grandma, everything will be fine. Yeah, and I will visit you often. Grandma Song keeps nodding. She doesn't have many big wishes in life. She just hopes Song Wangshu and Zhou Haoyu will be happy. You need to try harder and give Grandma a great-grandson. Okay, I will work hard so Grandma can become a great-grandmother soon. Zhou Haoyu comforts Grandma Song, making her happy. And you and Zhou Haoyu are cooking in the kitchen, using spiritual rice and vegetables from her space. Haoyu, don't worry. Grandpa and Grandma's health will get better and better. Zhou Haoyu looks at you gratefully, his eyes full of deep affection. I'm so glad you're with me. And Yu gently pinches his nose and smiles brightly. Our hearts are one. Wherever you are, I am there too. They bring the cooked dumplings to the dining table in the room together. Zhou Haoyu picks up a plate and places it in front of Grandpa Song. Grandpa, I will feed you. Grandpa Song's eyes widen as he quickly grabs the chopsticks. Go eat your own food. I just broke my leg and can't move well, but my hands are fine. I can still eat myself, I don't need you to feed me. Zhou Haoyu doesn't insist and turns to eat his dumplings. Grandma Song looked at him with love and smiled warmly. Your grandfather has been strong his whole life. When he was in the hospital, he always ate by himself. He's willing to let you feed him once because he's afraid you'll feel sad or guilty. Xiao Haoyu nodded. Grandma, I know. Grandpa is just worried the dumplings will get cold and taste bad. Song Wangshu carefully placed the dumplings onto Lung Xiaoman's plate. Xiaoman, do you want some vinegar? Lung Xiaoman's eyes sparkled brightly. Song Wangshu quickly poured a small dish of vinegar and set it in front of her. Grandma Song's eyes shone with a bright light, secretly smiling inside. Sour children, spicy daughters. If the daughter-in-law likes vinegar, she will surely give birth to a big, chubby grandson. No matter if it's a chubby grandson or granddaughter, she is happy. Lung Xiaoman dipped her dumplings in vinegar and ate more and more happily. The meal was full of joy. Since Grandma Song returned from the hospital, she kept smiling. In the past, only she and her husband ate quietly at home, and the food didn't taste good. Now, everything is so lively and warm. That's what a real home feels like. Just thinking about her precious grandson, who was transferred from the island to the mainland, made her smile even more. Next year, the Song family will welcome new members, more grandchildren or great-grandchildren, and she couldn't hide her happiness. Ji Sichuan saw Yu from afar, and joy spread across her face. Yuejia. He ran over quickly, his eyes slightly red. Xiao Chuan, it's been half a year. You've grown taller. And Yu smiled brightly and patted his head. How is Uncle? Ji Sichuan nodded. Dad is doing well. Yuejia, how long will you stay this time? About 10 days or so. That's good. Dad will be back tomorrow. I'll ask him to make something delicious for you. He'll be happy to see you. Ji Sichuan's eyes were full of happiness. And Yu took a big, round apple from her plate and handed it to Ji Sichuan. Xiao Chuan, have an apple. This one is big and sweet. You like it? Thank you, Yuejia. Ji Sichuan took a big bite of the apple, crisp and sweet. Xiao Haoyu came over, smiling as he looked at Ji Sichuan. Xiao Chuan, thank you for writing to us. You did a great job. Ji Sichuan's ears were a little red, and his voice carried worry. Grandpa Song has always taught me martial arts. He got hurt, and seeing Grandma Song busy with chores makes me feel sad. You are a good child. Wang Shu will be transferred to the nearest station to Qinghe village in the future. When he has time, he can teach you martial arts. Jiao Haoyu looked at Qi Sichuan with admiration. That's great. Brother-in-law Wang Shu is transferred to the station closest to Qinghe village. Grandpa Song and Grandma Song will also have someone to take care of them. Qi Sichuan sincerely felt happy for Grandpa and Grandma Song. He often heard Grandma Song mention brother Wang Shu. As the sun set, Qi Sichuan looked at it reluctantly and headed home. Lung Sandong knew Lung Xiaoman had returned and was about to show off his fatherly authority. Dad Lung, I have regained my memory. I was rescued by you. Lung Xiaoman's voice was calm. Lung Sandong was startled and took a few steps back. He was surprised and asked, You remember everything? Xiaoman nodded. Because you raised me, I won't hold grudges about the hardships I suffered before. Lung Sandong was about to argue but saw Xiaoman take out 200 yuan. Dad Lung, this 200 yuan is my way of thanking you for raising me. In a few years, when Chi-Chi is grown up, I will use this money to build a big house. From now on, don't think about hurting me like before. I have already acknowledged my biological parents. Before he could take the money, Li Qiu ran over, panting. His eyes were red, and his voice choked with emotion. Sister, no matter what, you will always be my real sister. Xiaoman patted his head. Li Qiu, you're right. You will always be my little brother. Xiaoman placed the money in Li Qiu's hand. Li Qiu, use this money to build a big house. Don't let Dad Lung spend it recklessly. Li Qiu pushed the money back into Xiaoman's hand. Sister, I can't take your money. Lung Sandong was furious, but didn't dare to scold Li Qiu. He could only think angrily. Foolish kid, that's money. Why don't you want it? It broke his heart, such a shame. That's money. Xiaoman smiled gently and pushed the money into Li Qiu's hand.
Take it.
This is from my biological mother. Thank you, little Li Qiu, for always protecting your sister. You won't take the money, and my mother will be sad. When I have the chance, I will take you to meet them. You are my younger brother, the adopted son of my mother and father. Lung Li Qiu no longer refused and put the money away. Thank you, sister. When we build the house, I will leave a big room for you. Lung Xiaoman smiled with her eyes. Lung Sandong saw Lung Li Qiu accept the money and finally felt relieved. Li Qiu, your sister won't be far from home in the future. She will come to see you often. That's great. Lung Li Qiu showed a happy smile. Go home first and give the money to Mom. Got it. Lung Li Qiu immediately nodded and went home. Lung Sandong followed right behind him. Li Qiu, about that money. Lung Li Qiu looked seriously at Lung Sandong. Dad, this money is from my sister to build a big house for us. If you dare secretly take it out to gamble, I will run away from home. You won't see me again in your life. When you're old and lying in bed, there won't be anyone to serve tea or water. Lung Sandong's eyes widened, and he shook his head quickly. Li Qiu, I really didn't plan to gamble with this money. Dad promised you he has quit gambling and won't do it again. Please don't run away from home. Our Lung family has only 3 generations, and you're the only heir. If you leave, what will Dad do? When you go to the afterlife, your grandpa won't forgive me either. Lung Li Qiu looked at Lung Sandong for a few moments, and his tone softened. Dad, as long as you stop gambling and don't bother my sister, we can build the big house, and after a few years I will grow up, marry a wife, continue our family line, and have a few big, chubby children for you. In his mind, a warm family scene appeared. He sat comfortably in a rocking chair, swinging gently, with 3 or 5 chubby boys around him, calling him Grandpa. Just thinking about it made his smile impossible to hide. Li Qiu, don't worry. Dad will do what he says. As long as you don't run away from home, I will listen to you. And what about my sister? Lung Sandong immediately promised. Li Qiu, I will definitely not bother Xiaoman. He couldn't help but think to himself, that brat just relies on you. Dad, feeling sorry for him, always threatening to run away from home to scare me.
Sigh.
Who else would I have as my son? If he really leaves home, I will have a lonely old age. He can never forget when he was a child, there was an old man next door. He had no children or grandchildren and lived alone, eventually freezing to death. He can't afford to gamble anymore, in case cold Liqiu doesn't care about him. If that happens, he might end up like the old man. Cold Liqiu is quite happy. His father often makes mistakes, scaring him now and then, which allows him to live peacefully for a few months. He takes out a dime.
Dad, you did well today.
Here, take this. Cold Sandong rubs his hands. Liqiu, are you really giving me this dime? Cold Liqiu puts the dime into his hand. Dad, I am your son. How could I let you have no money at all? As long as you stop gambling, I will give you a dime every day. Save up the money to buy candies for your grandchildren in the future. I plan to have 3 or 5 grandchildren for you. You should start saving for their candies early. Other grandchildren get candies, but yours can only lick candy wrappers. Don't you feel sad? Cold Sandong immediately imagines having 3 or 5 grandchildren, tears in their eyes, licking candy wrappers thrown by others. He feels heartbroken. Liqiu, I will never gamble again. I want to save money to buy candies for my grandchildren. Son, can we talk? When I have grandchildren, can you not tell them about my past mistakes? Tell them I am a good grandpa. Cold Sandong looks at Cold Liqiu expectantly, afraid he might refuse. Dad, as long as you don't block the road today, I will agree. I'll give you a chance to be a good grandpa, the best grandpa in Qinghe village. Cold Liqiu works hard to paint a bright future for his father. Cold Sandong wants to stand tall. He wants to be the best grandpa in all of Qinghe village. He carefully touches the dime in his pocket. He plans to save money with 5 grandchildren to buy candies. And Yue and Xiao Haoyu revisit the place. They look at the waterfall in front of them. They both think of their first meeting at the same time. And Yue leans her head on Xiao Haoyu's shoulder. Haoyu, time really flies. Xiao Haoyu's lips curl into a slight smile, his voice full of affection and nostalgia. Yeah, do you want to go see the cave? And Yuejia glared at Xiao Haoyu with a playful pout. Listening to your voice, it seems you really miss the time in the cave. Xiao Haoyu's charming eyes sparkled with a gentle glow. His voice was deep and pleasant, mixed with a hint of anticipation. That's where I saw the most beautiful you. A kiss sealed our love, and you live in my heart. And you remembered that wild night, her lovely face flushing with blush. The cave was still the same. As Xinyu drew closer to the cave, her memories became clearer. She realized she had never forgotten everything that happened inside. Her gaze involuntarily fell to the corner. She was lost in her thoughts for a long time. Suddenly, she felt a tingling sensation on her earlobe, and a flirtatious, husky voice sounded. Yeah, I was a bit confused back then, but I still remember your beauty. Your eyes, your voice, your lips. And Yu's long eyelashes fluttered. Without thinking, she grabbed Xiao Haoyu's collar and covered his mouth. Xiao Haoyu's eyes shone brightly. He took the lead, helping Xinyu recall her memories more clearly. After a while, Xinyu rested in Xiao Haoyu's arms, breathing steadily. Yeah, do you think Grandpa's leg will get better? Xinyu smiled softly. Don't worry. With the spiritual spring, Grandpa's leg will be fine. Tomorrow, we'll secretly use diluted spiritual spring water to improve the small vegetable garden. Grandpa and Grandma's health will get better and better. Yeah, thank you. No need to be polite. We're a family. And you affectionately nudged Xiao Haoyu's nose. The sun is setting soon. If we don't go back now, Grandpa and Grandma will worry. Xiao Haoyu looked at her tenderly and squatted in front of her. Yeah, I want to carry you down the mountain. That's what I've wanted to do since I woke up that day. And you didn't refuse. She leaned on Xiao Haoyu's back. Xiao Haoyu stood up and walked down step by step. His eyes and smile were full of happiness. Today, he finally did what he had wanted since that morning. And you poked his back with her finger. We've already come down the mountain. Please put me down. Xiao Haoyu knew she was shy and gently set her down. A jealous pair of eyes watched her closely. And you felt the gaze and looked up. She saw Su's family member, Su Yeye, glaring at her with envy. Su Jiyue, take care of your eyes. Su Jiyue gritted her teeth and snapped back. My eyes are on my face. I can look at whoever I want. Su Jieyue, I should thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have met Hao Yu. You played a big part. Without you, I wouldn't have such a good marriage. And you looked at Su Jieyue with a mocking smile. Hearing this, Su Jieyue felt a sharp pain in her heart. She worked so hard to make a wedding dress for Xinyu. Just thinking about Xinyu standing beside Xiao Haoyu, smiling happily, made her regret her past wrong choices. And you stole the place that was originally mine. And you looked at Ma Baozhen behind Su Jieyue, who had a grim face. A quick smile flashed in her eyes. Su Jieyue, a person should know their worth. Even without me, how you wouldn't look at you. Impossible. Without you, I could definitely stand beside Xiao Haoyu. Grandma Song likes me a lot. She would help me. Su Jieyue looked at Xinyu with anger. Really? If Grandma Song knew that the person who saved her wasn't you, but someone else, Ma Baogen's voice sounded coldly behind Su Jieyue. She felt like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. You're lying. I was the one who saved Grandma Song back then. Ma Baozhen reached out and tightly grabbed her wrist. Su Jieyue, don't think I don't know. I saw everything clearly that year. The person who saved Grandma Song was a passing young girl. She ate the snake venom from her leg. After the girl left, you accidentally found Grandma Song unconscious. Grandma Song woke up, thought you saved her, and you didn't explain. You took credit for it, becoming her savior. Su Jieyue shook her head desperately. Ma Baozhen, you're lying. Lying, she shouted and reached out to cover Ma Baogen's mouth. Her mind was overwhelmed with waves of shock. Ma Baogen's story was exactly the same as what had happened before. His eyes flashed with cold light. He suddenly slapped her across the face. Su Jieyue, you married me but still can't behave. You are so unruly. I have been kind to you all the time, which is why you feel confident and act without restraint. Su Jieyue was knocked to the ground, crying in pain. Xiao Haoyu looked at Ma Baozhen with anger in his voice. Ma Baozhen, are you sure the person who saved my grandmother back then was someone else? Ma Baozhen nodded seriously. Absolutely.
I was very scared at the time.
That little girl looked about 8 or 9 years old, but she was very brave. She threw a stone that hit the snake in Granny Song's hand, and you looked at Ma Baozhen and asked, do you know that girl? Does she have any special features? Ma Baozhen saw Xin유's legs go weak instinctively and took a step back. He carefully remembered the scene, and suddenly his eyes lit up. I was a little far away then, but I heard that little girl say something about Xiu's good deed day 100. And you blinked. Could the person who saved Granny from back then be Zhong Xiu? We'll find out when we return to the island. Xiao Haoyu looked thoughtful. His grandmother had told him that Su Jieyue saved her. He didn't think much about it at the time, not expecting that there might be more to the story of her saving him. Su Jieyue shook her head desperately, tears streaming down her face. No, it's not true. Don't listen to Ma Baogen's nonsense. He's just a scoundrel and a second-rate troublemaker. I was the one who saved Granny Song. It was me. Xiao Haoyu looked coldly at Su Jieyue. Ma Baozhen, take care of your wife. Whether or not Granny was saved by her, don't let her get close to my grandmother's family. Ma Baozhen shrank back nervously, his voice trembling. I know. I will watch her and not let her talk nonsense. And you and Xiao Haoyu turned and left. Ma Baozhen grabbed Su Jieyue's hand and swung it back and forth. Su Jieyue, are you trying to kill me? You're still thinking about Xiao Haoyu. How shameless can you be? Today, I want to teach you a lesson so you won't do anything to shame the Ma family again. I have been kind and caring for you, but you have become restless because of it. Why don't you look at yourself in the mirror? Are you comparable to Xinyu? Suddenly, Su Jieyue acted like she had lost her mind and bit down Ma Baogen's wrist. Ma Baozhen felt pain and grabbed her hair, pulling it forcefully. He threw her to the ground, and blood appeared on his wrist. Anger burned in Ma Baogen's eyes, and his fury seemed to reach the sky. Su Jieyue stared at Ma Baozhen with wide eyes. It's all your fault. You ruined me. Ma Baozhen sneered angrily, a cold smile curling his lips. Su Jieyue, back in Qinghe village, you clung to me and refused to let go. If I had known you were so shameless, I wouldn't have married you into the Ma family. Since you are so ungrateful, from now on, you will live in the chicken coop.
No.
Ma Baozhen, you can't treat me like this. My brother won't let you get away with it. Thinking of the drafty chicken coop and the smell of chicken droppings that made her nauseous, Su Jiyue shuddered. Ma Baozhen looked at her with disdain and sneered mockingly. Su Jiyue, your brother is no longer a captain and has a lame leg. Do you think I still fear him? I am in charge of my own wife. That's only right. Su Jiyue's eyes widened in fear. She saw that Ma Baozhen was truly angry this time. If she didn't apologize now, she was afraid she would really end up in the chicken coop tonight. Ma Baozhen, that scoundrel, was capable of anything. Quickly, Su Jiyue lowered her head to beg for mercy, hiding her unwillingness. Baozhen, please forgive me. I was wrong. Ma Baozhen looked down from above at Su Jiyue, who was clutching his leg and begging. His eyes turned proud. Su Jiyue, do you really understand your mistake? Su Jiyue nodded repeatedly, her voice full of pleading. Baozhen, I really know I was wrong. I won't think about Xiao Haoyu anymore. I will focus on living with you. Ma Baozhen reached out and grabbed her chin, looking straight into her eyes. Su Jiyue, I am giving you one last chance. If you cause any more trouble in the future, I won't show mercy. You better watch your words and actions and don't embarrass me. Otherwise, you'll have me live in a chicken coop for the rest of my life. Su Jiyue's eyes were full of fear, and her voice trembled. I really know I was wrong, and won't dare to do it again. Ma Baozhen suddenly pulled Su Jiyue up, smiling with a meaningful look. Su Jiyue, you know you were wrong, but you need to show sincerity. Usually I spoil and pamper you. Today, I want you to see the consequences of angering me. Su Jiyue didn't dare to resist and let Ma Baozhen pull her along. And you and Xiao Haoyu were about to reach the gate of Song's small courtyard. They saw Grandma Song standing outside, looking around, and hurried over. Grandma Song smiled kindly. I can't sit still with my old bones. When your grandpa is in a good mood, I feel happy too, and you smiled sweetly. Grandpa is taking good care of himself. His leg will heal, and there's no rush. Grandma Song nodded in agreement. I know. Since you all came back, my husband's smile has been getting more each day. She looked at Xiao Haoyu and asked, Haoyu, is Wang Shu really going to transfer away from the island? Xiao Haoyu nodded gently. Grandma, Wang Shu mentioned it to me. He really wants to leave the island. Grandma Song sighed, her eyes showing mixed feelings. Maybe we are the ones holding him back. Xiao Haoyu shook his head softly and comforted her. Grandma, don't say that. Wang Shu will be sad if he hears it. No matter what decision Wang Shu makes, we support him. Xiaoman is having a baby, so Grandma and Grandpa won't be lonely anymore. Wang Shu wants to transfer to a station closer to Qinghe village so he can take care of you both. And you also gently comforted her. Grandma, don't think too much. If Wang Shu moves to the mainland, transportation will be easy, and life will be more colorful. Next year, Xiaoman will have a grandson or granddaughter for you. You'll be busy. Grandma Song became happier the more she listened, patting Yinyu's hand. Yeah, is right. Our life will get better and better. My husband and I are looking forward to each day more. Grandma, dinner is ready. Grandma Song's eyes twinkled with joy, and she walked happily. Although she didn't say it out loud, Song Wangshu was very happy that Song Wangshu was transferred from the island to the mainland. Elderly people having family around and children nearby is something Grandma Song has hoped for many years. Song Wangshu smiled warmly as he looked at Grandma Song. Grandma, I steamed your favorite big buns today. You must eat more. Grandma Song smiled so happily that her eyes crinkled. Seeing her smile, Song Wangshu felt more certain that his decision was right. He had already checked that the nearest military base to Qinghe village was not far away. It only took 2 hours by bike, which was very convenient. The moon rose over the treetops as Song Wangshu and Xiao Haoyu strolled along the Qinghe River in the village. Wangshu, Colonel Shun sent a letter. He said that you have a chance to transfer to the base closest to Qinghe village. Next March, you can report to your new station. The base commander's last name is Gu, a good friend of Colonel Shin and your uncle. When you arrive, you'll still be a battalion commander, so don't worry about being treated unfairly. show your skills, and manage your soldiers well. You can also bring your grandparents to live at the base's family housing, which will make it easier for you to take care of them. Xiao Haoyu waved the letter in his hand and handed it to Song Wangshu. Song Wangshu read it quickly, his face relaxing with happiness. That's great. The new base isn't far from Qinghe village, and it will be much more convenient than the island. Xiao Haoyu patted Song Wangshu's shoulder firmly. Wangshu, when we return to the island, get ready for the handover. Song Wangshu nodded, a hint of curiosity flashing in his eyes. Brother Xiao, since I'm leaving, who will be your new battalion commander? Xiao Haoyu's eyes flashed with a mysterious smile. Wangshu, you'll never guess who the new commander of Battalion 3 is. Someone we know. Someone we know? The new commander is someone we know. Song Wangshu looked very curious. Xiao Haoyu smiled mysteriously. When we get back to the island, you'll find out right away. Song Wangshu blinked, very curious about who it could be. Someone parachuted onto the island. The Ice King only spoke half of what he knew. He was worried he might not sleep well tonight. Brother Xiao, wait for me. Song Wangshu took long strides toward Xiao Haoyu. Xiao Haoyu's lips curled into a high smile, and he kept walking forward without looking back. When Song Wangshu sees Gu Shihai, she will definitely be surprised. The boy who used to cry all the time has grown into a strong soldier. The closest military base to Qinghe village. Gu Shihai is dressed in military uniform, looking at Commander Gu. Dad, do you really agree to me being transferred to the island? Commander Gu holds a cup of tea in his hand. I don't agree, but can I stop you? Dad, you know I've wanted to go to the island for many years. Mom said the sea is beautiful, and I've always wanted to visit the island where she lived. But you've always disagreed, insisting I stay by your side. Gu Shihai's eyes are full of helplessness. Commander Gu Qingsong, sighs. Shihai, your wings are already strong. I can't always hold you back. You're still young, you can go where you like. But you have to promise me to take care of yourself. There are many beautiful girls on the island, so you better solve your single status. Gu Shihai rolls his eyes, seeming both helpless and resigned. Dad, finding a life partner depends on fate. Gu Shihai, do you know how old you are this year? At your age, I was already eating eggs. Gu Qingsong gets angry when he mentions this. In 4 years, he'll be 30. Doesn't he have a sense of time? Gu Shihai looks at his dad, showing signs of frustration. He quietly defends himself. Dad, with reform and opening up, I'm only 25. Why are you in such a hurry? I promise you, I will solve my personal issues before I turn 30. Gu Qingsong laughs bitterly, taking a sip of water to avoid getting angry. Why don't you say that you'll solve your personal issues before you're 50? Turning 30 is considered a late age for a bachelor. Who would marry a guy like you? Are you trying to make me and your grandpa angry? Before your grandpa punishes me, I'll definitely strangle you first. I warn you, if you don't solve your personal issues within 2 years, I will decide for you to get married. Then I'll tie you up and throw you into the bridal chamber. Let's see how you handle that. Dad, please don't be angry. I promise I will. It's just a matter of solving personal issues within 2 years. No problem at all. Gu Shizhou quickly lowers his head to agree, trying to calm the old man. As for whether the lifelong problem can be solved in 2 years, it depends on fate and luck. If the right person doesn't appear, don't expect it to happen in 2 years or even 5. He doesn't want to be confused or rush to solve personal issues. Sigh. At that time, he will need to find an excuse to comfort his father. In his eyes, marriage is sacred. Entering the wedding hall, both partners should love each other sincerely. Gu Qingsong saw Gu Shihai nod and felt a little calmer inside. Spend more time with your grandfather and mother during this period. Once you are transferred to the island, you probably won't come back more than twice a year. Yes, Commander Gu. I will go home right now to be with my grandfather and mother. Before Gu Shihai finished speaking, he ran off quickly and disappeared from Commander Gu's sight. Gu Qingsong shook his head helplessly and muttered to himself. This brat, I don't know who he's following. I never acted so unruly when I was young. He clearly forgot how angry he was back then, chasing after old Master Gu with a stick all over the yard. Xiao Haoyu carefully controlled the pressure on his hands, massaging old Master Song's uninjured leg. "Grandpa, how does that feel?" "Not bad." Old Master Song closed his eyes comfortably, leaning on the bed. How long have you and Wang Shu taken leave for?" "Captain Shen approved us a month off," Zhao Haoyu answered while massaging his leg. "Grandpa, Captain Shen wrote that Wang Shu will report to the nearest station in Lijiang Village next March." "Really?" Old Master Song's eyes widened suddenly. There was surprise, anticipation, and disbelief in his eyes. "Grandpa, you shouldn't get too excited. Be careful not to hurt your leg." Old Master Song waved his hand. "I know. Come on, tell me, is what you just said true?" "Grandpa, it's true." Zhao Haoyu nodded under Old Master Song's expectant gaze. "Great. That's wonderful." Old Master Song's eyes shimmered with tears as years of hope finally came true. "And you came in with a glass of water." "Grandpa, here is some honey water for you." Old Master Song took the honey water, smiling so broadly that his eyes disappeared. Wang Shu was outside the door, listening to Old Master Song's laughter. He silently smiled. Whether on the island or on land, he was always serving the people. Lung Xiaoman walked over and held Song Wangshu's hand. "Brother Wangshu." Song Wangshu held Lung Xiaoman's hand. "Xiaoman, I can transfer back next March." Lung Xiaoman smiled warmly. "Wangshu, my child, and I support your decision unconditionally." "Thank you, Xiaoman." Song Wangshu looked at Lung Xiaoman with tenderness. "Fool. We are family." Lung Xiaoman's bright smile warmed Song Wangshu's heart. As night deepened, Old Master Song and Grandma Song couldn't sleep. "Old lady, do you think I'm dreaming? Is Wangshu really coming back?" Grandma Song smiled happily. "Old man, it's true. Our Wangshu has grown up." Old Master Song also smiled. "Old lady, do you prefer a boy or a girl?" Grandma Song raised her eyebrows and glared at him. "Old man, what arrow is this? Boys and girls are the same. Whether it's a grandson or a granddaughter, I like them both. If you dare to favor boys over girls, I will throw you into the woodshed. I want to hold my soft, fragrant baby to sleep." Old Master Song's eyes twitched. "Grandma, I was just saying I love both boys and girls equally. That's more like it." Grandma Song turned over and closed her eyes, ready to sleep. Old Master Song secretly glared at her. He muttered softly in his heart, "My precious grandson or granddaughter, you haven't been born yet. My position in the family is at risk, and my status in Grandma's heart keeps dropping." Grandma Song, with her eyes closed, softly said, "Old man, are you secretly complaining about me in your mind?" "No." "Grandma, how could I dare? When has our family ever been decided by you?" Old Master Song, with decades of experience, was good at coaxing Grandma.
"Humph.
"You wouldn't dare." Hearing her familiar hum, Old Master Song smiled happily. "Since the day I married you, I knew I was willing to be under your control for a lifetime." Song Wangshu casually walks past her grandparents' room. She hears the two elderly people talking and quietly smiles. Her grandparents' love for each other remains as strong as ever. When she was young, her grandfather often boasted in front of her about how her grandmother fell in love with him at first sight. Once her grandfather was bragging again, and her grandmother was standing behind him. She wondered if what her grandfather was saying was true, but she didn't remind them that she was listening. The memory of that moment stayed with her forever. Her grandmother raised her eyebrows angrily and grabbed her grandfather's ear. "Wow, that was a great story.
Tell me more."
"Let me hear how I fell in love with you at first sight and was so captivated by your charm that I lost my sense of direction." Her grandfather kept begging for mercy, lowering his head to avoid her grip. "It was my mistake. I spoke too quickly and got it wrong. I was actually the one who fell in love with you at first sight. I was so enchanted by you that I lost my way in all directions." At that time, he looked very surprised, not understanding his grandfather's clever words. Later, her grandfather told her that when she grew up and got married, she would understand. When her grandmother married him, she would need to be spoiled and pampered. Then he warned her by grabbing her ear, saying she shouldn't make her grandmother angry. Song Wangshu returned to her room, poured a glass of water, and handed it to Lung Xiaoman. "Xiaoman, drink some honey water." Lung Xiaoman took the honey water and sipped it slowly. Song Wangshu's large hand rested on her belly, and she spoke seriously to the baby inside. Baby, you have to be good and not cause trouble for your mom. Suddenly, Song Wangshu's eyes widened as her palm felt a ripple. Her heart was pounding fiercely, full of excitement. Xiaoman, the baby just greeted me and kicked me. Lung Xiaoman smiled gently, her hand resting on her belly. Brother Wangshu, our baby is very well behaved and smart. Xiao Haoyu was carefully combing and used beautiful long hair. Yeah, Grandpa's health is getting better every day, all thanks to you. And Yu smiled softly, her voice gentle. Haoyu, tomorrow we will plant cabbages in the small yard. In winter, Grandpa and Grandma can enjoy fresh, crunchy cabbages. I'm not tired. I care about your care. Zhou Haoyu brought a basin of foot-washing water. He tested the temperature with his hand, his voice as charming as wine. Honey, I will wash your feet. And Yu avoided Zhou Haoyu's hand, but he still grabbed her foot. Carefully, he placed it in warm water and gently washed her foot. Her foot was very white, with neatly trimmed, cute nails. Zhou Haoyu unconsciously moved his throat, and a small fire burned in his heart. The tingling sensation from her foot made Yu tremble inside. Her eyes shimmered with water, afraid to look directly at the person carefully washing her feet. After finishing, Yu slipped into the bed. Zhou Haoyu added some hot water to the basin and continued washing his feet, lost in thought. The room was very quiet, only the sound of water occasionally breaking the silence. A subtle, romantic feeling quietly grew, and no one spoke to disturb the mood. Zhou Haoyu got into bed, and Yu naturally leaned into his arms. She found a comfortable position, and her hand accidentally touched his handsome abs, igniting this enchanting night. The moonlight was gentle and leisurely, drifting through the starry sky, as if waiting for someone or searching for someone. The crow's call announced dawn. Zhou Haoyu got up early, ran around the village twice, then went into the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Song Wangshu was lighting the fire. Good morning, Brother Zhou. Wangshu, today we will tidy up the vegetable garden and plant Chinese cabbage. I remember Grandma's pickled cabbage was the best, tangy and crispy. Zhou Haoyu washed the greens and prepared to make hand-pulled noodles. Wangshu didn't look up. He watched the flames in the stove. Plant more cabbage and radishes so we won't worry about vegetables in winter. Zhou Haoyu was quick, and even in cutting the noodles. Brother Zhou, add 2 more eggs in the noodles. Xiaoman needs nutrition. Wangshu smiled and reminded him. Since he learned that cold Xiaoman was pregnant, his mood had been very good. Becoming a father soon made him proud and excited.
Got it.
Wangshu, today go to town and buy some big bones or ribs. We'll make some soup. Grandpa and Grandma need to nourish themselves. Zhou Haoyu took 2 eggs and cracked them into the noodle soup, not forgetting to add a poached egg for his wife. I'll go after breakfast. Zhou Haoyu carried the hand-pulled noodles, and Wangshu held his chopsticks and bowl. Grandpa, it's time to eat. Xiao Haoyu carried a bowl of handmade noodles topped with 2 poached eggs. Grandpa Song was in good spirits today, maybe just his imagination. His legs didn't hurt at all, only sometimes a little itchy. Haoyu, hurry up and eat your breakfast. He handed over the noodles, smiling with squinting eyes. Maybe because he's in a good mood, he feels that the food these days tastes especially good. After eating, he felt warm all over, and even his old injuries that used to hurt during rainy days didn't bother him as much. Grandpa, you eat first. If you're still hungry, just call me. Grandpa Song's eyes widened, and he pretended to reach for his chopsticks to hit him. Little rascal, do you think I'm feeding pigs? This big bowl is enough for you. A smile played on Xiao Haoyu's face, but he didn't answer, afraid Grandpa would dump the noodles on his head. Grandma Song smiled happily. Xiaoman, yeah, you too eat more. The handmade noodles are chewy and taste very good. Xiaoman and Yaya both said thank you at the same time. Song Wangshu watched Grandma Song with a big smile. Grandpa is full of energy early in the morning. Grandma Song's eyes twinkled with a smile. Such a big bowl of handmade noodles. I can't even finish 2 bowls. Can't the old man have good energy? Xiao Haoyu sat down and nodded in agreement. Grandma is right. Everyone at the table was talking and laughing, happy and harmonious. Grandpa Song blinked and looked at the empty bowl. Can I really eat that much? He felt a little sad inside because the noodles tasted so good. As a patient, he shouldn't eat too much. How can he recover well? Wangshu Song came in, smiling happily as she looked at Grandpa. Grandpa, are you full? Yes, I am. Grandpa's voice carried a hint of sadness. Wangshu, have I gained weight recently? Wangshu shook her head. No, you haven't. Grandpa Song sighed softly, reaching out to pinch the soft flesh around his waist, seeming to think he hadn't gained weight. How is that possible? I eat so much rice, I can't even get out of bed. If I keep eating but don't gain weight, isn't that wasting food? Wangshu Song chuckled mischievously. Grandpa, maybe we won't cook big bone soup at noon. How about making a pot of cornbread? To prevent you, old sir, from wasting food. Old Master Song's eyes widened, and the walnut in his hand flew towards Song Wangshu. Little brat, do you think you need a lesson? I'm a patient, and I need to eat well to recover. Song Wangshu tilted his head and dodged the flying walnut. With a loud, the walnut hit the wall and broke into two halves. Grandpa, you're so strong. Your grip is really powerful. Look at this poor walnut, split into two. Walnuts are nutritious. How can you waste them? I think I'll just eat it. After all, you love me. Old Master Song chuckled angrily. Get out. You just know how to make me angry. Song Wangshu left without looking back, a slight smile on his face. His lively grandpa made him feel safe. He remembered the day he just returned home. He saw his grandpa lying pale on the bed, looking very empty. Thinking about it now still makes his heart ache. Grandpa, I will take good care of you and Grandma in the future. Old Master Song looked at his hand and muttered to himself. Getting old, no use anymore. My hands are not steady. Back in the day, when I was young, I held a needle for embroidery. I could poke a mosquito's left wing without touching its right wing. Grandma Song came in and heard Grandpa's sigh. Old man, a hero doesn't boast about past bravery. Now your eyes are blurry, and you can't even hit your grandson's coat with a walnut. Old Master Song blinked and defended himself. Old lady, others may not know, but don't you understand me? I wasn't missing on purpose. I was aiming to hit the ground because I care. Song Wangshu's voice came from outside. Grandma, Grandpa loves me. He's smashing walnuts for me. Old Master Song twitched his mouth and coughed lightly. Little brat, just know that Grandpa loves you. Grandpa, I'll go to town and buy some big bones to help you recover. If you need anything, call Brother Xiao. He's planting cabbages in the yard. Song Wangshu pushed open the door curtain, smiling happily at the two. Go ahead. Do you have money? If not, Grandma has some. Grandma Song looked at Song Wangshu with love. Grandma, I have money. Song Wangshu turned and left the small courtyard of the Song family, riding her bicycle to the town to buy ribs and large bones. Xiao Haoyu used tools to dig over the vegetable garden first, then tidied it up neatly, with no lumps of earth left, and used sprinkled cabbage seeds and radish seeds. Xiao Haoyu worked quickly, and the two worked together smoothly. In 2 hours, the small garden was planted with cabbage and radishes. Anu smiled as she looked at the results of their work. Haoyu, go get a bucket of water. Xiao Haoyu nodded and came back with a full bucket of water. Anu waved her finger in the water, dropping 2 drops of spiritual spring water. Haoyu, pour the water evenly over the garden. With her command and his action, they worked very well together. Yeah, in 3 days we will leave. Let's go see Uncle. Xiao Haoyu washed his hands and smiled at Anu. Anu nodded in agreement. Yuejia. Ji Sichuan ran over, smiling warmly. Yuejia, sister-in-law, my dad said you should come for lunch. He will cook 2 of his special dishes himself. And you looked at him kindly. Okay, I also want to see Uncle. Ji Sichuan's eyes lit up instantly. Great. And you handed him a golden pear. Xiao Chuan, this pear is very sweet. You will like it. Ji Sichuan took the golden pear, took a big bite, and the juice was full, sour and sweet. Xiao Haoyu looked at Ji Sichuan. Xiao Chuan, do you want your brother-in-law to take you to the mountain for a walk? Ji Sichuan's eyes sparkled. Yuejia, can I go to the mountain with brother-in-law? He remembered that brother-in-law was very skilled, able to hit a stone or catch wild chickens or rabbits. Seeing his eager eyes, and Yu nodded gently. Don't play too late, Xiao Haoyu and Ji Sichuan answered together. And Yu watched them leave, then returned to her room. She took out 2 boxes of spiritual tea from her space, planning to give them to Uncle Daling. She washed a plate of golden pears and carried them into Lung Xiaoman's room. Xiaoman, do you want to eat a pear? I heard eating more fruit is good for little babies. Lung Xiaoman's eyes lit up. Yeah, really? Of course it's true. I heard that eating more fruit makes little babies' skin fairer. And you handed Lung Xiaoman a big, golden pear. Then I will eat more. Lung Xiaoman took a big bite. The sour and sweet taste instantly won her heart. So delicious. Yeah, you should try some too. And you picked up a golden pear and took a big bite, smiling with her eyes. Su Jiaxing looked annoyed and frowned. Since his leg became disabled and he returned to Qinghe village, Wang Yanyu and his mother argued loudly every 5 days, small fights every 3 days, making his ears hurt. Wang Yanyu, it's all because of you, the bad luck charm. Since we married you, our family has been unlucky. It must be your fate. My son's leg was harmed because of you. If you talk about fate, can I compare to you? Maybe your son's leg is because your own fate is too strong. He harmed his father-in-law and then his son. Wang Yenyu's face, scarred like a melon seed, looked even angrier. You wicked girl, I won't tear your mouth apart and stop your nonsense. Su's mother flared her arms and lunged at Wang Yanyu. Wang Yanyu, caught off guard, was scratched. Her neck burned with pain. She looked in the mirror. Wow, there were 3 long bloody scratches on her neck. Wang Yanyu was furious. She turned around and started fighting with Su's mother. They slapped and punched each other fiercely. Screams, curses, and crying mixed together. Su Jiaxing felt tired and annoyed. Conflicts like this happened from time to time. Stop fighting. His voice was weak and powerless, but neither Su's mother nor Wang Yanyu paid attention. Bad luck charm, I agreed to let you into the Su family, but I really got the worst luck. Finally, Su's mother gained the upper hand, sitting on top of Wang Yanyu, hitting and scolding her. She hit and cursed repeatedly. Wang Yenyu's face was covered with tears. Su Jiaxing, are you dead? Just watch your wife get beaten. I really have bad luck. Why did I ever like you, this useless man? Su's mother got angrier. She grabbed Wang Yenyu's mouth and tore at it. Bad luck charm. You dare to curse my son. Su Jiaxing had become numb. Over the past few months, he had almost never avoided scolding. Mom, stop hitting me. I want to divorce Wang Yanyu. The words, divorce, instantly stunned both Su's mother and Wang Yanyu. Su's mother immediately stood up, her eyes bright with surprise. Son, are you serious? Wang Yenyu's luck has been bad ever since she married him. If I had known earlier, I would have let you marry Xinyu. Maybe then your leg wouldn't be affected by this bad luck. Wang Yanyu got up from the ground, her hair messy, eyes red, and she shouted hysterically. Su Jiaxing, you're dreaming if you think I'll agree to a divorce. Su Jiaxing looked at her with tired eyes, indifferent. Our life has become like this. Is there any point in continuing this marriage? Wang Yanyu wiped her eyes forcefully and shouted like a madwoman. Su Jiaxing, as long as I am alive, I won't divorce you. Don't even think about it. You'll be stuck with me for your whole life. There's no way to get rid of me. Su Jiaxing sighed helplessly and turned to leave. Take care of yourself. When you've thought it over, let me know, and we'll go get the divorce papers. As soon as Wang Yanyu finished speaking, she was slapped again in the face. Su's mother was so angry she jumped and glared fiercely. Wang Yanyu, you jinx. How dare you refuse to divorce? We've been married so long, and you haven't even given us a sign. You still want to continue harming our family. Wang Yanyu pushed Su's mother away. Old witch, I just don't agree to the divorce. What can you do about it? She didn't even look at Su's mother, who had fallen to the ground. She turned back to her room and slammed the door shut. Su's mother took a long time to come to her senses, repeatedly hitting the ground with her hands. Oh dear. What kind of disaster has befallen our Su family? Marrying such a bad omen. It's so unfair. Whose wife would bully her mother-in-law? Neighbors pointed and whispered, watching the scene unfold. This widow Su has met her match. Wang Xinyu is not easy to handle. The Su family is really lively. It's like a martial arts show every few days. Hurry home for dinner, then go to work afterward. Every day is so busy. There's no peace at all. Su Jiaxing looked annoyed as he limped along the Qinghe River. Along the way, he thought about many things, especially about his legs and the past. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure out of the corner of his eye. He hurriedly tried to hide, but there was nowhere to conceal himself near the riverbank. Xinyu, her name made his heart ache whenever he thought of her. In these months, he kept wondering, what if he had married Xinyu back then? Would his life be different? Maybe. Yeah. When will you and how you return to the island? And you looked at the willow trees swaying in the wind. In a day or two. Xiaoman, take good care of yourself. Lian Xiaoman's eyes were full of reluctance. Yeah, you too. Take care. And you saw Xiaoman's red eyes and offered a gentle smile to comfort her. Every goodbye is for a better reunion next time. I will write to you often, and you must write back to me. Xiaoman sniffed and nodded. Okay. Su Jiaxing didn't dare meet Xinyu's eyes. He instinctively didn't want her to see how miserable he was. Xinyu and Lian Xiaoman passed by him without even a glance. His eyes were full of regret, and bitterness spread in his heart. He watched Xinyu's figure for a long time before slowly sitting down on the ground. He truly couldn't understand how things had turned out like this. Since Wang Yenyu's leg was injured, she had become very distant. Home was no longer a safe harbor. Now, Su's family was at the center of a storm, filled with tension every day. He closed his eyes tiredly and helplessly. He couldn't persuade Wang Yenyu or his mother. So he kept his distance, feeling less troubled. Xiao Haoyu came down from the mountain with Ji Sichuan. Ji Sichuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. His basket held a wild rabbit and a wild chicken. Brother-in-law is so amazing. I want to be like him someday. Xiao Haoyu looked at Ji Sichuan's admiring gaze and smiled slightly. Xiao Sichuan, go home first. I'll find Sister Yaya, and then we'll go to your house together.
Yi Sihun nodded eagerly.
Okay. Xiao Haoyu headed toward the Song family's house, carrying a wild chicken and 2 rabbits in his basket to help his grandfather recover. And you saw Xiao Haoyu from afar and noticed his smile. You're back. How was the harvest? It was pretty good. Zhou Haoyu handed the basket to Song Wangshu. Wangshu, there's a wild chicken and 2 rabbits in the basket to help Grandpa stay healthy. Song Wangshu's eyes sparkled. Brother Qiao, why didn't you call me when you went up the mountain? I went with Xiao Siken. You handle these things. Yue and I are going to Xiao Chuan's house for dinner. Zhou Haoyu washed his hands. Brother Qiao, I'll leave 2 bowls of pork rib soup for you and Yue. Song Wangshu teased with a smile. Zhou Haoyu ignored him and looked at Xinyu. Yue, go prepare to visit Uncle's house for dinner. And you turned and went into the room. Zhou Haoyu lifted the curtain and entered Old Master Song's room. Grandpa, I caught a wild chicken and 2 rabbits on the mountain to help you stay healthy. Old Master Song smiled broadly. You're thoughtful, you are. Grandpa, Yue, and I are going to Xiao Sichen's house for lunch today. That's right. You're about to leave soon, so you should visit Daling before you go. Old Master Song looked a little reluctant, but it was fleeting. Zhou Haoyu turned to leave. Xinyu was already waiting in the small courtyard. She held 2 boxes of tea leaves and 2 bottles of Maotai. Zhou Haoyu smiled slightly and stepped forward to take what Xinyu was holding. They walked side by side out of the Song house toward the Ji house. Ji Siken ran home quickly, full of excitement in his voice. Dad, I'm back. Ji Daling came out of the kitchen, looking at Ji Sichen's sweaty forehead. He gently scolded. Why are you running? You're all sweaty. Ji Siken chuckled and handed over the basket. Dad, my brother-in-law, and I went to the mountain.
He's so amazing.
He just waved his hand and caught a wild chicken and rabbits for lunch. Ji Daling took the basket, a smile flashing in his eyes. Xiao Chuan, go wash your hands. Later, Try the braised pork ribs, okay? Ji Sikhen immediately grinned. Dad, I can do that. He sniffed the delicious smell wafting from the kitchen. He quickly washed his hands. Dad, I'll go taste how your braised pork ribs are. He dashed into the kitchen like the wind, picked up a pair of chopsticks, grabbed a rib, and took a hot bite. Ji Dalin watched him move so quickly like the wind and shook his head. Little brat, slow down a bit. Be careful not to burn your tongue. Ji Sichuan's eyes curved into a crescent shape as he mumbled. Dad, the braised ribs you made are really delicious. If you cook for us in the future, I'll be so lucky. Ji Dalin skillfully plucked the feathers from the wild chicken. Little brat, what are you dreaming about? This time, it's because of your sister Yu. You want to learn to cook? Look at your brother-in-law's great cooking skills. Ji Sichuan squinted and spat out a bone. He cheerfully came out of the kitchen. Dad, when I grow up a bit more, I'll learn to cook. I want to be someone capable like my brother-in-law. Ji Dalin nodded in agreement, rinsing the cleaned wild chicken and rabbit. Your brother-in-law is a capable man. He's good at both socializing and cooking. His excellent cooking has won over your sister Yu's heart. If you want to be like him, you need to keep working hard. Ji Sichuan nodded heavily, full of admiration. Dad, I will definitely work hard to become someone like my brother-in-law. That's my goal. Ji Dalin stood up, carrying the prepared wild chicken. With a quick motion, he chopped and put them into the pot. Yaya likes spicy rabbit meat. Ji Sichuan rested his chin on his hands, sitting in a chair, staring intently at the kitchen. Will my cooking skills be as good as my dad someday? Good genes run in the family. The son of a dragon is a dragon, and the son of a phoenix is a phoenix. Even a mouse's son can dig holes. My dad is so amazing. I definitely won't be worse. The fragrant, spicy aroma from the kitchen wafted into his nose, bringing back his thoughts. It was spicy and fragrant, making him sneeze. Dad, your spicy rabbit meat tastes amazing. Ji Sichuan's eyes lit up with excitement because spicy rabbit meat is also his favorite. Ji Dalin's cheerful voice came from the kitchen. Little brat, go see if your sister Yu and brother-in-law are here. Got it. Ji Sichuan ran toward the front door and saw Yu and Xiao Haoyu walking side by side from afar. His voice was cheerful. Dad, Sister Yu and brother-in-law have already arrived. Sister Yu, she also brought you 2 boxes of tea. Ji Dalin carefully placed the spicy rabbit meat onto a plate, smiling happily. Sister Yu still remembers that he likes to drink tea. She is such a thoughtful and obedient child. The chicken soup was also ready, filling the air with a strong aroma. Ji Dalin washed his hands and brought the dishes from the kitchen to the dining table. And Yu and Xiao Haoyu entered Ji's small courtyard. Sister Yu, Haoyu, you arrived just in time. Today I made spicy rabbit meat. You must eat more. And Yu smiled sweetly. Uncle, I love the spicy rabbit meat you make. It's both fragrant and spicy. She looked at the quiet dining table and asked curiously, Uncle, where are Auntie and Cece?
Yi Dalin smiled.
Your aunt took Cece to Wang's house for a birthday celebration. Ji Sichuan grinned. I wanted to stay home and eat with Sister Yu, so I didn't go, and you took a piece of spicy rabbit meat and placed it in Ji Sichuan's bowl. Xiao Chuan, are you sure you stayed because Uncle's cooking is so good? Sister Yu, the spicy rabbit leg tastes so delicious. Ji Sichuan picked up a spicy rabbit leg and put it in Yu's bowl. And Yu took a bite of the spicy rabbit leg, her eyes immediately squinting. It was both fragrant and spicy, making her feel very happy. Ji Dalin saw Yu eating happily and smiled with joy. Sister Yu, the way you squint when you eat the spicy rabbit leg is exactly like your mother. Back then, your mom loved eating this dish very much. Ji Dalin took a sip of wine, thinking of his adorable little sister through Yu. Xiao Haoyu poured another glass of wine for Ji Dalin. Uncle, you should eat some food while drinking. Ji Dalin looked at Xiao Haoyu with a smile. Haoyu, this spicy rabbit meat and braised ribs are all dishes Sister Yu loves. In the future, when you have time, make more for her. Be good to our Yu. Uncle, I'll remember that. Xiao Haoyu raised his glass and nodded seriously. Ji Dalin was very pleased with his answer. He finished his wine in one gulp, drinking bravely. Ji Sichuan mumbled softly. Dad, drink slowly. If you get drunk later, Sister Yu and brother-in-law will laugh at you. Ji Dalin glared at Ji Sichuan. Xiao Chuan, your dad, I am not easily drunk. When have you ever seen me get drunk? Ji Sichuan spat out a bone. Dad, that was last time when Sister Yu left, and she drank so much she didn't recognize me. Ji Dalin quickly picked up a chicken leg and stuffed it into Ji Sichuan's mouth. Xiao Chuan, eat this chicken leg. He couldn't help but think silently. This brat just knows how to embarrass me. Ji Sichuan took a bite of the delicious chicken leg, his eyes smiling happily. The meal was warm and joyful, everyone happy. Ji Sichuan politely picked up his bowl and chopsticks to wash them in the kitchen. And you wanted to help, but Ji Dalin stopped her. Yeah, no need to worry about Xiao Chuan. He can wash the dishes. And you looked at Ji Dalin, who was a little tipsy. Uncle, you should lie down on the bed and rest. Wake up from the alcohol. Ji Dalin was already about 70% drunk. It's okay, Uncle. I am happy today. I didn't drink too much. Xiao Haoyu carefully supported Ji Dalin's arm. Uncle, I'll help you into the house. Ji Dalin didn't refuse. Today he was really happy, so he drank a little more. Haoyu, you need to treat Yaya better. Don't let her suffer. Yaya loves eating apples and spicy rabbit meat. Along the way, Ji Dalin whispered to himself, mentioning Yaya's preferences one after another. Xiao Haoyu's eyes, full of kindness, showed no impatience as he promised softly. Uncle, don't worry. I will treat Yaya well. I won't make her angry or sad. I'll cook her favorite dishes whenever I have time. Ji Dalin smiled contentedly and patted Xiao Haoyu's shoulder firmly. Haoyu, you're very good. Xiao Haoyu helped Ji Dalin lie down on the bed. Ji Dalin closed his eyes and soon fell asleep. Xiao Haoyu left the room and saw Xinyu standing in the yard. Hearing footsteps, and you turn around. Haoyu, how is Uncle? Xiao Haoyu smiled gently. Don't worry, Uncle is fine and asleep. And you nodded. Uncle drank a lot today. When he drinks too much, he just sleeps. He's good at handling alcohol. Ji Sichuan finished tidying up the dishes and just heard Xinyu's words. He twitched the corner of his eye, but decided not to tell Sister Yu. Last time she left, Dad drank so much that he hugged him, crying and laughing. And you took out a pack of white rabbit candies from her pocket. Xiao Chuan, this is for you, but you can't eat too many. Ji Sichuan smiled with his eyes. Thank you, Sister Yu. He cheered silently in his heart. Sister Yu is the best. She still remembers that he loves white rabbit candies the most. And you reached out and patted Ji Sichuan's head. Xiao Chuan, in the future, remind Uncle a little. Don't let him drink too much. Remember, a little drink can be relaxing, but getting drunk is bad for health. Ji Sichuan nodded seriously. Sister Yu, I understand. I will watch over Dad and not let him get drunk. Xiao Haoyu smiled as he looked at Ji Sichuan. Xiao Chuan, morning runs are very important. You can't be lazy. Ji Sichuan's eyes flickered. I will never be lazy in the future. Xiao Haoyu and Xinyu left under Ji Sichuan's watchful gaze. They strolled along the Qinghe River, watching the willow branches dance in the wind. The sky was a bright blue, with a few white clouds playing around. They moved freely, changing shapes all the time. Sometimes they looked like galloping horses, sometimes like lions chasing rabbits, and sometimes like migrating geese flying south. Haoyu, is Wang Shu leaving with us or staying here? And you played with a piece of willow leaf. Xiao Haoyu looked at the rippling river. We'll go back first. Grandpa still needs Wang Shu's care. Once Grandpa's leg heals enough, he will return to the island. And you nodded. Haoyu, when we go back, let's also visit Grandpa. I was just about to suggest that. We can also tell Grandpa about Grandpa and Grandma's injuries. Maybe Grandpa's injury is a sign, and he will go see Grandpa. Since her mother left, Grandpa has felt guilty. He thought he didn't take good care of her mother and felt sorry for Grandpa and Grandma. Years have passed, but he still worries and dares not visit them. And Yu's eyes lit up, her voice full of anticipation. Maybe this is a good opportunity. Grandpa will come to see Grandpa, and he might stay longer in Qinghe Village. The environment here is very good, perfect for retirement. I have replaced all the rice and flour at Grandpa's house with healthy, nutritious options. Eating a little more is good for their health. Yeah, I feel truly happy with you here. I have no worries. Zhou Haoyu's eyes are filled with deep, gentle affection. Su Jiaxing, feeling overwhelmed and sad, falls asleep. When he wakes up, he hears Zhou Haoyu and Enyu talking. Su Jiaxing secretly watches Enyu's bright smile, and his heart feels bitter and heavy. He dares not make a sound, hiding carefully behind a willow tree. He covers his face with his hat, afraid of being seen by Zhou Haoyu and Enyu. The happier they are, the more he feels like a joke. Zhou Haoyu looks at Enyu. Yeah, do you want to take a boat ride? Haoyu, can you row a boat? Zhou Haoyu nods with a smile. Enyu stands on the boat, looking at the sparkling water. The afternoon sun is warm, shining on the water and creating beautiful, diamond-like reflections. Zhou Haoyu rows the boat, while watching Enyu. His heart softens like cotton candy. His wife, standing there, is the most beautiful sight.
Enyu feels happy.
She sits on the boat, enjoying the blue sky, white clouds, and clear water, feeling relaxed and free. She hums a cheerful song, her mood as bright as the weather. Wife, you sing so beautifully. Zhou Haoyu sits beside Enyu, letting the boat drift with the waves. Laughter occasionally rings out, carried away by the water. Su Jiaxing, peeking through his fingers, sees the boat on the clear river. He can't see Enyu and Zhou Haoyu's faces clearly, only hearing their faint, distant laughter carried by the wind. He can't help but think of his mother's words. If he had married Enyu earlier, would he be as happy as Zhou Haoyu now? But there are no what-ifs, and regret is useless. It only brings more sadness. He hobbles toward the Su family home, but before reaching the gate, he hears familiar arguing. He blinks tiredly and helplessly. He pushes open the courtyard door and sees Su's mother and Wang Yinyu fighting over a steamed bun. Su's mother sees Su Jiaxing and feels like she has a strong support. Jiaxing, you're finally back. Your wife is no good. She doesn't even cook, and I have to take care of her at my age. She took the steamed bun I left for her without shame. She does nothing all day but eat. When I ask her to go to work, she just closes the door and sleeps. Su Jiaxing looks at Wang Yinyu. Wang Yinyu, what do you really want? Wang Yinyu rolls her eyes and snatches the steamed bun from the dough. Su Jiaxing, you're asking me? Why doesn't your mom give me anything to eat? And she wants me to go to work? My face is beaten up because of her. How can I go to work like this? Su Jiaxing feels very tired. Mom, please don't hit Yinyu anymore. If you hurt her, she will need to see a doctor. Su's mother chokes and says nothing, turning to leave. Su Jiaxing sits at the table, picks up a steamed bun, and puts it in his mouth. Yinyu, I only ask once. Can you stop fighting with my mom? We are trying to get along. We can't argue forever. Wang Yinyu bites the bun, rolls her eyes, and sounds annoyed. Am I the one causing trouble? It's your mom who is unreasonable. Yinyu, are you really thinking about divorce? You're still young and can find a good person to marry. My leg is injured and will never get better. Do you really want to spend your whole life with me? A lifetime of endless arguments with my mom. Wang Yinyu stays silent, swallowing the bun in her hand. Her voice is bitter. What can I do? If I get divorced, where can I go? My face has scars. Who would want to marry me? Su Jiaxing sighs again. Yinyu, think carefully. If you stay, you need to get along peacefully with my mom. If you agree to divorce, I will give you 100 yuan as compensation. Your face is scars, but if you take good care of yourself, no one will dislike you. Wang Yinyu looks into Su Jiaxing's eyes. Jiaxing, are you really willing to give me 100 yuan? Su Jiaxing nods. Yinyu, I know you dislike my leg being injured. I don't blame you. Think it over and tell me. Wang Yinyu watches Su Jiaxing leave, limping. Her expression becomes complicated. She once truly liked Su Jiaxing and wanted to spend her life with him. But now his leg is injured, and her mother is so difficult. Lately, she has been exhausted physically and emotionally, with constant wounds on her face and heart. Is this really how things will go on? But after the divorce, where can she go? Mrs. Su overheard Su Jiaxing's words and quickly pulled him aside. Jiaxing, are you crazy? Just get a divorce. Why did you agree to give that troublemaker 100 yuan? If you add a little more money, you could marry a obedient wife. Su Jiaxing's voice was full of helplessness and annoyance. Mom, I'm really tired of the constant arguing between you and Wang Yinyu. If she agrees to the divorce, what does it matter if I give him 100 yuan? Mrs. Su looked at her son with concern. Since his leg was injured, Su Jiaxing had become very discouraged, always sighing and complaining. Jiaxing, you only lost one leg. The rest of your life is still ahead. You can't always be so down. I feel sad seeing you like this. Mom, let me be quiet for a while. I need to think about how to live in the future. Su Jiaxing turned and left. Mrs. Su watched his tired back and felt a pang of guilt in her eyes. 1,000 regrets filled her heart. Mrs. Su couldn't help but think, if it weren't for her, listening to her mother-in-law's instigation, trying to control Xinyu was doing very well, but she deliberately found fault, nitpicking and criticizing. If she hadn't interfered and caused trouble, if she hadn't worked so hard to ruin Xinyu's image in her son's mind, things might not have turned out like this now. Mrs. Su looked again at Wang Yinyu, full of disgust. Wang Yinyu was not as pretty as Xinyu, and her dowry was nowhere near as good. She only knew how to eat every day, miles apart from Xinyu. Wang Yinyu also looked at Mrs. Su with disgust. This old witch always wanted to bully her, but she couldn't let her succeed. Su Jiaxing wanted a divorce, but that was impossible. She didn't want to go back to the Wang family, which would mean being sold into a remote mountain village. Now, she only had one way out: to have a child early. If she had a child, Su Jiaxing wouldn't be able to mention divorce, and she could rely on her child to gain status in the Su family. With this plan in mind, she ignored Mrs. Su and turned to walk into her room. Su Jiaxing never imagined that he and Wang Yinyu would be tied together for life so soon. Life is hard to get through, and leaving is impossible. You can't escape the whirlpool your whole life. The sunset is beautiful, shining on the clear river, dressing it in a mysterious, colorful glow. Let's go back, said Xinyu. Her eyes were full of admiration as she watched the sunset's afterglow. Xiao Yu's voice was gentle and tender as he rowed the boat to the shore. He smoothly jumped out of the boat, smiling as he looked at Xinyu reaching out her hand. Xinyu smiled softly and placed her right hand in his palm. Xiao Yu held her tightly and helped her off the boat.
They walked toward the Song family.
Song Wangshu, after taking a shower, had water dripping from his hair. He looked at Xiao Yu with a pout. Brother Qiao, rowing the boat is so relaxing, but poor me still has to go to work. Oh, my waist, my legs. Xiao Yu raised the corner of his eye, teasing in his voice. Wangshu, if your waist is bad, I'll cook you 2 pig kidneys tomorrow. As for your legs, no worries. I'll cook you 2 pig trotters. Old saying goes, you are what you eat to improve. Song Wangshu glared at Xiao Yu. My waist is fine. Do you think I need pig kidneys to fix it? After all, I'm going to be a dad soon, so you should work harder. Xiao Yu's eyes narrowed with a playful, icy look. Song Wangshu, don't run. Say that again if you dare. Song Wangshu ran off quickly. If I say it, I say it. I don't want to lose face. Grandma Song watched the two joking around, smiling warmly. You kids are so old, yet you still chase each other like when you were little. Wangshu ran to Grandpa Song's room. Grandpa, help. Brother Qiao is jealous because I'm going to be a dad. Grandpa Song looked at him with a gentle smile. Little brat, is that all you've got? Why are you running? Why not face him directly? Grandpa, you know I'm no match for him. I can't let him beat me, so I can't get up. I still need to take care of you. Wangshu hugged Grandpa Song, seeking protection. Song Wangshu, come out. I won't go out. I want to give Grandpa a shoulder massage. Wangshu's voice was full of mischief. Xiao Yu entered the room and saw Wangshu massaging Grandpa's shoulders. Brother Qiao, you better not hit me. If you do, be gentle. I accidentally knocked myself down. How can I take care of Grandpa? Song Wangshu's eyes were full of challenge. Wangshu, I promise I won't knock you down and won't delay taking care of Grandpa. Xiao Yu sneered as he looked at Song Wangshu. Wangshu's eyes twitched. Brother Qiao, I'm sorry. Please don't be mad. Xiao Yu ignored Wangshu and sat beside Grandpa Song, massaging his uninjured leg. Grandpa, do you want to see Wangshu and me have a little sparring? Let you see if we've improved lately. Grandpa Song's eyes lit up. Yue, take me to the yard. The room is too small. You can't move freely. Wang Shu looked at Grandpa Song with a sad expression. Grandpa Song smiled and patted Wang Shu's hand. Yue, just a little. Grandpa, don't worry. I will be careful. Xiao Haoyu looked at Wang Shu with meaning. He carefully picked up Grandpa Song and placed him in the wheelchair. He covered Grandpa with a blanket and pushed him toward the yard. Wang Shu blinked and sighed inwardly. Today's bath was probably wasted. This scolding was unavoidable. The yard was spacious. Xiao Haoyu and Wang Shu moved back and forth, fighting fiercely. After 10 minutes, Xiao Haoyu performed a perfect back throw, and Wang Shu landed face up on the ground. Wang Shu looked at Xiao with a resentful gaze. Nice throw. Grandpa Song gave a thumbs up and cheered. Well done, Grandpa. I am your grandson. I got knocked down and you're cheering. Ha ha ha. Wang Shu, get up quickly and continue sparring with Yue. Grandpa Song laughed happily. Wang Shu got up, thinking he must show Xiao Haoyu some real skill. He could do a back throw too. Brother Xiao again. When I leave the island, it will be hard to find such a good chance to spar. Xiao Haoyu smiled. Wang Shu, don't be sad. Today we can have a good fight. They exchanged punches and kicks. Wang Shu was thrown 10 times but finally saw an opportunity. He performed a beautiful back throw, and Xiao Haoyu was thrown to the ground. Ha ha ha. I finally made my dream come true and knocked down Brother Xiao. Song Wang Shu smiled so happily that tears came to his eyes. He was very joyful. How many years has it been? Today, he finally won once. Xiao Haoyu stood up and brushed off the dust from his clothes. He raised an elegant eyebrow. Wang Shu, are you so happy just because I fell once? Of course I am. Beating you down has been my dream for years. Song Wang Shu's eyes and smile were full of happiness. He looked at Old Master Song and blinked. He was waiting for applause, feeling very excited inside. Old Master Song smiled with his eyes closed. Look at your little achievement, just falling once. See? You're so happy, bouncing around and smiling foolishly. Song Wang Shu looked a bit wronged, with a hint of sadness in his voice. Grandpa, why don't you cheer for me for falling so well? Old Master Song looked at Wang Shu's sad eyes and gave a thumbs up. Wang Shu, you fell beautifully. Wang Shu was so happy, he was practically dancing. He completely forgot he had fallen more than 10 times today, only remembering this successful moment. I want to record this day and tell my son about it someday. After running into his room, he wrote in his diary about this moment, which felt like a dream come true. Grandma Song pushed Old Master Song. Wang Shu, are you so happy you're going crazy? Old Master Song smiled brightly.
Don't worry about him.
As long as he's happy enough. Xiao Haoyu looked at Song Wang Shu with a look of disdain and went into the kitchen to prepare dinner. Xinyu entered the kitchen, smiling as she looked at him. She leaned close to his ear and lowered her voice. Haoyu, are you not afraid Wang Shu will find out you're holding back? Xiao Haoyu reached out and gently pressed her lips, smiling warmly. We're about to leave. Let that silly boy be happy for a while. They silently finished preparing dinner together until they finished eating. Wang Shu's smile never faded from his face. Xiao Haoyu rolled his eyes helplessly, sounding full of dislike. Wang Shu, control your smile. I feel sorry for your face. Wang Shu smiled brightly, his eyes shining like stars. I'm happy. Xiao Haoyu turned and walked into his room, ignoring the silly smile on Wang Shu's face. The night was seductive, full of unspoken love. He didn't want to waste time with Wang Shu. Cold Xiaoman left the room, a hint of helplessness in her eyes. Brother Wang Shu, it's time to rest. Song Wang Shu stood up and strode confidently toward the room. As soon as he entered, he reached out and hugged Cold Xiaoman tightly. Xiaoman, I am so happy today. I know, Brother Wang Shu. Even if you're happy, you should rest. Okay, let's rest together. Song Wang Shu happily went to get water to wash his wife's feet. Under the moonlight, Xinyu entered the space. She heard familiar footsteps. Xiao Haoyu walked into the room, but didn't see Xinyu's figure. Xinyu appeared on the bed, smiling softly as she looked at Xiao Haoyu. Xiao Haoyu sat on the bed. Wife, I feel a bit anxious when I can't see you. And you held his hand, and a bright light flashed, pulling both of them into the space. Xiao Haoyu entered the space again and still felt amazed. The branches were full of fragrant fruits, vegetables looked fresh, and rice stalks were heavy. This place is like a paradise. Yeah, this place is so beautiful. Xiao Haoyu sincerely sighed and hugged Xinyu. Xinyu's fingers moved slightly, and a bunch of purple-red grapes appeared in her hand. Here, try some. Are the grapes sweet? Xiao Haoyu looked at the grapes near her lips, smiling. He lowered his head and bit into the plump grapes. Xinyu looked at his rosy lips and smiled as she leaned in to kiss him. The grapes are indeed very sweet. Xiao Haoyu's eyes, like peach blossoms, sparkled with a small flame. Xinyu ate a grape, smiling with her eyes. Xiao Haoyu's lips curled up, and his voice was tempting and flirtatious. Yeah, let me taste if the grapes are really sweet. He lowered his head and kissed her lips, unwilling to let go. Xinyu's mind moved, and the two appeared back in the room. She gently bit his lips, pushed him away, and turned to enjoy the delicious grapes. Xiao Haoyu felt a tickle at the corner of his mouth and instinctively touched it. Yeah, let's eat grapes together. Suddenly, like a hungry tiger, he pounced on Xinyu, trying to the grapes from her hand. Xinyu lazily leaned on the bed, playing with a full grape in her hand. She watched Xiao Haoyu rush over and playfully stuffed a grape into his mouth. The next moment, she covered his lips with hers, and the grape-flavored kiss made both hearts flutter. The stars in the night sky shimmered brightly, and the moon leisurely strolled across the sky. The wind came quietly and left just as silently. The night was blown away by the wind, and dawn arrived, stepping into the night. In Qinghe village, roosters crowed rhythmically, and villagers woke up early. Everyone was busy with the autumn harvest. Xiao Haoyu got up early and cooked in the kitchen. Song Wangshu smiled brightly. Brother Xiao, I need to go to work today. When are you leaving? We'll leave tomorrow. Xiao Haoyu handed Song Wangshu 2 boiled eggs. Song Wangshu took them and asked, Brother Xiao, are all your things ready? Don't worry at home, I am here. Xiao Haoyu nodded. Wangshu, you can stay for at most half a month. By then, Grandpa's legs should be better and you need to go back to the island for the handover. I understand. Song Wangshu nodded. After Mr. Song finished eating, he looked at Xiao Haoyu with a gentle smile. Haoyu, you and Yaya are leaving tomorrow. You need to take good care of Yaya and visit your grandfather. Grandpa, I will go see Grandpa. Mr. Song nodded happily. Your grandfather has had a hard time too. We haven't seen each other for over 10 years. I wonder if we will meet again. Grandpa will come to see you. Xiao Haoyu comforted softly. Mr. Song's eyes twinkled. Tell your grandfather that I am injured. Your mother was very sensitive. She passed away, and I don't blame your grandfather. He doesn't need to feel guilty. It's not his fault. Everything is fate. Xiao Haoyu thought of his mother's eyes filled with sadness. She rarely smiled, and most of the time, her eyes were full of sorrow. Only when his father was home did she show a faint smile. Unfortunately, his father was cold-hearted and rarely came home. Grandpa, I will tell Grandpa. Mr. Song looked into Xiao Haoyu's eyes, thinking of his beloved daughter, Luo Luo. If it weren't for her falling in love with the Qiao family at first sight, he wouldn't have wanted to marry her to that cold young man. He had always known that the young man from the Qiao family was cold and emotionless, like a block of ice with no feelings. Luo Luo wouldn't be happy married to him. But Luo Luo was stubborn and insisted on marrying that emotionless ice block. To marry that icy person, she cried every day. What else could he do? Who is right or wrong? It's hard to say clearly. Grandma Song shook her head. Tell Grandpa that we don't blame him. He doesn't need to hide for so many years. Grandma, I will tell Grandpa. Xiao Haoyu handed Grandma Song a glass of water. Time passed quickly, and it was time to say goodbye. Xinyu and Xiao Haoyu got up early, carrying their suitcases and leaving. Parting is always sad. They didn't say goodbye to Grandpa and Grandma face to face. They decided to leave quietly. Song Wangshu and Lung Xiaoman stood at the gate of the small yard, their eyes red with reluctance. They secretly watched the two grow farther away. Safe travels. Old Master Song comforted Grandma Song, wiping her tears. Old lady, don't be sad. They will come back someday. Ji Sichuan stood on the highest hill in Qinghe village, watching and you leave. Yuejia, safe travels. Tears slipped from his eyes unintentionally. He was very reluctant to see Yuejia leave. Grandpa Ji Daling patted his head. Xiao Chuan, study hard. Only when I grow up can I protect Yuejia. Dad, I will study hard and practice boxing. If brother-in-law dares to bully Yuejia, I will stand up for her. His voice was young, but very firm. Xiao Haoyu and you sat on the train. The sadness of parting gradually eased. The train was crowded, with all kinds of sounds mixing together. And you chewed sunflower seeds while listening to gossip. Xiao Haoyu carefully cracked the seeds and placed the kernels into Anyu's hand. And you looked at the seed kernel in her hand and smiled with her eyes. The seeds were sweet, and her heart felt even sweeter. In an instant, she received a bunch of envious looks. Look at that young couple, so sweet. Girls with boyfriends glared fiercely at their partners.
Humph.
Look at how gentle and caring his partner is. The young man, innocently glared at by his partner, looked at Xiao Haoyu with a resentful gaze. He carefully cracked the seeds for the girl. I can't help but feel annoyed inside. Showing off love. You shouldn't do it on the train. You're making things difficult for me. Next to me, a girl with short hair and a round face, with a noticeable sour expression in her voice. It's not like I don't have hands. Having someone peel sunflower seeds for me is a new level of laziness. And you coldly glanced at the girl with short hair and smiled slightly. Girl, do you live by the sea? What do you mean? The girl with a round face looked confused. If you don't live by the sea, why are you so nosy? My husband peels sunflower seeds for me. What does that have to do with you? If you don't like it, just close your eyes. There's no need to show off or be so obvious with your sour attitude. And you put the peeled sunflower seeds into her mouth. They were very tasty. The girl with the round face looked upset and snorted, turning away. In her mind, she thought, it's just having a husband. What's there to show off? She also has a husband. When he comes back, she will ask him to peel a bowl of sunflower seeds for her. Xiao Haoyu ignored others and continued peeling sunflower seeds for Anyu. A young man sitting on the next bed, the girl with the round face, looked surprised. Brother Baishan, you're back. Zhang Baishan nodded. Dong Chao, are you tired? If you are, go take a nap. Ma Dong Chao shook her head. I'm not tired. Are you ready with the sunflower seeds? Zhang Baishuan's voice was gentle. Dong Chao, if you want to eat, just eat. The train ride is long, and I prepared a lot of sunflower seeds earlier. Eat slowly. I want to rest for a bit. I didn't sleep well yesterday. Ma Dong Chao looked at Zhang Baishan, who had closed his eyes and finally said nothing. She sat there, lost in thought, feeling both envy and jealousy. Why is it that other women have husbands who are gentle, caring, and patient enough to peel sunflower seeds for them? Her own husband only sleeps and isn't gentle or caring at all. Time on the train felt very long. And you leaned on Xiao Haoyu's shoulder and took a nap. When she woke up, it was already dark. Haoyu, have I slept for a long time? Not long, yeah. Are you hungry? I'll get some hot water and warm up an egg. And you blinked her sleepy eyes lazily. I'm a little sleepy. Xiao Haoyu stood up, took a cup, and went to get water. Ma Dong Chao still held the sunflower seeds in her hand, eyes open, waiting for Zhao Baishan to wake up. Zhao Baishan finished sleeping, opened his eyes, and drank a glass of cold water. Wintergrass, you said you wanted to eat sunflower seeds, but you haven't eaten any. He grabbed a handful and started cracking the seeds. Ma Dongmei blinked, eagerly reaching out her hand. Zhao Baishan smiled. Wintergrass, do you want me to the seeds for you? Ma Donggrass's eyes lit up as she looked at Zhang Baishan with anticipation. Under her expectant gaze, Zhang Baishan took a seed kernel from his mouth and placed it into her palm. Ma Donggrass's eyes widened suddenly. This was not what she expected. Her husband usually peeled the seeds with his hands. He used his mouth to them. She felt uncomfortable and stared hard at the seed kernel in her hand. Zhang Baishan cracked a few more seeds, smiling happily as he watched Ma Donggrass. Darling, what are you staring at? Are you so happy you're silly? Hurry up and eat. Ma Donggrass looked troubled, glancing at the seed kernel in her hand. She still didn't have the courage to put it in her mouth. What should she do? What should she do? And you watched Ma Donggrass's expression and couldn't help but laugh mischievously. She was curious about what Ma Donggrass would do next. Some girls nearby couldn't hold back their laughter, and their giggles seemed contagious. Zhang Baishan looked confused. What's so funny? Ma Donggrass shook her head. Nothing. I don't know. She raised her hand and put the seed kernel into Zhang Baishan's mouth. Brother Baishan, you've worked hard. Eat a bit more. Zhang Baishan accepted it willingly and asked curiously, Wintergrass, isn't this what you wanted to eat? No, I was just asking casually. Ma Donggrass subtly wiped her hands, feeling they were a little wet. Zhang Baishan didn't mind and continued leisurely cracking seeds. He was very fast, and soon half of the seeds in Ma Donggrass's hand were gone. Ma Donggrass secretly felt angry, not wanting to say a word. Zhang Baishan didn't understand why Ma Donggrass was upset. Following the principle of less trouble is better, his father often told him that when a wife is angry, it's best to reduce your presence, watch your words, and avoid making mistakes. Ma Donggrass looked at the pile of seed shells, feeling a fire burning inside but unable to express it. She simply couldn't understand why, even among men, the differences could be so big. Zhou Haoyu brought back hot water, peeled the eggs, and briefly dipped them in boiling water. Yeah, have an egg. Haoyu, you should eat too, and you shared half of her egg with him, smiling happily. Zhang Baishan had slept a lot during the day and was now very energetic. He took out a small steamed bun and handed it to Ma Dongchao. Wintergrass, are you hungry? Here, have this steamed bun first. Ma Dongchao silently took it, sighing inwardly. People really can't be compared. If she said she wasn't hungry, she doubted Zhang Baishan would not finish the bun himself. She could only go hungry, a different fate for women. Zhang Baishan took out another bun, took a bite, drank some water, and smiled contentedly. People, contentment is happiness. He handed the water cup to Ma Dongchao. Drink some water. Be careful not to choke. I'll buy you eggs tomorrow morning. Ma Dongchao took the cup and took a big sip. She comforted herself inwardly. Don't compare yourself to others. Even if someone else's husband is good, he wouldn't pass you a sip of water. You're much happier than Mom. Mom sometimes gets hit, goes hungry, or freezes. Zhang Baishan has food and thinks of you. What more could you want? Brother Baishan, really? Can we buy 2 eggs tomorrow? We can eat together. Zhang Baishan also smiled. Okay, 2 eggs. As night deepened, the train gradually quieted down. Only faint conversations could be heard. And Yu had already fallen asleep. With Zhou Haoyu by her side, she was safe and free from danger. Zhou Haoyu closed his eyes, suddenly sensing a faint breathing sound approaching. It seemed like someone's fingers lightly brushed his pocket. He moved swiftly, grabbing that hand just about to withdraw. In a flash, he opened his eyes, cold as a winter wind, without a hint of warmth. Your hand, wandering around my pocket late at night. The owner of that hand was panic-stricken, eyes wide with disbelief. It seemed confused about how he was caught. Lightning-fast Xiao Wuhan had never failed before. Being caught on the spot was a first for him. Sorry, big brother. If I say I accidentally touched it, would you believe me? The person holding the hand is a young man in his early 20s, with a friendly face that doesn't look like he's a bad person. Zhou Haoyu pinched his wrist and said playfully, Do you think I will believe you? Xiao Wuhan tried to pull his hand away, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't free himself. Big brother, this is my first time. I'm short of money. Please forgive me. I promise I won't do it again. Zhou Haoyu looked him up and down. His gaze fell on his slightly bulky waist, and he loosened Xiao Wuhan's button with one hand. Various wallets fell out of Xiao Wuhan's pocket. Xiao Wuhan looked helpless and widened his eyes, thinking about how to escape. You said it was your first time? Why do you have so many wallets? Big brother, I can explain. Zhou Haoyu shook his head. You don't need to explain to me. You are still the owner of these wallets. Explain to me, why are these wallets in your hands? Fear spread across Xiao Wuhan's face as he looked at the angry crowd. They picked up their wallets from the ground and looked at Xiao Wuhan fiercely. Young and foolish. Why do you have to do such things? Hit him. Let him return what he stole. Someone shouted, and everyone responded. Xiao Wuhan covered his head with his hands and was beaten by the crowd. Punch after punch landed on him, expressing their anger. Xiao Wuhan stared at the faces covering theirs, feeling very regretful inside. If he hadn't been greedy and wanted to gather 20 wallets, this wouldn't have happened. After tiring themselves out, the crowd took their wallets and left. Xiao Wuhan was now disheveled, with his mouth red and swollen. Big brother, I really know I was wrong.
I don't have a wallet now.
Can I leave? Zhou Haoyu smiled. Do you think you can leave? Big brother, what do you want to do? Even if you take me to the police station, I will only stay for a month. Would that be okay with you? Xiao Wuhan, swear I will never steal again. A hint of surprise flashed in Zhou Haoyu's eyes. Say that again. What's your name? Seeing the surprise in Zhou Haoyu's eyes, Xiao Wuhan felt a bad premonition.
I
am Xiao Wuhan. Xiao Wuhan, is that you, Lightning Hand? Xiao Haoyu was examining his right hand.
You.
Do you know me? Xiao Wuhan looked surprised. Xiao Haoyu shook his head. No, I don't. He took a rope from his suitcase and quickly tied Xiao Wuhan up tightly. Xiao Wuhan's eyes were full of fear, and he stammered. Big brother, why are you tying me up? Xiao Haoyu made a tight knot with the rope. Lightning Hand, Xiao Wuhan, I am taking you to see someone. Xiao Wuhan looked confused. Who? You'll find out when we get there. If you don't want to get hurt, just cooperate. Xiao Haoyu clenched his fists silently, a quiet threat. Xiao Wuhan looked helpless, moving his bound hands. Big brother, my hands are tied like this. Do you really think I can escape? Xiao Haoyu's eyes were full of confidence, and his lips curled slightly. Xiao Wuhan, if you can escape from me, then you are really capable. You're a grown man with good hands and feet. You have many choices. Why choose to be a hand that only eats, wears clothes, and does nothing else? If those hands are ruined, wouldn't it be a pity? Xiao Wuhan said nothing, wondering in his mind, where would he be taken? For 3 days straight, Xiao Wuhan tried every method to escape, but failed. And you looked at Xiao Wuhan and asked, Haoyu, should we take him back? Yes, he's Lightning Hand Xiao Wuhan, the person Leader Shan is looking for. We took the train and caught Xiao Wuhan stealing my wallet. It's like finding something after searching everywhere. Easy and effortless. Xiao Haoyu's mood was as bright as the sunshine outside. I'll hand him over to Leader Shen, and I should get a reward red envelope. And you blinked curiously and asked, how much is the reward? Xiao Haoyu shook his head. I heard Leader Shen say that Lightning Hand Xiao Wuhan always steals on the train. He never leaves empty-handed. He has 3 rules. He doesn't steal from the elderly, children, or the weak. This guy steals once a month, enough for 3 months' worth. Someone as special as him probably has 6 or 7 big reward envelopes coming, and you used her special ability to secretly wrap around Xiao Wuhan's right leg, preventing him from escaping. She always felt his eyes were too calm and steady. Money from 6 or 7 big groups is still money. No one's money comes easily. Xiao Wuhan closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. He sat by the bed, looking very disheveled. Big brother, I need to go to the bathroom. You have to loosen these ropes. I don't mind going right here, but I worry it will dirty your eyes. And you withdrew her power. Haoyu, be careful. Xiao Haoyu's eyes sparkled with confidence. He grabbed Xiao Wuhan by the collar and took him into the bathroom. He untied one of Xiao Wuhan's hands and quickly tied the other hand tightly. The rope was tied to his hand, with no buckle left for Xiao Wuhan. Xiao Wuhan saw the rope on his wrist. There was no buckle at all. His eyes twitched. He realized he had really hit a hard wall this time. After taking care of his needs, he washed his hands. Xiao Haoyu didn't rush him, but teased him with a playful tone. Xiao Wuhan, do you still want to stay in the bathroom overnight? Xiao Wuhan tried everything to escape, but failed. Big brother, how can you let me go? Xiao Wuhan, I can't let you go. If you try to run again, I will cut off your legs. You wouldn't want me to carry you around like a dead dog all the way, right? Xiao Haoyu threatened calmly. His slender fingers moved slightly, and Xiao Wuhan's hands were tied even tighter. Xiao Wuhan regretted it 1,000 times. If he wasn't so greedy and trying to get a perfect number, he wouldn't have met Xiao Haoyu. Now he was completely out of options. He didn't dare gamble if his legs were cut off, and he was carried around like a dead dog. It would be too humiliating. And you sat on the bed, watching Xiao Haoyu. Haoyu, tomorrow we will arrive in Jing City. Do we still need to take Xiao Wuhan to see Grandpa? Big brother, I don't want to trouble you. You can just take me to the police station. Xiao Wuhan felt hopeful. He couldn't escape from Xiao Haoyu's hands. Maybe this was his chance. Xiao Wuhan looked at Xiao Haoyu with anticipation. Xiao Haoyu saw the hope in Xiao Wuhan's eyes and smiled slightly. Xiao Wuhan, don't even think about it. When I go home, I will bring you with me. Xiao Wuhan leaned against the bed, feeling hopeless. Captain Xiao, you really could let me take care of myself. You don't have to worry about me. Xiao Haoyu casually grabbed a steamed bun and stuffed it into Xiao Wuhan's mouth. And you watched Xiao Wuhan chew on the bun and couldn't help but laugh. Xiao Wuhan glared, holding the bun with both hands, and bit down fiercely. The train stopped at Beijing Station. Xiao Haoyu carried Xiao Wuhan off the train. Xiao Wuhan seemed to have accepted his fate and given up on escaping. Xiao Wuhan, I see you care a lot about your face. Be honest, and stop causing trouble for yourself. Xiao Haoyu looked at Xiao Wuhan with sharp, icy eyes. Xiao Wuhan's eyes widened in fear, and his voice was tense. Captain Xiao, stay calm. I promise to cooperate. Please don't hit my face. And you looked at Xiao Wuhan, who was covering his face. Why does a grown man care so much about his looks? Xiao Wuhan secretly rolled his eyes from between his fingers. I haven't married yet. If my face gets ruined, I'll be single for life. And you and Xiao Haoyu exchanged smiles. Old Mr. Xiao frowned. Why are you crying? Crying every day. Aren't you tired of it? Zheng Qiu's eyes were red and swollen. Dad, Xiao Aijuan hasn't come home in 10 days. Old Mr. Qiao rolled his eyes. He has work. It's normal for him not to come home for over 10 days. Before, he even went half a year without coming back. It's different. He's angry with me. Zheng Qiu looked at old Mr. Qiao with a sad expression. Dad, can you call and ask Xiao Aijuan to come home? Old Mr. Qiao was annoyed. If my words could do the trick, would Luo still be so gloomy? Zheng Qiu suddenly knelt in front of old Mr. Qiao. Dad, I beg you. Please find Xiao Aijuan. I want to apologize to him face to face. I admit I was wrong. Old Mr. Qiao looked frustrated. Get up. Kneeling all the time. Do you think I, an old man, am bullying you? Zheng Qiu lowered her head, sniffling. Dad, if you don't agree, I won't get up. Old Mr. Qiao's patience snapped. He glared. Qiao Haoyan, Qiao Xinyu. Don't you have eyes? Can't you see your mother? Zhou Haoyan and Zhou Xinyu looked at each other, then each took one arm to help Zheng Qiushuang up. Zheng Qiushuang's eyes were red as she glared at Zhou Haoyan and Zhou Xinyu. Let go of me. If you won't help me call your dad back, you're just holding me back. You two ungrateful children won't help me. Am I not your mother? Xinyu felt annoyed and said, Mom, Dad is working. Please stop causing trouble. This time, when she came home, she noticed her mother seemed a bit strange. She was suspicious and anxious, insisting on finding her dad to come home. Dad worked every day. How could he earn money if he didn't work? Zhou Haoyan also felt helpless and tried to calm her down patiently. Mom, please don't cause trouble. Dad is very busy with work. Zheng Qiushuang stared at him in disbelief. Haoyan, do you think I'm just causing trouble? Zhou Haoyan nodded naturally. Mom, Dad works hard. You're not worried about food or clothes. Why do you keep calling him back? Xinyu agreed softly. Mom, stay at home peacefully. Dad will come back when he's done working. Tears streamed down Zheng Qiushuang's face even more fiercely. Your dad won't come back.
He won't come back.
Mom, this is Dad's home. He will come back when he's finished working. Please stop causing trouble. Xinyu felt very tired and confused inside. Dad used to be away from home often, but her mother never acted like this. Could it be that as she got older, she started to overthink? Zheng Qiushuang seemed to be overwhelmed. Xinyu, how can you say I'm just causing trouble? She suddenly raised her hand and slapped Xinyu across the face. Xinyu covered her face, her voice rising sharply. Grandpa Zhou and Zhou Haotian were both shocked to see Zheng Qiushuang. Remember, Xinyu was Zheng Qiushuang's precious daughter. She used to be too afraid to scold her loudly. Now, she had actually hit Xinyu. Was she losing her mind? Mom, are you crazy? Xinyu felt wronged, tears falling uncontrollably. Seeing her face swollen and red, Zheng Qiushuang felt a wave of pain. Xinyu, I didn't mean to hurt you. Xinyu covered her face and ran away crying. Zheng Qiushuang reached out but didn't catch her. I feel very guilty inside. Xiao Xinyu is the child I raised with care. I used to feel sad when she frowned. I lost control just now and slapped Xiao Xinyu. She ran outside, crying so hard her eyes turned red. My mother has always loved her and never hit her. This sudden slap was too much for her to accept. Xiao Xinyu was so upset she didn't watch where she was going. She ran into a tree and hurt herself, seeing stars. And you, Xiao Haoyu, and Xiao Wuhan just entered the Qiao family and saw this surprising scene. Just hearing that sound, it's clear Xiao Xinyu is hitting herself with all her might, and Yu's voice carried a hidden smile. Haha, Xiao Wuhan laughed happily, the first time in many days. He had never seen anyone so stubborn as to hit a tree. Xiao Xinyu felt dizzy and covered her forehead with her hands. She heard the loud laughter and felt a surge of sadness and anger inside her. In an instant, her feelings reached the top. She didn't even see clearly who she was running toward. She ran with claws out, determined to cover that annoying mouth that was mocking her. Xiao Haoyu saw Xiao Xinyu rushing toward him like a wild bull. He was worried and you might get hurt, so he hugged her and dodged Xiao Xinyu's charge. Xiao Wuhan's laughter suddenly stopped. He stared wide-eyed as Xiao Xinyu knocked him down. His hands were tied with a rope, so he couldn't move. Xiao Xinyu slapped Xiao Wuhan's face. I told you not to mock me, not to laugh at me. How dare you hit my face? Xiao Wuhan's anger was hard to hold back. He cared deeply about his face. His face burned with pain, and he swung his hands toward Xiao Xinyu's nose. Xiao Xinyu screamed painfully as blood flowed from her nose. She covered her nose and fell to the ground, tears in her eyes from the pain. I'll fight you. Xiao Xinyu got up and charged at Xiao Wuhan. Xiao Wuhan sat on the ground, furious like a dog, and swung his long legs. Xiao Xinyu fell down and rolled a few times on the ground like a lantern. Xiao Xinyu struggled to get up, crying loudly. Help! Xiao Haotian and Zheng Qiushuang ran out of the room after hearing the noise. Xinyu, what's wrong? Zheng Qiushuang looked very worried. She saw Xiao Xinyu covered in dirt and blood all over her face. She swayed and suddenly fainted. The incident happened so quickly that Xiao Haotian was a little slow to react and didn't catch her. Zheng Qiushuang fell onto the ground. The sudden turn of events made Xiao Xinyu forget to cry out loud. She blinked her eyes and looked at Xiao Haotian with tears in her eyes. Second brother, do you promise to avenge me? Xiao Haotian looked at the completely changed Xiao Xinyu and stepped back in shock. Xinyu, why is your face all bloody? I'll take you to the hospital first. Xiao Xinyu let go of her hand covering her nose and shook her head. Second brother, I'm fine. The blood on my face is from my nose. Xiao Haotian breathed a sigh of relief, but his eyes burned with fierce anger. Xinyu, tell me, who did this to you? Who made you look so miserable? Xiao Xinyu pointed at Xiao Wuhan, who was. Second brother, it's that who's there. First, he mocked me, then punched my nose. Xiao Xinyu looked very wronged and her voice choked with emotion. Xiao Haotian clenched his fists. Who was that? Causing trouble in my Qiao family, he scolded as he stepped forward, staring fiercely at Xiao Wuhan. Seeing Xiao Wuhan's hands tied, his anger grew. Xiao Wuhan was not afraid at all. Although his hands were bound, his legs could move freely, and his face could still be hit. That crazy woman first rammed into a tree like a pig. I've never seen anyone so stupid. What's wrong with laughing a little? She crazily pushed me down. He looked at Xiao Xinyu with disgust. Xiao Haoyan waved his hand and slapped his face. No matter what, you bullied my sister. I'll make sure you regret it. Xiao Wuhan was not afraid. He kicked out with his long leg, aiming at Xiao Haoyan's calf. Xiao Haoyan thought Xiao Wuhan's hands were tied, so he was not in danger. He was careless and paid a heavy price. Xiao Wuhan kicked him hard, causing him to fly and fall heavily to the ground. Old Mr. Xiao came out looking very unhappy. Stop dawdling. Someone with their hands tied can't fight. Hurry and take your mother back to her room. Zhou Haoyan, looking embarrassed, crawled up from the ground, lowering his head to avoid the disappointment in old Mr. Qiao's eyes. He gritted his teeth, holding Zheng Qiushuang, and walked toward the room. Old Mr. Qiao then looked at Xiao Xinyu. Go back and tidy up quickly. Xiao Xinyu covered her face and ran into the room. Old Mr. Qiao looked at Xiao Wuhan, his expression steady and calm. Who are you? Who gave you the courage to cause trouble in my Qiao family? Old sir, they started the fight first. I was just defending myself. That woman slapped me first. Xiao Wuhan looked wronged, clearly not the one who started the fight. Grandpa, he's Xiao Wuhan. He's right. It was indeed Xiao Xinyu who made the first move. Old Mr. Qiao nodded and looked at Xiao Haoyu. Yuria, how come you two are back? Grandpa, yeah, and I just returned from Qinghe village. Qinghe village? Did something happen? Old Mr. Qiao's voice carried concern. Grandpa, my maternal grandfather accidentally fell from the mountain. Xiao Haoyu helped old Mr. Qiao sit on a stone bench. Old Song, is he okay? Is it serious? If it's not serious, he wouldn't have notified you. Old Mr. Qiao's eyes looked anxious, and his voice was urgent. Grandpa, my grandfather broke his leg. He didn't want to tell us. It was my little uncle who secretly wrote to inform us. Yeah, and I took leave to visit him. Old Song's leg is broken? Why didn't you bring him to a big hospital in Jing City? Grandpa, my grandfather didn't want to cause a fuss. Yaya has already decided. He was transferred from the island to the mainland, to the nearest station to Qinghe village, so he can be cared for easily. Old Mr. Qiao nodded. That's good. Old Song must be very happy to hear this news, and you smiled as she looked at old Mr. Qiao. Grandpa, my grandfather asked us to tell you something. What is it? Old Mr. Qiao's voice was tinged with nervousness. Grandpa, my grandfather and grandmother said they never blamed you for Mom's situation. Old Mr. Qiao's eyes grew moist, and he took a long moment to regain his composure. Old Song and his wife, they really don't blame me. And you poured a glass of water and handed it to Grandpa Qiao. Grandpa Wang misses you very much. Do you want to go visit him in Qinghe village? Grandpa Qiao's hand trembling as he held the cup showed his inner unease. It's been over 10 years since we last saw them. I really should go see them. He looked at Xiao Haoyu and Xinyu. Yeah, our family is very busy lately. You and Haoyu should go straight to the island. I'll tidy things up and then visit Old Song and his wife in Qinghe village. Grandpa, do you want me to take you to Qinghe village? Traveling alone by train isn't safe. Xiao Haoyu's eyes were full of worry. Trains can be crowded and chaotic. Grandpa Qiao waved his hand, his voice filled with strange emotion. No need. I'll go with your dad. We'll bow and apologize to Old Song and his wife. Xiao Haoyu frowned. Grandpa, do you think Dad will agree to go to Qinghe village? He will. That troublemaker will have to apologize to Old Song sooner or later. It's just that the apology is 10 years late. That troublemaker has a cold heart. Grandpa Qiao felt restless inside. Over 10 years ago, Qiao Aijuan was reluctant to admit his mistake. This time, going to Qinghe village, he would kneel before Old Song and confess. Xiao Haoyu and Xinyu left the Qiao family home, heading to the island with Xiao Wuhan. Xiao Wuhan looked at the sea, his face pale. Captain Xiao, where are you taking me? Xiao Haoyu carried Xiao Wuhan onto the boat. Captain Xiao, you can't let go. I can't swim. Xiao Wuhan was a landlubber and didn't know how to swim. Xiao Haoyu looked at Xiao Wuhan with disdain and threw him onto the boat. And you sat at the stern, saying, Haoyu, we're going home. I wonder how Little Bird and Snowball are doing. We left in a hurry last time and forgot to take them with us. Xiao Haoyu gently reassured her, don't worry. Qingyuan and Xinyu won't let them go hungry. Little Bird and Snowball are very smart. They won't go hungry, and you nodded in agreement, enjoying the cool sea breeze. Xiao Wuhan felt dizzy from the boat's rocking, his stomach churning, but he didn't. Feeling sick? Just close your eyes. Zhou Haoyu looked at the familiar island and was soon able to see Xinyu and Ji Qingyuan. He felt in a good mood. The big ship swayed gently on the endless sea. When the sun reached its highest point, they finally arrived at their destination. Zhou Haoyu carried Xiao Wuhan off the boat. When Xiao Wuhan's feet touched the ground, he felt more at ease. And you looked at the familiar scenery and smiled softly. Haoyu, you take Xiao Wuhan to see the leader first. I'll go home. Zhou Haoyu nodded gently, his voice full of warmth. You, go to Qingyuan's house and visit Xiao. I'll come to pick you up after I finish packing at home. And Yu's eyes curved into a smile as she headed toward Ji Qingyuan's house. Zhou Haoyu carried Xiao Wuhan and strode quickly toward Commander Shen's command room. Along the way, he greeted many people, and they all nodded back. Shen Chongkong sat in a chair, finishing up work on the island. He rubbed his aching forehead, wondering where Lightning Hand Xiao Wuhan had gone. Finding someone in such a big crowd was not easy. The reward for the task had increased to 150 yuan, but no one had completed it yet. This thief was very skilled and hiding somewhere in a corner. The task had been ongoing for over a year, and they still hadn't found him. Shen Chongkong was thinking about who to send to do this difficult task. Originally, Zhou Haoyu was the best choice, but he hadn't returned yet. Shen Chongkong hesitated between Ji Qingyuan and Xinyu. He wasn't sure who to send to complete the task. Zhou Haoyu knocked on the door. Shen Chongkong's thoughts were interrupted by the knocking. Zhou Haoyu entered with Xiao Wuhan. Leader, I'm back to take my leave. Good to see you back, Haoyu. How is old Master Song? Seeing Zhou Haoyu, Shen Chongkong's mood instantly improved. The task of finding Xiao Wuhan now had the perfect person. My grandfather broke his leg and has been discharged to rest at home. Wang Shu still needs to take care of him for a while. That's good. Old Master Song is fine. Wang Shu coming back a little later isn't a big problem. Shen Chongkong waved his hand and tapped on the table. Haoyu, there's a pretty good reward for a task. Do you want to take it? Xiao Haoyu asked curiously. Commander, what is the mission? Shen Chongkong smiled gently. Haoyu, find the Lightning Hand Xiao Wuhan. Bring him back to the island. The reward is 150 yuan. Xiao Haoyu's eyes lit up. He reached out and grabbed Xiao Wuhan. Report, Commander. The mission is complete. I met Lightning Hand Xiao Wuhan on the train back, and I successfully brought him to the island. Shen Chongkong's gaze immediately fell on Xiao Wuhan's face. He held a picture of Lightning Hand and compared it carefully. Excitement spread in Shen Chongkong's eyes. Sure enough, it was Lightning Hand Xiao Wuhan. Haoyu, you're really lucky. Many people looked for him, but couldn't find him. You went back to the island and just happened to meet him. You and Xiao Wuhan are really destined. Shen Chongkong took out a red envelope and handed it to Xiao Haoyu. Here's your reward for the mission. Thank you, Commander Shen. Xiao Haoyu felt good and accepted the red envelope. Xiao Wuhan rolled his eyes. Bad luck. Shen Chongkong waved his hand, signaling Xiao Haoyu to leave. Xiao Haoyu left without looking back, leaving Shen Chongkong and Xiao Wuhan in the command room. Xiao Wuhan, welcome to visit the island. Shen Chongkong smiled mysteriously. Xiao Wuhan, stay on the island peacefully for a few days. In a couple of days, someone will come to pick you up. Xiao Wuhan looked like a bird trapped in a cage, unable to fly away, waiting quietly for his fate. Xiao Haoyu strode quickly toward the Qiao family courtyard. and you stopped at the Ji family courtyard and knocked on the door. Zhong Xiuxiu's surprised voice rang out. Yeah? When did you come back? Why didn't you write me a letter? I was ready to come pick you up. And you smiled slightly. How you and I just arrived on the island. I came to see you. Come in quickly. I just steamed some rock sugar pear. Try the taste and see how it is. Zhong Xiuxiu filled a bowl with the sweet pear and smiled at Xinyu. Xinyu entered the small courtyard of the Ji family. The yard was very clean, and the vegetable garden was growing various vegetables. She sat on a chair, picked up a spoon, and tasted the sweet pear. Xinyu's eyes curved into a smile, and the sweet flavor was just right. Zhong Xiuxiu also took a sip. I don't like things too sweet either. This taste is just right. Xiuxiu, have you ever been to Qinghe village before? Zhong Xiuxiu blinked and drifted into her thoughts. Xinyu, are you talking about the Qinghe village with a long Qinghe river? Xinyu nodded, watching Zhong Xiuxiu. On the east side of Qinghe village, there is a long Qinghe river. Did you really go there? Did you rescue someone who was bitten by a snake 10 years ago? How do you know? I did rescue someone in Qinghe village. I was picking tea on the mountain when I saw a beautiful woman bitten by a snake. I used a small stone to kill the dangerous snake. After treating the wound, I left to go to the waterfall to pick tea for my grandmother. Zhong Xiuxiu looked at Xinyu with doubt. And you looked at Zhong Xiuxiu gratefully. Xiuxiu, thank you. The person you saved back then was Haoyu's grandmother. Isn't that a coincidence? Zhong Xiuxiu asked instinctively. And you took a piece of the sweet pear, smiling softly at Zhong Xiuxiu. Xiuxiu, did you have a plan to do good deeds every day back then? The day you saved someone was exactly the 100th day of your good deeds? Zhong Xiuxiu's eyes widened. You knew that? Then it's confirmed. The person you saved that year was your grandmother. And you looked at Zhong Xiuxiu with gratitude. Zhong Xiuxiu smiled. Fate is wonderful. Aya, why did you suddenly bring this up? This is a long story. After you left that day, a woman named Su Jieyue in our village pretended to be someone else. She became my grandmother's savior and hoped to marry Haoyu with her gratitude for saving her. And Yu's eyes were full of disdain. I should have stayed after saving someone. At least I should have waited until the person woke up before leaving. In Jingxiu's eyes, there was full of dislike. The person pretending to be Su Jieyue was definitely not a good person. And Yu was in a very good mood, and her voice was full of happiness. Later, when I get home, I will write a letter to Xiaoman, telling her that you were the one who saved Grandma back then. Su Jieyue is just a fake. She won't be able to pretend to be a benefactor and deceive my grandma anymore. In the small courtyard of the Qiao family, Snowball squinted with cat eyes. It lazily basked in the sun, its long tail swaying from side to side. Little rookie, when do you think the owners will come back? I miss Lingu. I miss the watermelons with strong spiritual energy. The little bird flapped its wings and flew out of the nest. Its small eyes still showed signs of sleepiness. Suddenly, its eyes sparkled, and the tiredness disappeared. Yuejia, they're back. As soon as it finished speaking, it spread its wings and flew high, disappearing into the Qiao family courtyard. Snowball's blue eyes widened instantly. The lady of the house is back. My Lingu, my watermelons with rich spiritual energy. Its fluffy ear stood up, showing its joy. The door of the Qiao family courtyard opened, and Xiao Haoyu appeared at the door. Snowball gently leapt down from the tree and landed on the ground. In a flash, it appeared at Xiao Haoyu's feet, circling around him and occasionally rubbing against his calves.
Meow.
The owner is back. Xiao Haoyu patted Snowball's head. Snowball, you've worked hard with the little rookie these days. Snowball wagged its long tail. Master, it's good that you and the lady of the house are back. Where's the little rookie? Master. The little rookie went to find the lady of the house. Snowball answered obediently. The male owner was home. The female owner wouldn't be far behind. Xiao Haoyu started to fetch water and tidied up the courtyard inside and out. He changed the bed sheets and quilt covers to clean ones. Snowball's blue eyes followed Xiao Haoyu as he moved around. It sighed in its heart. The master is really amazing. He can handle everything from the hall to the kitchen. No wonder he is Snowball's owner, skilled in everything. And you sensed the little bird's presence and smiled as she looked up. The little bird's small eyes were full of happiness, and it cheerfully circled around in you. Yuejia, you finally came back. Little bird, I miss you so much. I miss you so much. Look, I miss you so much that my little paws have become thin. And you reached out, and little bird stopped in her palm. It nuzzled her big thumb like a shy gesture. Little bird, it's been many days since we last saw each other. You seem to have become more beautiful. Really? Sister you. Little bird's small eyes sparkled, and she immediately flapped her tiny wings. She showed off her beautiful feathers from every angle. And you and Zhong Xiaoxiao were amused by little bird's playful actions. So cute, little bird. Zhong Xiaoxiao's eyes shone with admiration as she looked at little bird. Little bird was very happy, grooming her feathers happily. And you gently patted little bird's head. All right, stop showing off. Let's go home. Zhong Xiaoxiao watched you leave and even brought her a bottle of icy sugar snow pear. And you left a bag of spiritual tea as a gift to thank her for saving her grandmother's life all those years ago. Little bird sat on Yu's shoulder, chirping happily as she told her about the interesting things that happened on the island this month. Like who tied with whom, with messy hair and 2 black-eyed chickens. Or how she found many sea duck eggs and some hatched little sea ducks. And you listened quietly, walking toward the Xiao family's small courtyard. Yeah, it's really you who came back. Lin Yinxiu's excited voice rang out as she ran over with the wind. Nian, I'm back. And you saw that Lin Yinxiu was very happy. Lin Yinxiu blinked. Yeah, is Xiaoman back? And you shook her head. No. Next March, Wang Shu will be transferred from the island to the nearest station to Elqinghe village. A trace of disappointment flashed in Lin Yinxiu's eyes as she asked expectantly. Will Xiaoman come back to the island when Wang Shu hands over the work? And you shook her head again. Xiaoman isn't in a good condition now. She can't come to the island. What's wrong with Xiaoman? Why can't she come with Wang Shu to the island? Tears welled up in Lin Yinxiu's eyes, full of worry. A faint smile appeared in Yu's eyes, and her voice was light and cheerful. Xiaoman is going to have a baby. She's over 4 months pregnant. She can't travel long distances. Xiaoman is going to have a baby. I wonder if Xiaoman will give birth to my future daughter-in-law or son-in-law. In Lin Yinxiu's beautiful eyes, there was full of surprise. And Yu widened her eyes, feeling a bit amused. Nian, the little baby hasn't been born yet, and you and Xiaoman already made a marriage promise. We agreed long ago that we are not destined to be a married couple, but our children might have the chance to be engaged. Lin Yinxiu was very happy, smiling with dimples. And Yu winked playfully, smiling as she spoke. Nian, if you want to make a marriage promise with Xiaoman's baby, you first need to try to get pregnant. Lin Yinxiu's eyes lit up, her voice full of joy. I will try my best. I can't let my future daughter-in-law or son-in-law wait too long. And Yu was amused by her words and asked cautiously, what if the babies you have are all boys or all girls? Lin Yinxiu blinked, looking hopeful. Yeah, I wish I could have twins, a boy and a girl. That way, no matter what Xiaoman has, the marriage promise can't be broken. Good luck, Nian. The chance of having twins is 1 in 1,000, and for a boy and girl, maybe 1 in 10,000. And Yu smiled and offered her blessings. Yeah, I have something to do. I need to go now. Go ahead and busy yourself. We can talk later. And Yu watched her leave. Lin Yinxiu paused again, then turned to look at Yu. Oh, I have tomorrow off. I plan to go sea fishing with Xiao. Do you want to come along? Sure, let's go sea fishing together tomorrow. And Yu nodded gently. She really missed the taste of grouper fish. Lin Yinxiu waved her hand. It's a deal. She turned and left. A little bird flew around Yu. Big sister Yu, look. The man is here to pick you up. And Yu looked up and saw Xiao Yu not far away, looking at her with gentle eyes. Yeah, let's go home. And Yu smiled softly, like a gentle breeze blowing into Xiao Yu's heart. The two walked side by side toward the Xiao family courtyard. The little bird flew onto Xiao Yu's shoulder, very obedient. Yu, I've confirmed it. The person who saved Grandma on the mountain was really Xiao. Su Family Yu is a fake, an imposter. Xiao Haoyu's eyes flashed with coldness. I didn't expect Ma Baojian to tell the truth. Later, when I get home, I will write a letter to tell Xiaoman the truth. Let her inform Grandma Su that Su Jiyue is a fake, so Grandma won't be deceived by her in the future. Over the years, Grandma has been grateful for Su Jiyue saving her life. But she took many things to thank Su Jiyue. I want Su Jiyue to return everything she took. Not a single item can be kept. I will write to Wang Shu, asking him to go to Su's house and get the things back. Zhou Haoyu's voice was full of disdain. Haoyu, you're right. We can't let the fake get away with it for free. And you saw the small courtyard of the Zhou family, a slight smile on her face. She pushed open the gate, and Snowball, with graceful cat steps, slowly approached her. Yuejia, Snowball misses you so much. It rubbed its fluffy little head against Anyu's leg. Its blue eyes looked at her with water-like shine. And you picked up Snowball. Snowball, you're even cuter now. Snowball squinted its eyes, giving a teasing look at the little rookie. It seemed to be saying, "Little rookie, what are you looking at? Your owner is holding me. Are you jealous?" The little rookie understood Snowball's teasing and rolled its eyes. "Yeah, look at our rabbit. It's quite fat. Xinyu comes every day to feed them." Zhou Haoyu pointed at the chubby rabbit. And you smiled. "Tomorrow, catch 2 wild rabbits and send them to Xinyu. Thank him for helping take care of the rabbits these days. Yeah, do you want to take a bath and rest?" And you nodded. She was tired from a journey and needed a good rest. "Go take a shower first. I'll get your change of clothes." And you went into the bathroom, letting the warm water wash away her fatigue. After showering and changing into a clean nightgown, she felt very lazy. She lay on the big bed, her eyelids heavy, and sleepiness swept over her. Soon, her breathing slowed, and she drifted into a dream. When Zhou Haoyu finished a shower and entered the room, he saw Anu sleeping. Her lips curled into a slight smile, clearly dreaming happily. "Sweetheart, are you dreaming of me?" Zhou Haoyu lovingly traced her eyebrows and eyes from afar, reluctant to wake his wife. He dried his hair carefully and lay down on the bed with great care. Yea seemed to sense a familiar presence approaching and automatically found a comfortable position in Xiao Haoyu's arms. She softly mumbled, "Haoyu." She continued playing chess with Lord Zhou. Xiao Haoyu's eyes were gentle, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. "My wife, it seems I am truly in your dreams." He closed his eyes, hoping that she was also in his dreams. As long as Yeye was nearby, the dreams were sweet. The room was very quiet, with only 2 shallow breaths heard. Little Birdie's small eyes turned as it looked at the Snowball. "Snowball, Sister Yeye is back. Let's work together to find the sea duck egg." When Sister Yeye wakes up and sees the sea duck egg, she'll be so happy. "Our spirit valley ball will come rolling in, right?" Snowball's blue eyes sparkled, and its tail wagged quickly. "Little Birdie, I want to eat a juicy, fragrant peach." Little Birdie's small eyes shone brightly. "Snowball, as long as Sister Yeye is happy, nothing else matters." Snowball squinted and followed Little Birdie. Little Birdie flew while speaking. "Snowball, hurry up. The Spirit Valley Ball and the fragrant peaches are waiting for us." Snowball sped like a flash of white lightning. "Little Birdie, do you know where to find wild duck eggs?" Little Birdie flapped its tiny wings. "Of course I do. I've been here many times." Suddenly, Snowball's voice disappeared. Little Birdie looked down. Where was Snowball? "Snowball, Snowball." It called twice, but no echo responded. "Unreliable little glutton. Where did you go? If I hadn't advanced, I wouldn't even have a space. Do I still need to work with you?" Little Birdie flew in circles in the air, but couldn't find Snowball's shadow. At this moment, Snowball's big blue eyes stared carefully at a golden fish in the shallow water. "Little goldfish, you're so pretty. I wonder what you taste like." The little goldfish struggled in the water, terrified as it watched Snowball inch closer. Its tail wagged rapidly, but it was useless. Its fate was sealed. The little goldfish left the ocean, came to the beach, and found it difficult to move. Snowball happily trotted around, circling the little goldfish. It tentatively reached out a small paw and touched the goldfish. The little goldfish seemed resigned, closed its eyes, and stayed still like a dead fish. Snowball blinked its blue eyes and sniffed the goldfish. There was no fishy smell at all. It opened its mouth, as if to bite. The little goldfish accepted its fate and remained motionless. Snowball wagged its tail from side to side. Strange, just now it was happily bouncing around. Why does it look like a dead fish now? The little goldfish kept its eyes closed and cursed inwardly. You're the dead cat. Your whole family is dead cats. Snowball pretended not to look at the goldfish, wanting to see if it would still jump around later. It didn't like eating dead fish because they didn't taste fresh. The little goldfish quietly opened one eye and saw its white tail flicking. It thought to itself, "Dead cat, I won't fall for your tricks. Even if you bite me, I won't react." Suddenly, Snowball turned around, but the goldfish still stayed still. It pawed at the water, flipping over and over like a hammer. The goldfish silently shouted in its mind, "I can endure, I can endure, I can endure." Maybe this dead cat didn't like eating dead fish, so perhaps it would leave it alone? Snowball's patience ran out. A flash of anger appeared in its blue eyes. It pounced and bit the goldfish's tail. The goldfish was hurt and shed a tear, but didn't react at all. Snowball disdainfully released its grip and casually wiped its paw. Could it be that this beautiful little goldfish is really dead? I was thinking of giving it to the owner to play with because it's so pretty. Suddenly, its eyes lit up as it saw a golden pearl. It was lying near the corner of the goldfish's eye, shining with a golden glow. Snowball used its paw to nudge the pearl, making sure it wasn't mistaken. Little goldfish, your tears can turn into pearls. It seems you are a treasure fish that can produce pearls. I'll give you to Sister Yu. She'll be very happy. The tails sparkled with light, and the goldfish and the golden pearl disappeared on the beach. Snowball ran toward the Xiao family's small courtyard, forgetting all about the little bird. The poor little bird was still searching everywhere for Snowball. There is no way. It couldn't find the Snowball. Finding a sea duck egg was useless. It couldn't take it home. And Yu opened her eyes. Outside, the sunset was already fading. Xiao was still sleeping. Recently, because of trying to prevent Xiao Wuhan from escaping, he hadn't been able to rest well. A gentle smile appeared in Yu's eyes. She lightly touched his nose. Yu, be good and sleep. I'll prepare dinner. And Yu got up and left the room. She saw Snowball running over quickly. Madam, I caught a little goldfish to give to you, a little goldfish. And Yu looked at Snowball with a gentle smile and reached out to pet its fluffy little ears. Snowball smiled with squinted eyes. Yuejia, I was playing on the beach and got hungry. I wanted to catch a fish to eat. I found a small golden fish. It was very beautiful. I caught it. And Yu blinked. A little goldfish? I've never seen one before. Where is it? Let me see. Snowball's tail moved left and right, and a tiny goldfish and a golden pearl appeared. And Yu looked at the still little goldfish, her voice filled with curiosity. The little goldfish was very beautiful. Even lying still on the pebble path, it didn't lose its charm. The goldfish sensed that it was a bit far from the sea and felt a little scared. Could it really be dying? A small tear slipped from its eye, and Yu saw the tiny golden pearl, and a flash of surprise appeared in her eyes. Little goldfish, its tears can turn into golden pearls. It's a treasure. She reached out and lifted the goldfish's tail, waving it in front of her. The little goldfish, which had been sad, suddenly floated in the air, its tail held by her hand. In an instant, fear filled its heart. The tears it had been holding back slid down its face. And Yu was quick. She caught each golden pearl as it fell. Such beautiful pearls. She gently placed the little goldfish into a wooden bucket. As it fell into the water, it was moved to tears, knowing fish can't leave water. Even though it was just a small goldfish, it couldn't stay out of water for long. Tears dropped into the water, turning into round, shiny golden pearls. And Yu watched happily as the goldfish played dead at the bottom of the water. I have only heard of a golden chicken that lays golden eggs, but I have never seen a small goldfish that lays pearls. Indeed, The world is full of surprises. Little goldfish meeting me is also a kind of fate, and you feels very happy. She suddenly has a stalk of spiritual grain in her hand. Xuetuan, this is your reward. Xuetuan's blue eyes sparkle brightly, more dazzling than stars in the night sky. It looks at the spiritual grain with joy, its voice full of happiness. Jia Jia, is this whole spiritual grain for me? And you laughs at her cute look. She gently shakes the spiritual grain. How about it, Xuetuan? Do you not like it? Then, I like it. Thank you, lady. Xuetuan happily hugs the spiritual grain, its blue cat-like eyes squinting with joy. Unnoticed by Xinyu, the small goldfish underwater suddenly opens its golden eyes at the moment the spiritual grain appears. Inside its heart, it shouts, "Why does this smell so good?" Its tail itches, and it instinctively sways it. It swims around in the water, but it's too late to pretend to be dead now. Xinyu smiles gently at the small goldfish. Little goldfish, why aren't you pretending to be dead anymore? The goldfish's big golden eyes widen, and it forgets to wag its tail. It sees the golden pearl in Xinyu's hand, and is so shocked it can't speak. It suddenly realizes it's crying again. What should it do? Will it be cooked into fish soup? The fish grandmother often told it that if humans find out, the tears it sheds will turn into golden pearls. It might become a pot of fish soup, with no bones left, and be fed to dogs. Thinking of that sad ending, it can't help but feel very sad, tears falling uncontrollably. In the wooden tub, the golden pearls shine brightly. Ugh, save me. I don't want to become fish soup. Fish grandmother. My scales, my bones. Xuetuan slaps the wooden tub with a paw, its blue eyes full of disdain. Shut up. Why are you crying? Are you crying because the lady will turn you into fish soup? The goldfish becomes even more scared, crying more sadly.
I
don't want to become fish soup. I don't want to become fish bones. Help me. I am only 99 years old. I am not grown up yet. The golden pearls, because the little goldfish cried so sadly, almost cover the bottom of the wooden bucket. Little goldfish, don't drop the golden beans. Today, you won't turn into fish soup. Xinyu kindly comforts the crying little goldfish. A necklace made of golden pearls must be very beautiful. The little goldfish wiggled its tail, and its tears paused for a moment before it continued crying about its sad fate. Wawa, even if I don't turn into fish soup today, I will still become fish soup tomorrow. Why is my life so hard? Xinyu washed her hands and turned to go into the kitchen. She first started cooking, planning to enjoy the little goldfish's company after dinner. The wooden bucket was also brought into the kitchen as Xinyu prepared to make dumplings. She took out some meat from her space, holding a knife, and began chopping the meat into filling. The little goldfish in the bucket suddenly widened its golden eyes. It saw a human holding a knife, and it was so scared that its heart pounded. Is it going to be cut open and skinned? At that moment, the scary stories the fish grandma told flashed through its mind. Xinyu quickly finished chopping the meat. Half an hour later, dumplings shaped like gold ingots were rolling continuously in the water. Xinyu scooped out the dumplings one by one, a hint of curiosity flashing in her eyes. Why is the bucket so quiet? Has the crying little goldfish fallen asleep? She looked into the bucket and saw thick golden pearls. The little goldfish was lying on the pearls, its tail motionless. Xinyu kicked the bucket lightly, and the goldfish's tail moved with the water. Could it be scared to death? She picked up a pair of chopsticks and poked the goldfish's tail. The little goldfish opened its golden eyes and blinked hard. Am I still alive? It moved its golden tail to confirm it was still alive. Feeling happy, tears started to flow uncontrollably again. Little goldfish, you are still alive and haven't turned into fish soup. Xinyu smiled and squinted at the little goldfish. The little goldfish widened its golden eyes, forgetting to wiggle its tail.
Oh my.
Oh my. Human, can you understand what I am saying? Are you a mermaid? No. You don't have the aura of a mermaid. Xinyu tapped the little goldfish's head with her chopsticks. Little goldfish, I am a human, not a mermaid. As for why I understand what you're saying, You can think of it as my special gift. The little goldfish nodded as if unsure. Human, can you let me go? I will repay you. And you stroked her chin, seeming to think. Little goldfish, I am in you. It's not impossible to let you go. After all, I am caring for you, and you need to eat too. First, tell me, how will you repay me? I once heard a story about a fisherman and a little goldfish. After releasing the goldfish, it returned to the sea, but fulfilled all the fisherman's wishes. Can you do the same? Give me lots of treasures, a magnificent palace. The little goldfish blinked its surprised eyes and quietly sniffled. I'm just a small goldfish under 100 years old. I don't have any treasures or palaces you mentioned. And you smiled as she carried 2 plates of dumplings away. It's okay. I'll go eat first. Take your time thinking about what you can give me. The little goldfish watched anxiously as Xinyu left. Xiao Wuhan enjoyed the rich, fragrant peach water. It slapped the wooden bucket with a paw, the lazy sound full of threat. Little goldfish, you'd better behave. If you disturb my enjoyment of the food, I'll slap you into the stinky ditch and turn you into a stinky fish. The little goldfish widened its eyes in fear, too scared to cry, only silently shedding tears. Stupid cat, just knows how to scare me. Eat, eat, eat. You only think about eating. If I catch you again, I'll make a wish. You'll turn into a fat cat that can't run. Golden bubbles flickered and vanished in the wooden bucket. And you carried the 2 plates of dumplings into the room. Xiao had just woken up, his voice sleepy. Wife, where did you go? I made dumplings. Chive and pork filling. They taste really good. And you placed the dumplings on the table, smiling warmly at Xiao. He got up and sat in a chair, his peach blossom eyes still a bit lazy. Wife, why didn't you call me? I could have made dumplings with you. And you handed him a pair of chopsticks, her voice gentle. When I woke up, I saw you sleeping peacefully, and I didn't want to wake you. Xiao was in a very good mood and took a dumpling to eat. He gave a thumbs up and sincerely praised. What is happiness? Happiness is opening your eyes and being able to eat dumplings made by your wife. And you saw Xiao happily eating, and a small smile appeared on her face. Shuetuan brought back a surprise today. What surprise? Xiao swallowed the dumpling in his mouth and looked at Xinyu. And you put down her chopsticks, rested her chin on her hands, and looked at Xiao. Have you ever seen a golden fish? Shuetuan caught a small goldfish, and it's a crying little goldfish. Its tears can turn into golden pearls. Really? That's amazing. Xiao finished all the dumplings on his plate. Since his wife shared her secret with him, many wonderful things have happened one after another. He realized that the world is full of surprises. He remembered hearing fairy tales from his grandfather, including stories about fishermen and little goldfish. He wondered if the small goldfish Shuetuan caught was a fairy from the sea. Yeah, let's go see it together. Xiao took the plate and headed toward the kitchen. And you followed him, saying, that little goldfish is really beautiful. It's only the size of a palm, and every scale is shiny and golden. Xiao entered the kitchen, washed the plate and chopsticks, and put them away. Shuetuan lazily wagged his tail and said, Master, come see the little goldfish I caught. It's secretly crying in the wooden bucket. It's such a shy and crying fish. The little goldfish's tears could fill the bucket, but it dared not speak out. In the bucket, the fish had to bow its head. It could only secretly flick its tail in the water to show its displeasure. Xiao looked at the bucket and saw the small goldfish swimming around. The bottom of the bucket was covered with round, shiny golden pearls. Wow, it's really a treasure fish that can cry pearls, and you looked at the golden pearls and felt very happy. Let's keep the little goldfish. It's a pity to cook the crying pearl-producing fish for soup. The little goldfish blinked and sighed in relief. Its life was finally saved. And didn't you say you were thinking about returning me to the ocean? And you smiled playfully, looking at the little goldfish with a half smile. Little goldfish, you've thought about this for so long. If I send you back to the ocean, what can you do to thank me? The little goldfish wagged its tail from side to side, its eyes spinning. After a long moment, it hesitated and said, And
If you send me back to the ocean, I will give you many, many golden pearls. And Yu rolled her eyes and pointed at the bottom of the wooden bucket. Little goldfish looked down. Do I need golden pearls? The little goldfish's tail stopped wagging. It knew without looking that the bottom of the bucket was covered with a thick layer of pearls. Those were all its tears. It was afraid they would turn into fish soup and be spilled. And you, I can also give you purple gold pearls. And Yu's eyes lit up. Little goldfish, if you give me 99 purple gold pearls, I will send you back to the ocean. The little goldfish looked a bit embarrassed and blew a bubble. I can't produce purple gold tears right now. And Yu raised an eyebrow. Little goldfish, aren't you a lying fish? Just teasing me? The little goldfish quickly shook its head. No, I never lie. I am too young, only 99 years old. When I turn 100, I might be able to produce purple gold tears. And Yu stared at the little goldfish, as if trying to see if it was lying. When you're 100 years old, what are the chances you'll cry purple gold pearls? 1%. The little goldfish covered its eyes with its fins, feeling a little shy about the chance. And Yu rolled her eyes and spoke with a tempting tone. Little goldfish, that means you'll be 100 next year. If you can give me 99 purple gold pearls, I will send you back to the ocean. By the way, besides crying pearls, what other skills do you have? The little goldfish felt relieved that its life was safe and relaxed a bit. Hearing Yu's question, it whispered softly. Besides crying, I can also make wishes. But I am too small, so my wishes might not always come true. Next year, I will be 100, and I can make one wish. Can I wish for anything? And Yu looked at the little goldfish with curiosity. The little goldfish blinked. If it said it didn't know, would that make it seem too silly?
It should be fine, it replied.
The little goldfish swished its tail up and its head down, hiding its guilty little eyes. And Yu was amused by how cute the little goldfish looked. Little goldfish, we've happily decided that until you give me the purple gold pearl, you will stay here. I will take care of your safety. Suddenly, the little goldfish darted to the water's surface. And Yu, do you really think you can protect me? Won't a greedy cat eat me? Little goldfish, who do you mean is the greedy cat? The snowball's blue eyes turned into vertical pupils, glaring dangerously at the goldfish. The little goldfish, feeling scared, quickly dove into the golden pearl. And Yu gently patted the snowball's small head, smiling softly. Snowball, the little goldfish, is very timid. Don't scare it. If you scare it to death, you'll have to pay me back with the purple gold pearl. I want to keep the little goldfish and have it cry out a purple gold pearl for me. Snowball flicked its tail, sounding annoyed. Little goldfish, don't worry. I won't eat you. You're so scrawny, with only scales and spines, no meat at all. The little goldfish peeked out from the golden pearl. And you, do you really think you'll protect me safely? Of course. After all, besides you, I haven't seen anyone cry out a pearl before. Hearing the reassurance, the little goldfish happily swam around the wooden tub. No fish soup. That's really great. A smile appeared on Yu's face as she took out a new wash basin from the space. Little goldfish, you can live in this basin now. The little goldfish jumped out of the wooden tub and landed steadily in the basin. The basin was beautiful, with a big red character for happiness at the bottom, catching the eye. The little goldfish wagged its tail and swam around the edge of the basin, as if patrolling its territory. And Yu looked at the golden pearl in the wooden tub, cleaning it carefully. The golden pearl is round and cute. It's really beautiful. She gently moved her finger, and a small hole appeared in the middle of the golden pearl. A string of golden pearl bracelets appeared, stunning and magnificent. And Yu put on a golden pearl bracelet on her wrist. She smiled brightly. What do you think? Zhao Haoyu's eyes showed a hint of amazement. The golden pearl bracelet made her wrist look white and smooth like jade. And Yu waved her hand, and all the golden pearls disappeared into her space. I think I should keep this golden pearl bracelet for now. It's too eye-catching. Haoyu nodded and looked at Yu with admiration. He leaned close to her ear, his voice full of flirtation and temptation. Yeah, actually, you can wait until tonight when we rest and give me a look at it. The light touch on her earlobe made Yu's heart tremble.
Who
do you want to see it?
Shy, and you left the kitchen quickly. How you burst into a cheerful laugh and picked up the small goldfish's water basin. The water basin for the goldfish was placed not far from the Snowball cat's nest. Before Snowball could say anything, Haoyu's voice was heard. Snowball, have you seen the little bird? Snowball's eyes suddenly widened. It seemed to forget something important. As memories started to come back, it remembered it had promised to go find wild duck eggs with the little bird. It wanted to surprise you, Ejia, but on the way, it saw a shining light. It forgot to tell the little bird and ran off to catch the small goldfish. Oh my goodness, is the little bird still looking for me? Master, I am going to find the little bird. Snowball dashed out of the Jiao family courtyard, praying silently. Please, little bird with a small temper, don't be mad at me. What should I do? How can I make the little bird not angry? Pretending to be lost, will it be disliked? Will it seem useless? Or should I apologize first and then be honest? Try to get forgiveness? Haoyu shook his head and left the West Room. And you sat on a rocking chair in the yard, enjoying the starry sky. In the night, stars twinkled, and the moon looked like a curved little boat sailing through the starry sea. What should the little goldfish eat? Maybe try some spiritual grains. Maybe the little goldfish can even cry purple golden tears. Haoyu came out and heard Nyu talking to herself. And Nyu smiled softly, her voice full of hope. Haoyu, the little goldfish said it can make wishes next year. If that's really true, I hope the island is good weather for 100 years and isn't hit by storms. Haoyu looked at Nyu's gentle smile, feeling his heart soften. He couldn't help but steal a kiss from her lips. Yeah, I will watch the stars with you. Haoyu and Nyu sat on the roof, gazing at the stars. Snowball ran very fast. Little Rookie, where are you? Today, Little Rookie was very unlucky. It found that Snowball was missing. It started searching everywhere, but accidentally ran into a spider web. It didn't know what kind of spider made the web. The web was thick and sticky, trapping it tightly. Little Rookie was hanging upside down from a tree, swaying with the wind. Fortunately, the spider silk was very strong. Even as it swung, it didn't fall. Little Rookie thought to itself, Snowball, where are you? I risked myself to find you. When will you come to find me? It felt dizzy, swinging back and forth. Suddenly, its tiny eyes widened. What did it see? A spider slowly approaching. Little Rookie started to shake hard. Please, don't come any closer. The big spider seemed not to hear and kept walking forward. Little Rookie felt its strength fading. Will it become this ugly spider's dinner? Help! The big spider admired Little Rookie's scream as it got closer and closer. Snowball, if you don't come to save me now, you'll never see me again. Little Rookie's voice was trembling with tears, carried by the wind. Snowball's ears twitched. It was sure it heard Little Rookie's voice. It heard the crying tone, and its blue eyes turned into vertical pupils. Who was bullying Little Rookie? It quickly ran toward the sound with force. Little Rookie, where are you? When Snowball heard the voice, joy spread across its small face. Snowball, I'm here. Guided by Little Rookie's voice, Snowball quickly found the danger Little Rookie was in. There was a tiny spider about the size of a palm, approaching a small bird. The poor little bird was caught in a spider web, hanging from a branch and swaying in the wind. Xiao Wuhan gently leapt onto a tall tree. Its blue eyes shone with a dreamy glow. In an instant, the blue light enveloped the black spider. The big spider's movements slowed down and eventually stopped moving altogether. Its small eyes were full of fear, trembling as if it had been frightened. Xiao Wuhan let out a sigh of relief, glad that its illusion skill hadn't been used today. It seized the chance, made a quick jump, and grabbed the small bird. One cat and one bird fell from the branch, rolling several times on the ground. Xiao Wuhan, help me get rid of that spider web. I want to take revenge on that big spider that hung me on the tree for so long. Xiao Wuhan carefully used its tiny paws to free the small bird from the web. It felt a little guilty, realizing that its sudden departure had caused the small bird to get trapped. It took out a spiritual grain ball and held it in front of the small bird's eyes. Little bird, you've been through a lot. Eat this spiritual grain first. Once you regain your strength, go and deal with that big spider. The small bird's tiny eyes immediately sparkled, and it pecked at the grain ball more than 10 times. Xiao, thank you. The small bird, now free, spread its wings and flew high into the sky. Its little eyes angrily stared at the trembling big spider. Stinky spider, watch out for my deadly combo attack. The poor big spider was knocked to the ground in just 2 hits. Realizing what was happening, the spider used all 8 legs to escape into the distance. Trying to run? Have you asked for permission first? The small bird grabbed the big spider's body with one claw and flew into the sky. If you dare hang on to me and try to eat me, I'll take you on a high-altitude tour. The big spider's 8 legs flailed wildly, unable to find a grip, and it panicked. As the small bird soared higher, it suddenly loosened its grip. Before the spider could react, it fell rapidly to the ground. Though light, it couldn't withstand the speed of its fall. The small bird kept a close eye on the big spider, saying, "Bird boss will add some fire to you." A small stone, previously held in its beak, fell precisely onto the spider's back. The big spider was hit and saw stars. A small stone sat steadily on its back. The sudden weight made it fall faster. The big spider and the stone disappeared into the woods. The little bird flapped its wings and flew back to Snowball's side. "Snowball, if you hadn't found me, I might have been in serious trouble today," said the little bird. Snowball looked very sorry. "Sorry, little bird. I went to catch fish suddenly, and forgot to tell you that finding me could be dangerous. Please forgive me." The little bird brushed its feathers and was very generous. "Snowball, I don't blame you anymore. It was my own carelessness that got me caught in the spider web. You saved me at the end, so we're even. Little bird, it's getting dark. Let's go home." The little bird flapped its wings and flew toward the Xiao family's small yard. Snowball ran quickly on the ground, keeping up with the little bird. And you leaned on Xiao Haoyu's shoulder, enjoying the starry sky. The little bird flew from afar, blinking its small eyes. Not wanting to disturb Yu Jie and the young master on their date, the little bird flew onto a chair by itself. Under the faint moonlight, it tidied up its beautiful feathers. Snowball ran into the small yard, slowing down a bit. It always tried to stay elegant, its long tail swaying rhythmically from side to side. And you smiled softly. "Haoyu," Snowball found the little bird again. "Looks like they've made friends while we were away." When the little bird was not home, Snowball was so worried it ran to find it. Xiao Haoyu nodded with a gentle smile. He hooked his little finger within Yu's. "Yeah, our group plans to harvest sweet potatoes tomorrow. With your help, do you think the harvest will be twice as big?" And Yu's small finger moved slightly, hooking into Xiao Haoyu's heart. "Haoyu, whether doubles or not is hard to say, but I'm sure this year's harvest will be very good. The soldiers on the island eat a lot of sweet potatoes to stay healthy and strong. Their physical fitness improves, so they can better protect the island and complete their tasks." Xiao Haoyu nodded in agreement. "We shouldn't miss the sweet potato vines either. I'll have the cafeteria make sweet potato vine pancakes." And you gave a thumbs up. "Haoyu, you're amazing. The sweet potato vines, nourished by the magical spring, should taste quite good." Zhou Haoyu checked his watch. It was already 9 p.m. "Yeah, let's rest early tonight. You have to go clam digging tomorrow, remember?" And you looked at Zhou Haoyu under the starlight, her eyes shining softly. Her heart unexpectedly quickened, and gentle ripples appeared in her eyes. Zhou Haoyu held Yu's hand as they walked into the room. The dim lighting created a soft, blurry beauty. Looking at the beauty under the light made the heart beat faster. Their gazes met, and a warm feeling grew between them. Neither knew who made the first move. They moved closer and closer. A small boat gently swayed as it traveled across the starry river. Did it wait for someone special? It traveled the same path day after day, year after year. Did the person it sought still remember it? The night was blown away by the wind at dawn, unwilling and powerless. Waiting even one more minute was a luxury they couldn't afford. Zhou Haoyu got up early to prepare breakfast in the kitchen. And Yu lazily opened her eyes, knowing she had to leave early for clam digging. After a simple breakfast, Zhou Haoyu left. And you first went into the west room to check on the little goldfish swimming in the water. The little goldfish flicked its tail and said, "Good morning, Xinyu. Good morning, little goldfish." And you dropped a drop of magical spring water into the water basin. The little goldfish's eyes widened instantly. It felt warm all over, like basking in a cozy afternoon. Its golden scales shone even brighter, and its body was full of energy. The little goldfish looked at Xinyu gratefully. "Thank you, Xinyu." The little chick and the snowballs stared with envy at the goldfish. The water in the basin emitted a faint spiritual aura. "Master." Two eager eyes looked at Xinyu. Xinyu smiled gently, amused by the little chick and the snowball. "You don't need to be jealous. I just put a drop of spring water into the wooden basin outside. You can take a bath in the basin, but it's best to wait until the sun comes out." "Yeah, that's perfect. Master, that's perfect." The little chick and the snowball both thanked her. And you prepared a wooden bucket and added a drop of spring water. Little Rookie flapped her small wings happily, spinning around the wooden bucket. Her blue snowball eyes turned into vertical pupils as she joyfully wagged her long tail. She carried the wooden bucket and casually closed the courtyard gate. Yaya had just taken a few steps when she saw Zhong Xiaoxiao and Lin Yanxiao. "Good morning, Yaya." "Good morning, Nian Nian, Xiaoxiao." The three of them headed toward the seaside together. The sea was calm, and the sun rose from where the sky met the ocean. The sky was filled with beautiful rays of light, covering the entire sea surface. Today's sunrise was very beautiful, and tomorrow's will be even more so. There are 365 days in a year. There are 365 different kinds of sunrises over the sea, each with its own beauty. Yaya's eyes were full of amazement. She loved watching the sunrise, especially when the shimmering light reflected on the rippling sea. A few ribbonfish were twisting back and forth in the shallow water, moving very quickly. But Yaya was even faster. She gently moved her fingers, and a transparent silk thread caught the ribbonfish's mouth. Several ribbonfish, over 1 meter long, were thrown into the wooden bucket. Yaya seemed to be very lucky today, catching abalone, sea shrimp, and more. Lin Yanxiao's eyes were full of joy. She found 2 groupers. "Yaya, I found 2 groupers. We'll celebrate your return to the island at noon." "Nian Nian, I miss your seafood dishes so much." Yaya smiled brightly, looking at Lin Yanxiao. "I also love Nian Nian's seafood. It tastes especially good." Zhong Xiaoxiao nodded with a smile in agreement. Lin Yanxiao smiled brightly. "No problem. I'll cook myself at noon." Yaya caught a glimpse of about a dozen large mantis shrimp hopping in the shallow water. One by one, she threw them into the wooden bucket, along with scallops, blue, and others. She felt very happy today, such a big harvest. Oh no! Someone has fallen into the water. A cry of alarm sounded on the quiet beach. Zhong Xiaoxiao and Yaya looked at each other and ran toward the east side together. A girl was struggling in the water, sometimes visible, sometimes hidden. Yaya saw the girl struggling in the water, but her expression was calm, without any panic. She quickly grabbed Zhong Xiaoxiao, who was about to jump into the water. And you smirked sarcastically. "Xiaoxiao, look at the girl floating in the water. If you jumped in to save her, she might even blame you for meddling." Zhong Xiaoxiao looked at the struggling girl in the water, her eyes showing a little excitement, with no sign of panic.
Zhong Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes. Thank you for stopping me."
"I didn't save the wrong person." Lin Yanxiao watched the girl flailing in the water. "I know that girl. She's a new sales clerk on the island. I think her name is Qian Xiaofeng." And you blinked. "I wonder, who does this Qian girl want to scheme against?" Zhong Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up with curiosity. "That girl seems good at swimming. I wonder who she has her eyes on." On the beach, the military wives looked anxiously at the girl in the water. "Girl, hold on a little longer. Someone will come to save you soon." A few young men in military uniforms ran over from nearby. Qian Xiaofeng's eyes sparkled. The young men immediately wanted to jump into the water to rescue her. One of the military wives saw her nephew and shouted loudly, "Those who are engaged or married, step back and give the chance to those without partners." 5 of the young men quickly stepped back, leaving only a tall, dark, thin young man. "Lu Dajiang, go save her now." Lu Dajiang didn't hesitate. He plunged into the water with a splash. And you didn't miss the disappointment in Qian Xiaofang's eyes. It seemed that her target wasn't Lu Dazheng after all. Zhong Xiao smiled slightly. Yu Nian, do you think this was all in vain? Lin Yinqiu smiled brightly. Who knows? The ending might surprise us. Qian Xiaofang looked at Lu Dazheng with a flicker of disdain. She was agile, like a fish swimming toward the shore, and soon reached the beach. Lu Dazheng blinked, stunned for 5 minutes. Thinking of something, his already dark face grew even darker. The military wives on the beach watched this scene in shock. Just a second ago, the girl was struggling in the sea, waiting for rescue. The next second, she was swimming so fast like a fish, no longer needing anyone to save her. Ha ha, laughter erupted, and the military wives all looked at Qian Xiaofang. Qian Xiaofang was in a bad mood, furious and annoyed. Why are you laughing? Qian Xiaofang, you can swim, so why didn't you come up earlier?
We were worried about you.
A military wife smirked sarcastically. Who do you think you're fooling into saving you? Qian Xiaofang rolled her eyes, looking pitiful as tears fell. Big sister-in-law, how can you say that? I never called for help. You all thought I couldn't swim. The reason I didn't come up earlier is because I cramped in the water. Qian Xiaofang ran away crying. The military wives looked at each other, unsure whether to believe her. And you shook her head and carried a wooden bucket. It was all for nothing. Exactly like trying to draw water with an empty basket. Zhong Xiao looked thoughtful. When I go back, I must remind my bookish younger brother to keep his eyes open when saving people. Lin Yinqiu blinked her pretty eyes. And you nodded in agreement. It's very necessary to remind them to keep a safe distance when helping. If they get blamed, it would be a loss. Zhong Xiao nodded firmly. The three of them walked home, chatting happily. Xiao Haoyu looked at the baskets of sweet potatoes, full of joy. Lu Hai, remember to weigh how many jin they are. How does it compare to last year? Yes, leader. Lu Hai was very happy, wiping his sweat. Leader, this year we had a big harvest of sweet potatoes. Look at the leaves. They're so lively. Xiao Haoyu nodded. It's all thanks to everyone. Watering and weeding help the sweet potatoes grow well. Duanyulin, take some people to deliver the sweet potato vines to the cafeteria. We'll make sweet potato vine pancakes for lunch. Yes, leader. Duanyulin directed his soldiers to send all the sweet potato vines to the cafeteria. Xiao Haoyu felt happy inside. My wife is really amazing. He waved his hand, and the sweet potato yield doubled. Shin Shouzhang and Zhao Zhengwei came from afar. Xiao Haoyu, I heard your team cheering from far away. Is it a good harvest of sweet potatoes? Xiao Haoyu nodded. Yes, leader. This year's sweet potatoes, after our team kept watering and weeding, the sweet potatoes had a big harvest, with an estimated yield about 1/3 higher than last year. Commander Shen and Commissar Zhao looked at the baskets of large red sweet potatoes, their faces full of happiness.
Good job. Your team had a good harvest.
Xiao Haoyu handed a large sweet potato to Shen Chongkong. Sir, Commissar, try this. This year's sweet potatoes are very sweet. Shen Chongkong took the sweet potato, split it in half, and happily offered one half to Commissar Zhao. Zhao took a big bite and nodded happily. Really tasty. Shen smiled and looked at the bare land, curious. Where did the sweet potato vines go? Report, sir. The team leader ordered the vines to be sent to the cafeteria for lunch to make sweet potato vine pancakes. Lu Hao was lively and spoke loudly. Shen Chongkong looked at Xiao Haoyu with admiration. Good idea. He turned to Zhao. Let's go to the cafeteria at noon and try the sweet potato vine pancakes.
Zhao smiled warmly.
Sure, let's go see.
They walked side by side toward the cafeteria.
Ji Qingyuan came over, picked up a sweet potato, and weighed it. Wow, this sweet potato is almost a pound. Qingyuan, do you want to try the sweet potato? Qingyuan didn't refuse. He gently split the sweet potato in half. He handed one half to Yishu.
Here, try this.
Yishu took it, took out a small knife, and peeled the skin. He took a bite of the sweet potato. It was very sweet and delicious, much better than previous years. This year's sweet potatoes are really tasty. We can exchange more with ration tickets. Nian Nian really likes dried sweet potatoes. Qingyuan nodded in agreement. These sweet potatoes taste great. Xiao Haoyu smiled as he watched them. Let's go to the cafeteria and bring some sweet potato vine pancakes to try something new. The cafeteria was lively, and everyone was eating happily. Shen Chongkong took a big bite of the sweet potato vine pancake. Old Zhao, I didn't expect these sweet potato vine pancakes to taste so good. Commissar Zhao looked nostalgic. I haven't had these in many years. That long-lost flavor still touches my heart. When people are hungry, being able to enjoy such a treat is truly touching. The steaming sweet potato vine pancakes are truly a source of happiness. Xiao Haoyu, Ji Qingyuan, and He Shu arrive at the cafeteria, smelling the delicious aroma of food. The sweet potato vine pancakes contain both vegetables and grains, making them tasty and easy to swallow. The three of them take more than 10 pieces of the pancakes, planning to enjoy them at home later. Lin Yinxiu is busy in the kitchen. She works quickly, and the wonderful smell keeps drifting out. And Yu squints her eyes, tasting the braised fish. She really misses this flavor. Zhong Xiuxiu also smiles happily because she secretly took a piece of the braised fish and is enjoying it. A little bird flutters its wings, bathing in a wooden basin. The blue-eyed snowball sparkles, refusing to leave the basin. Yeah, are the little bird and the snowball practicing swimming? Lin Yinxiu washes her hands and smiles at the playful birds in the basin. And Yu blinks mysteriously. Yes, the little bird and the snowball are learning to swim. Since we live on an island, it's very important for them to learn. The little bird's big, round eyes widen as it jumps out of the basin. It hops around, shaking its wings, drying in the sun. The snowball leaps out of the basin, shakes off the water, and tiny droplets scatter everywhere. And Yu, Zhong Xiuxiu, and Lin Yinxiu all laugh at the two little creatures. Xiao Haoyu, Ji Qingyuan, and He Shu walk into the Qiao family yard. They hear cheerful laughter. And Yu is the first to see Xiao Haoyu and the others and waves her hand. Haoyu, you're back. Perfect timing. Go wash your hands. Xiao Haoyu hands over the sweet potato vine pancakes to Yu. Yeah, these are made in the cafeteria. They taste pretty good. And Yu blinks and walks into the kitchen. She finds a plate and places the pancakes on it. Lin Yinxiu and Zhong Xiuxiu look at the pancakes. Xiuxiu, do you think the sweet potato vine pancakes will taste good? Zhong Xiuxiu shows a nostalgic look, picks up a piece, and takes a bite. Her eyes light up. This is the flavor she remembers. Tasty. When I was back home, my grandma often made these pancakes for me. And Yu picks up a piece and takes a bite, nodding in agreement. They are very delicious. This was her first time eating sweet potato vine pancakes. Before the end of the world, no one ate sweet potato vines. After the disaster, no one could find sweet potato vines to eat. Lin Yinxiu watched the two of them enjoy the food and took a bite of her own. He Shu smiled warmly as he looked at her. How is it? Lin Yinxiu's eyes curved happily. Not bad. It has a very special taste. Seeing she wasn't forced to eat, He Shu smiled gently. Nian Nian, today's braised fish with soy sauce smells so good. I can smell it from far away. Lin Yinxiu picked up a piece of braised fish and put it into He Shu's bowl. If you like it, eat more. He Shu's eyes were full of tenderness, and his heart softened. And Yu took a piece of steamed grouper and placed it in Xiao Haoyu's bowl. Haoyu, try it and see how it tastes. Xiao Haoyu looked at her with gentle eyes. It's delicious. He started peeling shrimp for Yu because she loved eating shrimp but didn't like peeling the shells herself. Ji Qingyuan watched eagerly as Zhong Xiuxiu picked up her chopsticks. Zhong Xiuxiu smiled happily. Ching, you like braised fish, so I'll give you the piece with the most meat. Ji Qingyuan's eyes lit up instantly. Xiuxiu, you should eat more too. He quickly peeled the crab shell, placing all the crab meat into Zhong Xiuxiu's bowl. And Yu looked at the shrimp in her bowl, feeling very happy inside. Haoyu, how was the sweet potato harvest this year? Was it a big one? Xiao Haoyu looked at Yu with gentle pride in his voice. Yeah, this year's sweet potato harvest was very good. Conservatively, it's about 30 to 50% more than last year, and the taste is better, very sweet. That's great. A good harvest of sweet potatoes can help make up for the losses caused by the storm on the island. Ji Qingyuan's eyes, like those of a fox, showed envy. Our sorghum crop was terrible. The yield is less than half of last year, all destroyed by the storm, isn't it? Our crop isn't much better either. We planted corn, but the harvest was poor. Xinyu looked at them with concern. The corn they planted was being weeded and tasseling at the same time. A sudden storm almost completely destroyed the crops. And you blinked and tentatively suggested, "The island's temperature is suitable now, and your fields are already cleared. Maybe we should plant some Chinese cabbage and radishes. Who knows? We might get a surprise in winter." Xiao Haoyu's eyes sparkled. "Wife, do you think that's possible?" And you blinked. "Possible? Just plant them and see what happens." Zhong Xiuxiu nodded in agreement. Ye's idea is worth trying. Chinese cabbage and radishes are easy to store and don't need picky soil. Ji Qingyuan looked excited and looked at Xiao Haoyu. "Haoyu, let's find the leader and ask for some land to try. Maybe we'll get a surprise. The winter on the island isn't too cold, so maybe it'll work." Xinyu nodded. "If it works, it will be a happy accident. Okay, after dinner, let's go find leader Shin." Xiao Haoyu ate faster, feeling excited. Since his wife suggested it, it must be possible. Xiao Haoyu, Xinyu, and Ji Qingyuan hurried to find leader Shin to discuss planting cabbage and radishes. And Yu and Zhong Xiuxiu tidied up the kitchen together. Lin Yinxiu sat in a rocking chair, happily enjoying the sun. And you came out of the kitchen and saw Lin Yinxiu relaxing. "Nian Nian, do you like the rocking chair?" Lin Yinxiu smiled lazily. "I love sitting in the rocking chair in the afternoon to enjoy the sun. My grandpa has one, and he treasures it. Only my grandma can sit in it. That's nice. Later, we should buy a rocking chair in Jing City. It's perfect for sunbathing." And you picked up a white snowball and sat on a chair. The snowball was well behaved, lying on her lap, wagging its long tail. A little bird blinked its tiny eyes, flapped its wings, and landed on Yu's shoulder. Lin Yinxiu's eyes sparkled. She looked at Yu with anticipation. "Yeah, do you want to go shopping in Jing City? Our last trip was interrupted by a storm. We need to make up for it." Zhong Xiuxiu finished washing her hands and just heard Lin Yinxiu. "Nian Nian, I also like the rocking chair. How about we go to Jing City together in a few days?" Lin Yinxiu stood up from the rocking chair and yawned. And Yu smiled slightly as she looked at Lin Yinxiu and Zhong Xiuxiu.
Deal.
"In 3 days, we'll go shopping in Jing City." Lin Yinxiu nodded, sounding sleepy. "I'm a bit tired. I need to go home and rest. We'll go together. Yaya also needs a nap." Zhong Xiuxiu and Lin Yinxiu left the Qiao family's small courtyard together. And Yu watched them leave, while the little bird circled around her. "Sister Yu, I have a feeling I will level up soon. When that happens, I will awaken a special talent. I hope it's space." "Little bird, is that true? Do you want to try a drop of spiritual spring water? It can help you transform completely. But the process is very painful and risky." And you looked seriously at Little Bird and Snowball. "Little Bird, Snowball, I'm going to sleep now. Think carefully. Do you want to transform and improve yourselves?" She turned and headed into her room. She had woken up early this morning and was feeling a little sleepy now. Little Bird and Snowball looked at each other, sharing the same struggle in their eyes. Transforming and improving was a happy thought for Little Bird and Snowball. If successful, they would become even stronger. But the process was extremely painful. If they couldn't endure it, they might disappear.
It was a tough choice.
Little Bird and Snowball needed to think carefully. And Yu returned to her room and entered her space. She looked at the food, vegetables, and fruit stored in the space's warehouse. Having enough food gave her confidence. The lessons from the end of the world told her that food was the most important. She thought for a moment and stored more ripe fruits, grains, and vegetables in the warehouse. And you drank a cup of spiritual spring water, feeling relaxed and warm all over. She took some cabbage seeds and radish seeds from the warehouse. The water from the well was clear, not as good as the spiritual spring, but tasted very nice. In the space, she planted a large white radish and her favorite cucumbers. Shin Chongkong was at home teaching Shin Ji Li to read, taking a break from his busy day. Shen Zhili studied carefully, sitting upright and proper. Jiao Haoyu, Ji Qingyuan, and He Shu entered the Shen family courtyard. Shen Chongkong saw the three people and a hint of curiosity appeared in his eyes. He couldn't help but wonder, why did these three come together? Shen Zhili blinked and said, Dad, I am going to find Mom to teach me how to read. Shen Chongkong patted Shen Zhili's head. He looked at the three and asked, why did you all come here together? Commander Shen, we want to find some land to plant Chinese cabbage and radishes. Xiao Haoyu looked at Shen Chongkong. Shen Chongkong's eyes lit up, and he lightly tapped on the table. Haoyu, is that possible? Is it a bit late now? Although it's a little late, we just want to try. The climate on the island is good. Maybe it will work. Xiao Haoyu was confident it would succeed, but he didn't want to say too much. Ji Qingyuan smiled happily and looked at Shen Chongkong. Commander Shen, it's okay to do it a little later. Chinese cabbage and radishes don't need perfect soil. When winter comes, even small ones will be enough to eat. Shen Chongkong nodded and smiled at the three. All right, you three go plant together. If you succeed, I will give each of you a red envelope as a reward. Yes, Commander. Xiao Haoyu, Ji Qingyuan, and He Shu received the positive reply. They hurriedly went to choose the fields for planting Chinese cabbage and radishes. Shen Chongkong smiled slightly. If they succeed, it will also bring more income to the island. Xiao Haoyu looked at Ji Qingyuan and He Shu. Our group has a good piece of land for sweet potatoes, more than 2 acres. Why don't we choose that land? It also belongs to your group. Half for Chinese cabbage, half for radishes. Ji Qingyuan nodded. I have no objections. The growth of sweet potatoes is so promising, maybe the Chinese cabbage and radishes will also have a good harvest. He Shu also agreed, this year the harvest on the island isn't good. More people are fishing at sea. Our canteen is starting to collect dried seafood to stock up for winter. 1 gene of dried seafood can exchange for half a gene of food coupons. The military wives started to act, carrying buckets to the seaside to gather seafood. Xiao Haoyu looked into the distance, his voice full of anticipation. The resources in the sea are abundant, with all kinds of fish, shrimp, and all edible. Next time we go on patrol, maybe we can find a school of fish. If they encounter a school of ribbonfish, catching about 100 pounds could add to the cafeteria's meals. The three of them headed toward the sweet potato field, first to clear and tidy it up. With many people working quickly, they finished before sunset, making the land neat and tidy. Zhou Haoyu returned home facing the sunset and saw Anyu standing at the gate of the Zhou family's small yard. Seeing Anyu's bright smile, he suddenly felt full of strength. Yeah, I'm back. Haoyu, did things go well? Did Director Shun agree to let you plant cabbages and radishes? Anyu's clear eyes sparkled. Yes, the director agreed, and he said we really succeeded. We might even get a reward. Really? Zhou Haoyu held Anyu's hand as they went home. Anyu handed him the cabbage and radish seeds she had prepared.
Haoyu, these are the seeds from my space.
Please plant them in the field. Zhou Haoyu carefully stored the seeds, happily saying, Yeah, with your help, we will definitely succeed. Anyu smiled warmly. Hurry up and wash your hands. I cooked seafood porridge. You will like it. Zhou Haoyu quickly went to the bathroom, took a quick shower. While drying his hair, he gave a thumbs up. Sweetheart, the seafood porridge smells so good. And you handed him a spoon. Try it and see if you like it. Zhou Haoyu took a sip of the seafood porridge, his eyes shining like peach blossoms. My wife is so clever. I've never had such delicious seafood porridge. Seeing him enjoy it so much, Anyu's lips curled into a gentle smile. What is happiness? Happiness is when I am in your eyes, smiling brightly. Little birdie with bright eyes took a bite and loved the taste of the seafood porridge. It's delicious. So good. Xuewan licked the seafood porridge clean from the cat bowl. My favorite seafood porridge. If I could eat it every day, I would be so happy just thinking about it. The little goldfish in the water basin silently shed tears, smelling the aroma of the seafood porridge. It was worried, afraid it might become an ingredient in the porridge. Anyu walked into the west room, looking at the golden pearl in the water basin. Little goldfish, are you made of water? Why do you keep crying? Are you hungry? Ling Xiaomi, see if you can eat it? A tiny grain of rice falls into a basin of water. A small goldfish with bright eyes immediately swims over. It quickly swallows the rice and looks at you with expectant eyes. Goldfish, how many can you eat? Food is precious, so don't waste it. The goldfish wags its golden tail. Sister Yu, I am easy to take care of. I only need 6 grains of rice. And you watches the goldfish's cute, pleading eyes and can't help but smile. Goldfish, you really are easy to care for. The goldfish happily eats the rice, wagging its tail happily. Xiao Haoyu walks in, looking at Yu gently. Yeah, let's go for a walk by the sea. And Yu and Xiao Haoyu walk side by side toward the beach. Under the hazy moonlight, the sea looks more beautiful than during the day. Stars reflect on the water, creating a dreamy scene. And Yu is full of amazement, admiring the ocean under the starry sky. She rests her head on Xiao Haoyu's shoulder. Haoyu, do you think Grandpa went to see Grandpa and Grandma? Xiao Haoyu listens to the sound of the waves crashing. Grandpa, he always keeps his promises. He will definitely visit Grandpa and Grandma. But I wonder if my dad will go too, and Yu playfully taps Xiao Haoyu's hand with her finger. Haoyu, we should trust Grandpa. If he says our dad will visit Grandpa and Grandma, then he will. Xiao Haoyu's eyes are calm, with a hint of sarcasm in his voice. Yeah, I received a few letters. They were all from my dad. He sighs. It's funny. My mom has been gone for so many years. What good is a late apology? And Yu reaches out and holds his hand gently, comforting him softly. People's feelings are complicated. No one can really understand them. Maybe our dad has had a change of heart. Maybe he finally realizes that our mom is still in his heart. Some people are naturally slow to feel emotions. They only realize how much someone means after they've lost them. They only see the person's true value when it's too late. Xiao Haoyu looks at the stars reflected in the water, his voice uncertain. Yeah, do you mean that my dad, after more than 10 years since my mom passed, finally realized she was still in his heart? He shakes his head like a rattle, his voice filled with disbelief. This can't be happening. It's impossible. My dad is naturally cold and indifferent. He only cares about his work. When my mom was alive, he didn't come home for whole months, and you patted his hand. Maybe I'm wrong. Zhou Haoyu remembered the letter from Zhou Aijuan, with its strange concern and hidden worries between the lines. Yeah, he's been so cold all these years. Besides giving me life, he hasn't fulfilled his role as a father or taken care of me. Now I've grown up and can face storms alone. On stormy days with thunder and lightning, I shiver alone. Where is he? When I was sick and unconscious, where was he? That concern and worry he's been missing for over 20 years. Why should I still hope for it? And you knew that Zhou Aijuan's years of indifference had deeply hurt Zhou Haoyu. Now, his sudden friendliness felt strange and even unwelcome to him. Haoyu, don't worry too much. Maybe Dad has truly changed. Whatever he does, as long as he doesn't hurt you, it's fine. Perhaps he feels guilty for neglecting you all these years and wants to make up for it. Zhou Haoyu's eyes were complicated. His father was once someone he admired as a child. He watched other kids sitting on their dad's shoulders, smiling happily. He was jealous and sad, but his small wish was repeatedly denied by Zhou Aijuan. The more he was rejected, the less he expected. Yeah, I don't need his apology anymore. No matter how much he tries now, it can't undo the sadness I felt back then. My mom cried every day, and I kept reflecting. Was I not smart enough? Not understanding enough?
Why doesn't Dad like me?
Why does he always say I'm a troublemaker? Every year on my birthday he was never there. And you felt a pang of pain. Her Haoyu had suffered so much as a child. Haoyu, I will be with you for every birthday from now on. You must have been very smart, obedient, and adorable as a child. He doesn't like you because he doesn't cherish you or see how good you are. Zhou Haoyu hugged you tightly, his eyes turning red. His mother had also told him he was good and well-behaved. Sweetheart, shall we have a child together? I will definitely be a good father. I will change the baby's diaper, feed the baby, and teach him to walk. And Yu gently pats his back, speaking softly. Okay, I believe you will be a good father. Xiao Haoyu's eyes sparkle like stars reflected in the sea. Honey, come on my back, I'll carry you home. And Yu lies on Xiao Haoyu's back. His back feels safe and warm. Old Master Qiao packs his luggage and watches Qiao Aijuan hurriedly heading home. He hasn't said anything yet when a joyful voice rings out. Aijuan, you're home. Does that mean you forgive me? Zheng Qiushuang's eyes are full of surprise. She rushes toward Qiao Aijuan like a breeze. Qiao Aijuan frowns in disgust and quickly steps back. He perfectly avoids Zheng Qiushuang's outstretched hands. Stay away from me. I came home not for you. Zheng Qiushuang looks hurt, her voice trembling with tears. Aijuan, it's been so many days. Haven't I been punished enough? When will you forgive me? Qiao Aijuan's eyes are calm, his voice steady. When have I ever punished you, Zheng Qiushuang? I don't have that kind of time. You should apologize to Luo Luo. It's not me who should apologize, it's Luo Luo. But I think Luo Luo doesn't want to see you. You should carry that guilt and regret for the rest of your life. Tears fall from Zheng Qiushuang's eyes uncontrollably. She tries to keep her eyes wide. Luo Luo, it's always about Song Luo. She has been gone for over 10 years, and you still can't forget her. It's so funny. When she was alive, you never paid attention to her. Xiao Aijuan, don't tell me Song Luo has been dead for over 10 years. Now you just realize you like her? You can't forget her? Xiao Aijuan's eyes fill with sadness, and his voice is full of regret. You're right. I was too slow to realize it. I should have liked Luo Luo back then. I was too stupid to understand my own heart. No, it can't be. Xiao Aijuan, how could you like Song Luo? No, it's impossible. You have no heart, so you shouldn't like Song Luo. You must be lying to me, right? How can Song Luo Luo earn your love? You should like me, because I am the lady of the Qiao family. Qiao Aijuan looked at Zheng Qiushuang with disdain. Haoyan, take your mother back to her room to rest. Hearing Qiao Aijuan's emotionless voice, Haoyan felt a cold chill rise in his heart. Zheng Qiushuang's eyes blurred with tears as she looked at Haoyan approaching. I won't go back. I won't go back. Haoyan felt helpless. He quickly lowered his head and took Zheng Qiushuang away. Xiao Aijuan looked at Old Master Qiao. Dad, why did you call me back? Old Master Qiao sighed, feeling helpless. His son was naturally cold and indifferent. Old Song broke his leg. I want to visit him in Qinghe village. You take me there, and while you're at it, kneel before Old Song and his wife to apologize. You treated Luo Luo poorly back then, and that girl fell in love with you at first sight. Back then, you knelt and apologized unwillingly. Now, I want you to sincerely kneel and apologize to Old Song and his wife. Dad, how is my father-in-law's leg? Does he need to come to Jing City for treatment? Qiao Aijuan's voice was worried. He knew Song Luo Luo loved her parents very much. His heart pounded hard. Song Luo Luo had fallen in love with him at first sight. It wasn't entirely because of her parents' wishes. He was truly wrong. That girl, Song Luo Luo, who would smile just by looking into his eyes, was made to feel sorrow by him. Old Master Qiao looked at Aijuan's worried eyes, his voice complicated. I don't know. We need to see for ourselves to be sure. Luo Luo is a filial girl. The only time she disobeyed Old Song and his wife was when she insisted on marrying the cold and indifferent Yu. If you truly realize your mistake, come with me to apologize to Old Song and his wife. Aijuan's eyes showed a trace of pain as he looked at Song Luoluo's diary. He realized what kind of happiness he had missed. In her diary, Song Luoluo wrote that meeting him made her understand the pain of longing. Even though she was sad and upset, she still didn't regret loving him. He didn't do anything wrong. You just don't like me. If there is a next life, could you like me a little more? I'm not greedy. As long as your eyes have me, that's enough. Zhou Aijuan, I don't have many days left. I really wish you could spend more time with me. Even if you say nothing, just seeing you makes me happy. Dad, I need to handle some work. Tomorrow, I will go with you to visit my parents-in-law. I sincerely want to apologize. I was wrong to treat Luo Luo badly. I was too foolish, too stupid, and I didn't understand Luo Luo's feelings for a long time. Old Mr. Zhou nodded. Go ahead. Tomorrow, we will take the train to Qinghe village. Be prepared mentally. Old Song and his wife won't give you a friendly look. Luo Luo is their precious treasure. If that girl wasn't so stubborn and insisted on marrying only you, Old Song and his wife wouldn't have let her marry you. Zhou Aijuan's eyes were full of pain. Dad, I know Luo Luo is very good. I will ask my parents-in-law for their forgiveness. Zhou Xinyu was so shocked she couldn't speak. It was the first time she saw such obvious emotion in Zhou Aijuan. In her impression, Zhou Aijuan's face usually showed no expression, always looking cold and distant. No wonder Mom has been so anxious lately, always suspicious and paranoid. Dad not coming home isn't because he's busy with work, but because he doesn't want to see Mom. This realization made Zhou Xinyu afraid. Dad has never been close to her and her second brother. She used to think her father's love was silent, but now she understands. Maybe her father doesn't have much love for her and her brother either. The small Zhou family courtyard was bathed in moonlight. Snowball was lazily wagging its tail, waiting for its owner to return. Anyu's eyelids felt heavy. She leaned close to Zhou Haoyu's ear, her voice sleepy. Haoyu, walk faster. Zhou Gong is calling me to play chess. Zhou Haoyu felt the warm breath on his ear, like a small hook tugging at his heart. His voice was so gentle it seemed to drip with water. He quickened his steps. The crescent moon moved across the night sky, and the Big Dipper shone brightly. Yeah, we're home. Zhou Haoyu didn't hear a response. Only the long, steady breathing. A slight smile appeared on his lips as he approached the Zhou family courtyard. Snowball opened its blue eyes, about to greet its owner home. Zhou Haoyu shook his head, signaling for silence. Snowball was very clever. It blinked its blue cat eyes. It turned out that the lady of the house was sleeping on her master's back. She must be very happy. Zhou Haoyu carefully carried the person into the room and gently placed them on the bed. And Yu frowned slightly and muttered a few words.
Haoyu.
I will stay with you. Zhou Haoyu's heart softened like cotton candy, soft and sweet. His eyes grew gentler as he lovingly kissed Anyu's lips. Wife, sweet dreams. He lay on the bed, holding his wife, and closed his eyes contentedly. The autumn wind moved through the quiet night, and the branches swayed tirelessly. The night on the island was very beautiful, so beautiful it made people feel lost in it. Occasionally, the sound of children crying added a touch of lively atmosphere to the night. Anyu's long eyelashes fluttered, like wings of a butterfly about to fly, beautiful beyond words. She slowly opened her eyes, but she was alone in the bed. On the bedside table was a familiar note and a boiled egg in the pot. Remember to eat when you wake up. A slight smile appeared on Anyu's lips as she lazily stretched. Her perfect curves were captivating, but sadly, no one was there to admire this beauty. Anyu dressed and left the room. In the kitchen, there were 2 warm boiled eggs, just right. Boiled eggs are nutritious, and she liked eating them very much. The wild chicken was fed with spiritual grains and vegetable leaves from the space, making its eggs even more fragrant. A little chick blinked its small eyes and hopped from branch to branch. Yuejia, I slept until I woke up naturally. What a happy day. It looked up at the rising sun, saying Yuejia really knew how to sleep. Xiao half closed her eyes and lay lazily on a branch, basking in the sun, her tail wagging constantly. Little chick, you flew around the island this morning. Did you see anything new? The little chick immediately jumped in front of Xiao, its eyes shining. Commander Shun's wife fainted for no reason, and Commander Shun was very worried. Early this morning, she was taken to the military hospital. Poor little Zhili was so scared he cried. Xiaowan's eyes opened slightly, showing concern in her voice. Little Zhili is quite pitiful. Last time, he even fed me small dried fish. I'll go see him and comfort him. Maybe he's hiding somewhere, dropping golden beans. With a flash of white shadow, Xiao disappeared from the branch. And you finished practicing her martial arts in the small courtyard and waved her hand. The little novice gently settled onto the rocking chair, which remained still. Little novice, who cried because they were scared. Did something happen on the island, and you washed her hands in a basin, asking casually. The little novice pecked at the feathers on her wing. Yuejia, this morning, I took my usual flight around the sky of the island. When I returned, I saw that Commander Shun's wife had fainted. Commander Shin was very worried, and little Zhili was so scared she cried. Commander Shin's wife? I've never seen her before. She keeps to herself, and I heard she's not in good health, a delicate beauty. Little Zhili is very cute and is Xiao Man's younger brother, so I feel I should help. And you blinked, applying some snow cream on her hand. Lin Yinxiu stood outside the Qiao family's small courtyard, her voice full of concern. Yeah, I heard that little aunt fainted. I want to go see her. Do you want to come with me? And you nodded. Go call Xiao first. I want to prepare some fruit. Lin Yinxiu hurried to the Ji family courtyard to call in Xiao. And you watched Lin Yinxiu leave, then entered the room. She took out a big, red apple from her space and placed it in a bamboo basket. The apple, also called a peace fruit, is perfect for visiting the head of the family's wife. She also grabbed a handful of red dates and put them in her pocket. These were for Xinyu. Carrying the bamboo basket of apples, she headed outside. Lin Yinxiu and Zhong Xiao came side by side. Lin Yinxiu carried some brown sugar, and Xiao held some malted milk. And you looked at Lin Yinxiu with curiosity. Nian, has Xiao Zhili's mother always been in poor health? Lin Jiqiu nodded gently, with a hint of helplessness in her voice. Little aunt has always been weak, especially after giving birth to Xiao Zhili. Uncle loves her very much and takes good care of her. He is very gentle and caring, but unfortunately, her health never improved, and you blinked. Is it congenital weakness? Lin Yinxiu shook her head. I'm not sure. I've only seen little aunt a few times. I only know she's very beautiful, with an ethereal kind of beauty. Little aunt is very tender. She can't run or jump, and she can't even be in the wind. I will spend most of the year staying in my room. In the single hospital room, Shun Chongkong looked worriedly at the beautiful woman on the bed. Her face was very pale, lying there like a fallen angel, which made people feel sad. If Ruo, I won't let anything happen to you. Shinji Li held Bing Ruo Shui's hand with his small hand, with sadness in his eyes. Mom, what's wrong? Shin Chongkong felt upset inside. He patted Shunji Li's head. Xiao Zhili, your mom is fine. She's just a little tired. Shunji Li blinked, then I will be good and not bother mom to rest. Bing Ruo Shui slowly opened her eyes, raised her hand, and touched Shinji Li's hand. Xiao Zhili, mom, is fine. Mom, you're awake. Shinji Li's eyes sparkled with joy as she looked at Bing Ruo Shui. Shin Chongkong looked at her worriedly. Oh, Ruo, how are you? Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere? Bing Ruo Shui weakly smiled.
Chongkong, I'm fine.
I'm just a little tired. Shin Chongkong poured a cup of warm water. Ruo, drink some water. Bing Ruo Shui leaned into Shin Chongkong's arms and sipped the water slowly. Chongkong, don't always frown. You know I feel heartache when you do. Shin Chongkong's voice was full of affection. Ruo, how about I take you to the big hospital in Jing City for a checkup? Bing Ruo Shui shook her head softly, her voice gentle and weak. Chongkong, I know my body. It doesn't matter where I go. There's no big problem. I just need to rest quietly. Why bother moving around? Shun Chongkong's voice was full of concern. Ruo, you fainted twice in these 6 months. I'm really worried about you. Chongkong, it's because my body is weak. I've been a burden to you. 2 tears slid down Bing Ruo Shui's cheeks and fell into Shun Chongkong's palm. Ruo, don't cry. As long as you're with me, everything else doesn't matter. Shun Chongkong carefully wiped her tears. Bing Ruo Shui looked at Shin Chongkong's handsome face, feeling very guilty. Her body was too weak. She had caused Shin Chongkong a lot of suffering over the years. Lin Yinxiu and you and Zhong Xiao knocked on the door. Bing Ruo Shui blinked to compose herself. Lin Yinxiu pushed open the door and entered the room. Little auntie, I heard you're not feeling well. I came to see you. How are you? Is there something better? Bing Ruo Shui weakly smiled and said, Nian, thank you for coming to see me. I have this old problem. Shinji Li San Yu and Zhong Xiao. Yu Jia, Xiao Jia. Thank you for coming to see my mom.
And you patted Shunji Li's head.
Little Zhili, you're so good. Her gaze turned to Bing Ruoshui, and a look of admiration appeared in her eyes. Lin Yanxiu was right. Bing Ruoshui is truly a beautiful woman. Her beauty is like a rare flower in a quiet valley. Little auntie, I am Xiao Man's friend. I heard you're not feeling well, so I came to see you. Apple, also called peace fruit, hope you get well soon. And you handed Bing Ruoshui an apple. Bing Ruoshui smiled and took the apple. Thank you, Xinyu. Bing Ruoshui looked into Xinyu's bright eyes and took a small bite of the apple. Her beautiful eyes lit up. The apple was crisp and sweet. She took another bite, and her upset stomach felt much better. Her body seemed to gain strength. Shun Chongkong widened his eyes, watching Bing Ruoshui eat half the apple. Joy spread across his face. He knew Bing Ruoshui usually had no appetite. When she was in a good mood, she would only eat a quarter of an apple. He tried hard to get her to eat more. Bing Ruoshui unknowingly finished the apple. She blinked and looked at the apple core in her hand, full of disbelief. Most importantly, she ate a big apple without feeling any discomfort. Instead, she felt very comfortable and warm all over. Bing Ruoshui looked at Shin Chongkong and asked uncertainly, Chongkong, did I eat a big apple? Shin Chongkong's voice was full of surprise. Ruorua, you ate a big apple today. Do you feel uncomfortable? Bing Ruoshui shook her head with a gentle smile. No discomfort. I feel great. This big apple is very tasty. You should try it. Shen Chongkong smiled and shook his head. Ruorua, if you like it, I'll save some for you. He looked gratefully at Xinyu. And you, thank you. My wife usually doesn't like to eat, but she really likes the apples you brought. And you smiled. Little auntie, if you like it, you can eat more. People need food. Skipping a meal makes you hungry. Eat more so your body will have strength. Cold Ruoshui lowered her eyes, hiding her emotions. Her voice carried a faint sadness. And you, since I gave birth to Xiao Zhili, I don't know why, but I haven't had much appetite. I can't eat anything, and when I try to force myself, my stomach protests. In the end, I feel sick and everything up, wasting food. Shun Chongkong looked at her with deep concern, his voice full of worry. Over these past 2 years, Ruorua has been eating less and less. Her health hasn't been good. He was truly afraid that one day, cold Ruoshui would fall into a deep sleep and never wake up. And you smiled as she looked at cold Ruoshui. Little auntie, relax. When you have free time, you can come talk to us. Nian Nian is a great cook, and her braised fish is especially delicious. When you're in a good mood, maybe you'll eat a little more. Lin Yanxiu nodded in agreement. Little auntie, you can't stay in your room all the time. It's so boring alone. Come find me, and I'll make you something tasty. Zhong Xiuxiu also chimed in. My grandma always says that people should get more sunlight and move around more. That way, their health will improve. Cold Ruoshui smiled as she looked at the three of them. I will move around more in the future. When I do, don't find me annoying. Lin Yanxiu smiled brightly. No, little auntie, you're so beautiful. Seeing you makes us happy. And Yu's eyes were full of smiles. She liked this beautiful, ethereal, slightly sickly lady. This lady was Xinji Li's mother, Xiao Man's little auntie. If anything happened to her, they would all be very sad. Lin Yanxiu looked at the obedient Xinji Li. Little auntie, today you and little uncle are busy and can't take care of Zhili. Why don't we let him come with us? I will take good care of him. Nian Nian, thank you so much. Shun Chongkong looked at Lin Yanxiu kindly. Little uncle, this is too formal. Nian Nian and little Tang Bao are like my nieces. I've always regarded you as my real uncle. Zhili is my younger brother, and I should take care of him. Shun Chongkong's eyes were full of gratitude as he looked at Shin Zhili. Zhili, be good and listen to your sister Nian. Don't be naughty. Shun Zhili nodded obediently. Dad, I know. I will listen to sister Nian. Cold Ruoshui looked tired in her expression. And you, Lin Yanxiu, and Zhong Xiuxiu took Shin Zhili away. Shin Chongkong carefully helped Lung Ruoshui lie down, speaking softly. Ruoshui, are you very tired? Do you want to rest for a while? Lung Ruoshui blinked, her voice showing sleepiness. Chongkong, you don't need to stay with me. If I fall asleep, you should rest too. Her eyelids felt heavy, and she was still worried about Shin Chongkong, afraid he wouldn't rest because he was worried about her. His eyes were full of bloodshot veins, which made her feel very sad. He was taking care of her, and also worried about Xiao Zhili. Things on the island kept him very busy, but her body wasn't feeling well, which made him worry even more. Ruoshui, rest well. Don't worry, I will take care of myself. Shin Chongkong noticed her worried look and comforted her gently. And Yu smiled as she watched Xinjili, pulling a handful of red dates from her pocket. Xiao Zhili, here are some red dates for you. They are very sweet. Xinjili held the dates with his small hands, his eyes shining as he looked at Yu. Thank you, Sister Yu. He blinked his shiny black eyes, full of longing. Sister Yu, I haven't seen Sister Tang for a long time. Do you know where she went? Dad said she went back to her hometown. Is that true? And Yu patted Xinjili's head. Sister Tang has a little baby now. She's resting at home. A little baby? Xinjili's eyes sparkled.
He was a bit surprised.
Lin Yinqiu smiled as she looked at Xinjili. Xiao Zhili, you're going to be an uncle soon. Are you happy? Next year, you'll have a little nephew or niece. Xinjili's clear eyes shone with excitement. Miss Nian, am I really going to be an uncle? Lin Yinqiu nodded. Yes, you are. In the future, eat more so you can grow tall and protect your little nephew or niece. Xinjili nodded seriously. I will eat well and grow as tall as Dad. He was very happy inside, thinking Sister Tang would definitely give him a little niece. He was very envious of Uncle Zhao's family next door. Zhao Baojun had a cute little sister. His little niece would be even cuter and more obedient. Snowball walked over gracefully, like a cat. Xinjili's eyes lit up, and he ran over quickly. He picked up Snowball happily, smiling from ear to ear. Snowball curled up in his arms, lazily squinting his eyes. My charm is unbeatable. I don't have to do anything, and Xiao Zhili is very happy. Since he likes me so much, I'll let him hold me a little longer. And Yu was amused by Snowball's self-talk. Xiao Zhili, do you like Snowball very much? Xinjili nodded. Snowball is very well behaved. He's the cutest little cat I've ever seen. Lin Yinqiu blinked. Xiao Zhili, I have 2 adorable little rabbits at home. Do you want me to give them to you? Xinjili's eyes lit up. He loved small animals the most. His mother wasn't feeling well, so she couldn't often be with him. If he had 2 little rabbits, he wouldn't feel so lonely. Xiao Zhili, think carefully. Raising rabbits means feeding them grass and taking care of them. Xinjili happily nodded. I know. I will take good care of the rabbits. Lin Yinqiu took Xinjili and headed toward the small courtyard of the He family. And you looked at Zhong Xiuxiu. Xiuxiu, do you want to go for a walk up the mountain? I was just thinking the same thing. Zhong Xiuxiu's gaze fell on the lush mountain. No matter where you are, the mountain holds surprises from nature. It all depends on whether you have eyes that can find those surprises. And Yu and Zhong Xiuxiu walked side by side toward the mountain. A small bird flapped its wings and followed closely behind Yu. It wondered in its heart, what is Sister Yu going to do on the mountain? Is she picking herbs or catching wild chickens and rabbits? Zhong Xiuxiu walked lightly, playing with a small stone in her hand. Suddenly, a wild rabbit's ears appeared from the grass. Zhong Xiuxiu's quick reflexes made her throw a stone. The rabbit squealed and fainted before it could run away. Xiuxiu, that was amazing. And Yu smiled and praised her. Zhong Xiuxiu walked over, grabbing the rabbit by its ears. This season, wild rabbits are very fat and tasty. We can catch a few to make spicy rabbit meat bites. They taste great. Xiuxiu, you can also make spicy rabbit meat bites? And Yu's stone flew out, knocking down another rabbit. Yeah, your aim is very accurate. Zhong Xiuxiu looked at Yu with admiration. And Yu's eyes curved into a smile. Of course. My skills in catching rabbits and wild chickens were taught to me by my brother, Hao Yu himself. Surprised, the little bird exclaimed, Sister Yu, you're so lucky. There's a big creature ahead. And Yu looked at the little bird. Little bird, what did you see? I saw a wild boar, Sister Yu. You might be able to improve your life. The little bird flapped its wings and flew forward. And Yu smiled slightly and took out 2 small bamboo arrows from her pocket, about 10 centimeters long and as thick as a finger. Xiao, I think I hear the wild boar grunting. We're ready to fight. Xiao nodded with a smile. Exactly, I also heard the wild boar's footsteps. We can improve our lives. She pulled out a shiny dagger from her calf. Both women looked eager and ready for action. The little bird perched on a branch, watching a fat wild boar nearby.
Wow.
Look at all that meat, at least 100 kilograms. The fat boar's small eyes darted around. It snorted and moved forward, its short tail wagging. It charged through the mountain, its strong body scaring rabbits and wild chickens away. And Yu's eyes lit up, and she cheered happily. What a fat wild boar! She couldn't help but think of delicious meals, braised ribs, clear broth bones. Xiao's eyes sparkled. That wild boar must weigh over 100 kilograms. She clenched her dagger tightly. This wild boar was a surprising find. The boar's tusks gleamed in the sunlight. It saw Yu and Xiao. It snorted twice and charged at them. Xiao, be careful. You too, both women spoke at the same time. And Yu kept moving, clutching her bamboo arrow tightly. The boar charged but didn't hurt them. Its small eyes turned red, and its hind legs moved quickly, aiming at Xiao. Xiao leapt into the air, stepping on the boar's back. The boar was angered. It shook its head and tail, trying to throw the daring human off. Xiao swiftly stabbed her dagger into the boar's neck. The boar squealed in pain, blood flowing freely. And Yu's bamboo arrow shot out, aiming straight at the wild boar's eye. The bamboo arrow firmly stuck in the boar's eye, moving as the boar shook. Both of the wild boar's eyes were pierced with bamboo arrows. It seemed crazy, running around wildly. A rabbit, unable to dodge in time, was kicked unconscious by the boar. Xiao put away her dagger and grabbed a thick wooden stick. She and Yu attacked together. 2 sticks repeatedly struck the wild boar's head. The wild boar's screams of pain echoed constantly, and its body wobbled. After more than 10 minutes, it finally collapsed with a loud crash beside a tree. And Yu looked at Xiao. Xiao, is this guy dead? Probably not, just knocked out, Xiao replied. She kicked the wild boar, which showed no reaction. And Yu raised her stick and struck the boar hard. Xiao, let's give it a few more hits to make sure it stays unconscious. We can take it back and finish it off. No need to waste the blood. Xiao nodded in agreement. All right, pig blood tofu is really delicious. She swung the stick at the wild boar, which only moved instinctively. And Yu threw down her stick and blinked. Xiao, such a big boar. How are we going to carry it back? Don't worry, I have a way, Xiao said confidently. While Yu watched in surprise, Xiao grabbed the boar's hind leg and took a few steps forward. Yeah, bring the unconscious rabbits with you. Let's go down the mountain. Xiao, you're amazing, and Yu praised. And Yu carried the 3 knocked out rabbits and 2 wild chickens, happily following Xiao down the mountain. This trip to the mountain was very fruitful. Lin Yinxiu saw Xiao and Yu from afar. They were covered in blood, and her eyes were full of worry. She hurried over. Yeah, Xiao, why are you covered in blood? What happened? Xiao smiled brightly. Nothing much. The blood on us is from the wild boar. And Yu nodded with a smile and looked at Lin Yinxiu. We had really good luck today. We met a big one on the mountain. Look at this wild boar. It weighs over 250 jin. Lin Yinxiu's eyes widened as she looked at the large boar Xiao was holding. Oh my, it's really a wild boar. You two are amazing. Lin Yinxiu gave a thumbs up and praised. Xiao's eyes twinkled, and she smiled sincerely. Nian, you and I worked hard to deal with the wild boar. We want to improve our lives. How about you cook lunch today? No problem, I'll cook lunch. Lin Yinxiu nodded in agreement. He led Xinji out and saw the wild boar behind Xiao. Xiao, you went up the mountain. Meeting a wild boar can be dangerous. Are you hurt? Xiao smiled slightly. We're fine. Handling the wild boar is up to you. Alright you, and you should go back quickly and change clothes. Otherwise, how you and Xinyu will be scared when they see blood on you. You and Zhong Xiuxiu looked at the blood on themselves and realized they needed to wash up first. Some military wives saw the wild boar and were full of shock. That's from Commander Qiao's family and Commander He's family. You're so impressive. Such a big wild boar, and you managed to handle it. This boar weighs at least 200 jin. Do you think you can finish it all? Yeah. If you can't eat it all, could you share some with us? We have ration tickets and other vouchers. The military wives' eyes sparkled with hope as they looked at you and Zhong Xiuxiu. Transportation on the island is difficult, so pork is very precious. You and Zhong Xiuxiu exchanged glances and quickly reached an agreement. Good sisters, how about this? We will send the wild boar meat to the canteen so everyone can taste it. As soon as you finish speaking, the wives immediately gave a thumbs up. Great. Thank you so much. My kids keep asking to eat meat every day. My family is the same. Today we can fulfill their wish. Thank you so much. Commander Qiao and Commander Ji are so lucky. The wives smiled brightly, reluctant to take their eyes off the wild boar. You looked at Xu. Xu, let's each keep 15 jin of good meat, including ribs. And give 10 jin to Leader Shen and Commissar Zhao each. The rest will be sent to the canteen to feed the brothers on the island. Xu nodded with a smile. Good. You and Zhong Xiuxiu each went home to take a shower. Someone found a few people and quickly handled the wild boar. According to Xinyu's instructions, they kept the more than 60 pounds of wild boar meat. The rest was sent to the cafeteria to feed the brothers on the island. The military wives watched as the wild boar meat was brought into the cafeteria. They all smiled happily and went home to prepare money and tickets. While Lin Yinxiu was busy, Xinyu added spring water to the braising pot. The meat cooked in the broth not only tasted good but also stayed fresh longer. Lin Yinxiu took a rib and handed it to Xinjili. Jili, try it and see if it tastes good. It's delicious, very delicious. Xinjili squinted happily, eating with a mouthful of oil. Xiao Haoyu strode over, looking worried. Dear, I heard you went up the mountain again and caught a big wild boar. Are you hurt? And you walked around Xiao Haoyu with a smile, looking at him happily. Haoyu, I'm not hurt. Xiuxiu and I went up the mountain together. Xiuxiu is very skilled. We worked together to handle the big wild boar easily. Xiao Haoyu breathed a sigh of relief, finally feeling at ease. Ji Qingyuan rushed over like a whirlwind and stood in front of Zhong Xiuxiu. Xiuxiu, I heard you're covered in blood. Are you hurt anywhere? Zhong Xiuxiu looked at Ji Qingyuan spinning around her like a top, feeling warm inside. Qing, I'm not hurt. The blood on me is from the wild boar. Don't say it's just a wild boar. Even a tiger wouldn't be able to hurt me. Ji Qingyuan blinked mischievously, worried but caring. He knew very well how strong his wife was. Neither he nor anyone else could match her, not even a tiger. But he couldn't help but worry. After all, she was the person he loved most. Wife, you scared me to death. I need to eat more to calm my nerves. Okay. When we eat, I'll grab a big bone with lots of meat for you. Zhong Xiuxiu's eyes were full of tenderness. Ji Qingyuan immediately smiled happily, feeling proud as he looked at Xiao Haoyu and Xu. Seeing his proud look, they both decided in their hearts. When they eat later, they will take the meteor bone from Ji Qingyuan's bowl and see how he still shows off. Lin Yinxiu handed 2 lunchboxes to Xu. Xu, please go to the military hospital and give these 2 lunchboxes to Uncle Xiao. Xu took the lunchboxes and strode quickly toward the military hospital. Lung Ruoxue was still asleep. Shin Chongkong looked at his watch. It was already 11 o'clock. He wanted to go to the cafeteria for food but was worried that his wife might wake up and be anxious if he left without saying goodbye. A flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes. Should he wake his wife first? Suddenly, the door was knocked. Shin Chongkong looked puzzled. Who would come to the ward at mealtime? Xu carried the 2 lunchboxes and pushed open the door to the ward. Uncle Xiao, this is the food and dishes that Nian Nian asked me to bring you. She was worried you might not trust Auntie, so she couldn't go to the cafeteria herself.
Shin Chongkong took the lunchboxes and looked at Hishu with gratitude. Nian Nian is thoughtful. Hishu smiled and looked at Shin Chongkong. Uncle Xiao and you and Xiao Xiao went up the mountain to hunt a wild boar. We kept some pork and sent the rest to the cafeteria to feed the brothers on the island. And you specifically asked to give you and Commissar Zhao 10 jin of meat each. Nian Nian helped to marinate the meat for your family. You can take it home this afternoon when you're free and store it in the fridge to enjoy slowly. A faint smile appeared in Shin Chongkong's eyes. And you and Xiao Xiao are capable. Are they hurt? Hishu shook his head. They are very skilled and not injured. That's good. These 2 TV tickets are a reward for them. They worked hard processing the wild boar, so we won't let their efforts go to waste. Shin Chongkong took out 2 TV tickets from his pocket and handed them to Hishu. Hishu received the tickets, a hint of envy flashing in his eyes. Shin Chongkong looked at Hishu and glared at him. Go back first. Next month I will get Nian Nian a refrigerator ticket. Thank you, Uncle Xiao. Hishu turned to leave the ward, feeling very happy. With a refrigerator, he could buy more meat without worrying about it spoiling. Shin Chongkong closed the ward door, opened the lunchbox, and a strong, irresistible aroma wafted into his nose. The smell of braised pork was hard to ignore. In the other lunchbox was fragrant steamed rice. Nian Nian is such a good girl. She hasn't forgotten the kindness Uncle Xiao once showed her. Shin Chongkong looked at his hand, remembering Lin Yinxiu crying and insisting on drawing his hand. Lung Ruoshui, asleep, smelled a fragrant scent. She moved her little nose. She slowly opened her eyes. It smells so good. Shin Chongkong heard Lung Ruoshui's voice, and his eyes filled with happiness. Roro, you're awake. Lung Ruoshui blinked and smelled the lovely aroma in the air. Chongkong, what's that smell? It's so nice. Shin Chongkong carefully helped Lung Ruoshui sit up on the hospital bed. He gently handed her a lunchbox filled with braised pork. Nian Nian asked Hishu to send this braised pork. It smells really good. Do you want to try some? Looking at the tempting braised pork, Lung Ruoshui smiled and nodded. For some reason, she really wanted to eat meat. Since giving birth to Xiaozhili, she hadn't felt this way before. Shin Chongkong handed her a pair of chopsticks and also gave her some rice. The lunchbox had braised pork on one side, and on the other side, there was stewed potatoes and scrambled eggs. Lung Ruoshui took a bite of the braised pork and her eyes lit up. The pork was very fragrant, with no fishy smell at all. She took another bite of rice, and strangely, today's rice also smelled especially good. She tried some stir-fried chives with eggs and potatoes. Every dish was so delicious that she accidentally ate a few more bites. Shin Chongkong's eyes widened with surprise.
Well, you.
Lung Ruoshui came back to herself, feeling a little shy. Chongkong, I think I ate a bit too much today. Shin Chongkong looked at her carefully, his eyes full of concern. Ruoro, are you feeling uncomfortable? You ate more than your usual 2 meals today. Shy, Lung Ruoshui smiled.
I
don't feel unwell. I just think the food smells especially good today. Shin Chongkong picked up his chopsticks and started eating. When he tasted the braised pork, a hint of happiness flashed in his eyes. Ruoro, today's braised pork really is delicious. Nian Nian's cooking skills are excellent. I'll ask her later how she made it. I'll cook it for you at home. Lung Ruoshui was filled with deep gratitude. Shin Chongkong had been kind to her for 10 years, always. Her body felt warm and comfortable. She put on her shoes and walked around the hospital room. Her dizziness was gone after 2 days, and she felt better than ever. Shin Chongkong looked at Lung Ruoshui and felt very happy. He thought the rice in his mouth tasted like a delicious treat. Lung Ruoshui smiled softly. Chongkong, I want to eat an apple. Can you help me wash it? Shin Chongkong put down his lunchbox and went to wash the apple. Lung Ruoshui took small bites of the apple, eating happily. Shin Chongkong washed the lunchbox and came back just in time to see his wife happily eating the apple. His eyes grew moist. How long had it been since he saw Lung Ruoshui look so satisfied? Since giving birth to Xiaozhili, she had lost her appetite. Every mealtime, he worried about how to get her to eat more. Sometimes, Lung Ruoshui was reluctant to make him work hard,
so she forced herself to eat a little more. But in the blink of an eye, she would spit it out somewhere he couldn't see. He felt sad and helpless, but pretended not to notice. This time, and you brought apples and Nian Nian brought food. Lung Ruoxue liked everything very much. Maybe in the future, she would get better and better. He decided to ask where Xinyu bought the apples. No matter the price, he wanted to buy more so she could eat at her own pace. Unknowingly, Lung Ruoxue ate another big apple. Am I really not dreaming? My body no longer feels weak. Shen Chongkong looked up, wiping away the tears in his eyes. Ruoxue, we can go home now and I'll send Nian Nian with a lunchbox. Okay, I'm not sleepy right now. It's a good time to check the door. Lung Ruoxue looked at Shen Chongkong softly, making his heart melt. Ji Qingyuan's fox-like eyes curved into a crescent moon as he smiled and looked at the bone with the most meat. Hao Yu, He Shu, my wife gave me the bone with the most meat. Xiao Hao Yu and He Shu both reached out at the same time, grabbing the bone with the most meat. Qingyuan, now the bone with the most meat belongs to us. Ji Qingyuan's eyes widened. You're still taking it from me? He Shu held his bowl and smiled at Shen Jili. Xiao Jili, this bone with the most meat is a reward for you. You've been very good today, no running around or causing trouble. Shen Jili's eyes sparkled as he took a big bite of the meat bone. Thank you, Sister He. Sister He raised an eyebrow, giving a teasing look at Ji Qingyuan. So? Are you still showing off? Ji Qingyuan watched Shen Jili happily gnawing on the meat bone, feeling a pang in his heart. That was his bone, the one with the most meat. And Yu Lin Yanxiu and Zhong Xiu all laughed happily. Alright, stop messing around. If you keep going, there won't be any meat bones left. Xiao Hao Yu reacted quickly, grabbing a meat bone, sitting next to Xinyu, and taking a big, satisfied bite. Ji Qingyuan and Sister He weren't willing to fall behind. They each grabbed 2 meat bones. They sat beside their wives, happily eating. What's more fun than biting into a meat bone? The lively courtyard of the He family was filled with laughter, carried away by the breeze. And you looked at Shen Jili. Little Jili, do you want some rice? If you can't finish the meat bone, you can save it for tonight.
Shen Jili smilata pili.
Yujia, with Snowball here, we can definitely finish the meat bones. Snowball happily took a bite of meat, squinting his blue eyes with happiness. Little Bird looked eagerly at Xinyu. Yujia, I want to eat meat. I want to chew on a meat bone, and you rolled her eyes. Little Bird, can you chew? Can you? Little Bird blinked his small eyes. Yujia, I may not be able to chew, but I can peck. And Yu was amused by his eager look. She picked up a small piece of bone and meat and threw it at Little Bird. Little Bird flapped his wings, caught the fragrant meat midair, and flew up to a branch to enjoy the delicious treat. Shen Chongkong and Lung Ruoxue entered the He family courtyard. The first thing they saw was their little treasure, with his mouth greasy from eating. Dad, Mom, Shen Jili was the first to notice. Shen Chongkong and Lung Ruoxue stood up and ran toward them. Shen Chongkong picked up Shen Jili and wiped his greasy little mouth with a handkerchief. Jili, were you naughty? No, I was very good today. Sister, he even rewarded me with the biggest meat bone. Shen Jili proudly lifted his chin, waiting for praise. Really? Shen Chongkong looked at Sister He. Sister He smiled. Really? Jili was very well behaved. Lin Yanxiu looked at the two of them and said, Little uncle, little aunt, would you like to eat a bit more? The meat bones are soft and flavorful, very delicious. Shen Chongkong didn't hesitate and sat down with Lung Ruoxue. Lin Yanxiu served 2 pieces of meat bones and said, Try these, they taste really good. Lung Ruoxue wanted to refuse, but the smell kept drifting into her nose. She couldn't resist and took a bite, instantly feeling happy from the aroma. Shen Chongkong took a big bite and gave a thumbs up. Nian Nian, your cooking skills really amaze me. When you have time, can you teach me? I want to make something for your little aunt to eat. No problem, Lin Yanxiu happily agreed. The meal was joyful, and the atmosphere was very warm. Xiao Hao Yu and Ji Qingyuan had other things to do, so they left first. He Shu cleaned up the kitchen and also took out the braised meat from Shen Chongkong's house, placing it in a clean basin. The meat was cooked and ready, not too much for 10 jin of meat. Seeing that Lung Ruoshui looked very energetic, Shun Chongkong went into the kitchen. Little uncle, this basin of braised meat is all from your family, he said. Shin Chongkong pulled Hishu aside. Hishu, where do you buy your rice? I want to buy some too. Hishu finished washing the dishes and utensils and replied, my rice was bought by Xinyu. She bought it when she went to Jing City. The rice she bought is full and makes very fragrant rice. Shun Chongkong turned and left the kitchen, walking over to Xinyu. Xinyu, do you have any extra rice? Could you give me a bag? Xinyu smiled and nodded. Of course. I bought a lot, including millet. Do you want some? Millet porridge is very nourishing, especially good for your little aunt to strengthen her health. Then I'll take 1 bag of millet and 1 bag of rice. I'll ask Xiao to deliver them to you later. How much does it cost, and do you have ration tickets? Shin Chongkong looked at Xinyu and asked with a smile. Little uncle, if you have any refrigerator tickets in the future, just give me 2. You'll have to wait a bit, Xinyu replied happily, her voice full of joy.
Little uncle, I'm not in a hurry, she said.
Soon, the sun set. Shin Chongkong and Lung Ruoshui, along with Shinjili, went home. Xinyu returned to the Qiao family courtyard. First, she fed the little goldfish. After tidying up the room briefly, she sat down to read a book. Next fall, the college entrance exam will be restored, followed by the return of educated youth to the city. Then, the spring breeze of reform will through every corner, and the times will develop rapidly. When Xiao Haoyu came back, the courtyard was very quiet. He saw his wife reading and didn't disturb her. He went into the kitchen to prepare some small wontons. He liked watching her eat the wontons the most. Xinyu put down her book, stood up to stretch. Xiao Haoyu carried 2 bowls of wontons into the room. Yeah, your favorite wontons just finished cooking, he said. Haoyu, when did you come back? Why didn't you call me?
She asked.
I saw you reading seriously and didn't want to disturb you, he replied with gentle affection. Xinyu smiled softly. Husband, you've worked hard, she said, then sat down to enjoy the loving little wontons. Xiao Haoyu looked at her with a full smile, full of love. Xinyu ate and said, Haoyu, after we finish eating the wontons, you should go to Director Shin's house and bring a bag of rice and millet. Little Zhili is very cute. He should grow up in a happy environment. Okay, I'll go after I finish eating, he agreed. Xiao Haoyu nodded, also thinking little Zhili was very adorable. Shin Chongkong took good care of him on the island. Whenever he asked for leave, he was never made to feel uncomfortable. Now that his wife was willing to help, he was happy to see it. After finishing the dishes, Xiao Haoyu carried a bag of rice and a bag of millet and left the Qiao family courtyard. Shin Chongkong saw him from afar and came forward to take the rice bag from his hand. Haoyu, it's really a trouble for you, he said. Chief, it's no trouble at all. Not at all, Xiao Haoyu replied. My wife asked me to ask you. She's going to Beijing tomorrow. Do you need anything? Apples, grapes, pears, or other things? Shin Chongkong's eyes lit up slightly. He usually stayed on the island and had no time to leave. His Ruorua used to love eating grapes. It was rare for Xinyu to have such a thoughtful heart, and that was very precious. He took out 30 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Xiao Haoyu. Haoyu, thank you for helping my wife buy some grapes, apples, and pears. Also, some white rabbit candies. Little Zhili loves to eat them. Xiao Haoyu took the big unity token. Yes, sir. Shun Chongkong placed rice and millet in the cabinet, preparing to cook millet porridge for his wife. Xiao Haoyu walked home under the moonlight. Xinyu, dressed in a white nightgown, lazily leaned on the bed. Her smooth, long hair was loose, half draped over her back, half falling on her chest. Her space had already reached level 6. She wondered when she could upgrade to level 9. Her fingers moved slightly, and 6 strands of special energy threads danced. A slight frown appeared on her forehead. Where could she find a chance to upgrade her space? Xiao Haoyu finished his shower and came in. Seeing his wife frowning, he quickly stepped forward. Yeah, what's wrong? Is something bothering you? Xinyu shook her head. No. Xiao Haoyu reached out to smooth her brow. Yeah, I see your brow is furrowed. If you don't tell me, I'll start to worry. A hint of helplessness flashed in her eyes. It's really nothing. I'm just thinking about when my space can upgrade. I wonder where I can find a chance to improve it. Xiao Haoyu casually played with a strand of her blue hair, wrapping it around his finger. I remember your space upgraded last time because of a blue peace token. And you nodded. Yes, that blue peace token is made of good jade. Could it be that a fine gem can help your space upgrade? Xiao Haoyu asked cautiously. And Yu's eyes lit up. That's a good idea. I can try. My energy threads will alert me if there's a chance to upgrade my space. Don't think about it now. Opportunities come when they come, not by force. Xiao Haoyu nodded. Yeah, there will be chances in the future. And Yu blinked, and a TV ticket appeared in her right palm. Haoyu, this TV ticket and the industrial ticket, buy a TV. We'll mail it to your grandpa and grandma. I know you've been thinking about them. Xiao Haoyu was filled with emotion. He reached out and hugged Yu. Yeah, don't you want a TV? Hearing Xiao Haoyu's heartbeat, Yu replied, Grandpa and Grandma need it more. Yeah, how can I thank you? Xiao Haoyu's voice was hoarse as he tightly embraced her. We are a married couple, sharing both honor and shame, caring about what you care about, and celebrating what makes you happy. And Yu gently touches his eyebrows and eyes with her fingertips. He can't help but kiss her forehead. He feels so lucky to have met Yu in this life. And Yu's lips curl into a small smile as she happily snuggles into Xiao Haoyu's arms. Tomorrow, she needs to wake up early, so tonight she can't stay out late. They hug each other and fall asleep, entering their dreams. And Yu gets up early and eats a simple breakfast. Xiao Haoyu looks at her with affection. Yeah, buy whatever you like. Don't be stingy with your money. And Yu nods with a smile. I know. I'll be back soon. Xiao Haoyu stands by the shore, watching Yu board the boat. Ji Qingyuan looks at Zhong Xiuxiu, wishing he could go with her. But he can't leave the island, so he just watches his wife leave quietly. He just smiles as she sees Lin Yinxiu onto the boat, watching the big ship get smaller. Xiao Haoyu pats their shoulders. Let's go. We have things to do. Ji Qingyuan looks away, feeling helpless. I still have my holiday left. I plan to take Xiuxiu back to our hometown for the new year. Hishu agrees with a nod. Me too. My parents wrote to me, asking me to bring their daughter-in-law back. Hurry up, or you'll be late and get punished with a written report. Xiao Haoyu walks quickly, urging them on. Hishu and Ji Qingyuan run forward when they hear about the report. And Yu sits on the big ship, feeling the sea breeze past. Her eyes fall on the seagulls playing on the sea. Sometimes they soar high, sometimes they fly close to the water. They change constantly. Sometimes they form flocks like whirlwinds on the sea. Sometimes they scatter for no reason and fly away. Lin Yinxiu watches Yu and Zhong Xiuxiu. Yeah, Xiuxiu. This time we're shopping happily in Jing City. You can stay at my house for a night, and tomorrow we'll keep shopping. Neither Yu nor Zhong Xiuxiu objects. After going out once, they want to enjoy their time before heading back. The big ship rocks and finally docks at the shore. And Yu stands up first and gets off the boat. Zhong Xiuxiu and Lin Yinxiu follow behind her. Come on, I'll treat you to a meal. Lin Yinxiu was in a very good mood. She pulled both of them and headed straight to the state-run restaurant. Half an hour later, the three of them happily left the restaurant. Zhong Xiuxiu squinted her eyes, seeming to savor the taste of the squirrel fish. Lin Yinxiu, full and satisfied, walked slowly. She grew up in Beijing and was telling the two about the city sights. And Yu and Lin Yinxiu listened with great interest. Suddenly, an unfriendly voice interrupted. Lin Yinxiu, is that really you? Lin Yinxiu was caught off guard and frowned instinctively, then looked up. A girl with short hair, with sharp eyes, looked at her with ill intent. For a moment, Lin Yinxiu couldn't remember who she was. Who are you? Zhang Xiaoling raised her voice exaggeratedly, looking very displeased. Lin Yinxiu, you don't remember me? Lin Yinxiu frowned. Do I really need to remember you? Zhang Xiaoling's face darkened. Lin Yinxiu, I'm Zhang Xiaoling. Do you remember now? Lin Yinxiu smiled innocently. Not really. And Yu and Zhong Xiuxiu exchanged glances, both smiling. Especially when they saw Zhang Xiaoling, with anger in her hair, their smiles became even brighter. Zhang Xiaoling was very unhappy. She recognized Lin Yanqiu at once. But Lin Yanqiu didn't remember who she was. Lin Yanqiu, I didn't expect you to have such a bad memory at a young age. I'm your high school classmate, Zhang Xiaoling. A hint of a smile flashed in Lin Yanqiu's eyes. She looked Zhang Xiaoling up and down. I remember now. I do have a high school classmate named Zhang Xiaoling. But you've changed so much. You can't blame me for not recognizing you. It's because you look so different now, I really couldn't tell. Zhang Xiaoling was so angry her hands trembled, and her voice was full of provocation. Lin Yanqiu, you're still as annoying as before. I've become a little more rounded now, thanks to my husband's good care.
What?
Are you jealous of my good life? Lin Yanqiu smiled faintly and shook her head. I don't envy you at all. We're not comparable, whether your life is good or not. I'm not interested in knowing. Can you please move aside and not block my way? Zhang Xiaoling suddenly smiled. Lin Yanqiu, are you married? Or are you still single? Sorry to disappoint you, but I am already married. Lin Yanqiu squinted her eyes. She finally remembered that the person in front of her was the one she had fought with during high school. She truly felt wronged. She was an innocent victim. The boy Zhang Xiaoling liked always looked at her. But that had nothing to do with her. Zhang Xiaoling saw her as a rival and often tried to cause trouble. Lin Yanqiu, you're married? No way. What about Wang Hai? Zhang Xiaoling looked at her with disbelief. Her beloved Wang Hai was still single. Who is Wang Hai? Does he have anything to do with me? Lin Yanqiu looked at her with confusion, unsure.
You
don't even remember Wang Hai? Are you even human, Lin Yanqiu? Lin Yanqiu shook her hand and spoke coldly. If you can't control your mouth, I don't mind making it shut. Zhang Xiaoling covered her face, which had been slapped. Lin Yanqiu, do you know who my husband is? Do you dare to hit me? Lin Yanqiu smiled coldly. Your husband is Sun Wukong. If you provoke me, I will hit back. Zhang Xiaoling raised her finger like a carrot, high in the air. She swung her hand toward Lin Yanqiu. Lin Yanqiu grabbed her chubby hand and smirked sarcastically. Zhang Xiaoling, do you still want to hit me? Have you forgotten how you begged me to let you go in midair? Zhang Xiaoling looked terrified. The nightmare from before flashed in her mind. She looked at her waist, which was now twice as thick as before, and felt much calmer. Lin Yanqiu, don't mess around. I am not who I was back then. What can you do to me now? Lin Yanqiu smiled brightly. Really? You think because you're fat, I can't make you perform a flying act? Under Zhang Xiaoling's terrified gaze, she took a long rope from her backpack behind her. Zhang Xiaoling, does this look familiar? Can you recognize me at a glance? Do you remember the props you once used for your performance? Zhang Xiaoling pretended to stay calm and fearless, but when she saw the familiar rope, her expression changed. In an instant, the courage that had built up collapsed completely.
You.
Her voice was unsteady, fear impossible to hide. Zhang Xiaoling, do you remember? Did I not say back then that from now on, when you see me, you should stay far away? Who gave you the guts to block my way? Was it because you've doubled in size? Or your husband? Lin Yanqiu flicked the rope in her hand, looking at Zhang Xiaoling with a half-smile. Help! Zhang Xiaoling screamed in fear, her voice trembling the leaves on the trees. And Yu's eyes sparkled with curiosity, and she asked, Nian Nian, look at that chubby girl crying. Did you really make her perform an aerial stunt back then? Lin Yanqiu nodded with a smile. At that time, Zhang Xiaoling wasn't thinking clearly and kept bothering me. When I got angry, I used her to teach a lesson like a warning. It worked very well. Since then, no one dared to mess with me. Zhong Xiuxiu looked curious. Nian Nian, what is an aerial stunt? Can it scare that chubby girl with small eyes into shouting for help? Just as Lin Yanqiu was about to explain what an aerial stunt was, they saw a huge figure rushing over.
Who
bullied my Xiaoling? Hearing this, Lin Yanqiu and Yu and Zhong Xiuxiu wondered, are you serious, Xiaoling? It should be a giant version of Xiaoling, with hands like carrots, several times bigger than Xiaoling. A bald man weighing over 260 pounds, furious, was holding Zhang Xiaoling in his arms. Xiaoling, tell me who bullied you? Your husband will stand up for you. Later, we'll go to the state-run restaurant and order 2 big pork hocks to calm your nerves. A mountain-like man comforted Zhang Xiaoling. Xiaoling looked very wronged. Husband, I'm so scared. She pointed at Lin Yinxiu. She almost threw me away and even slapped me. Ma Dashan's eyes widened instantly when he heard this. For him, this was a difficult move, showing how truly angry he was. He turned to Lin Yinxiu. You bullied my Xiaoling. Lin Yinxiu was stunned for a long time, unable to respond. These 2 people standing together perfectly showed what a life of abundance and comfort looked like. Girl, apologize to my wife. Ma Dashan, won't make things difficult for you. Lin Yinxiu finally regained her senses and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Zhang Xiaoling saw that Ma Dashan suddenly gained confidence. Lin Yinxiu, obediently apologize, or I'll make you regret it. Are you lying to me? How could you get married? Wang Hai has been waiting for you. How can you let him be sad and betray his deep feelings? Lin Yinxiu's smile faded, and the rope in her hand quickly wrapped around Zhang Xiaoling's waist. Zhang Xiaoling, who gave you the courage to slander me? Wang Hai is that guy, I don't even know him. Did I be too kind, so you can talk nonsense like this? Zhang Xiaoling felt the tightness around her waist, and her fear grew. Dashan, help me. Zhang Xiaoling clung tightly to Ma Dashan. Seeing the rope, Ma Dashan's old memories became clear.
Lin
Yinxiu, you're Lin Yinxiu?
Sorry.
Sorry, Xiaoling was talking nonsense. I apologize for her. Seeing Ma Dashan's sincere eyes, a hint of helplessness flashed in Lin Yinxiu's eyes. She sighed inwardly. No matter how strong she was, these 2 hugging together were too heavy for her. She really couldn't perform the flying act. Lin Yinxiu silently retracted the rope, her face cold. She walked in front of Zhang Xiaoling, swung her hand and slapped her a few times, her voice full of threat. Zhang Xiaoling, if you dare to slander my innocence again, I will really make you spin in the air for 3 days and nights. Zhang Xiaoling was terrified by the rope. She was about to speak. Her mouth was blocked by Ma Dashan. Sorry, I promise Xiaoling won't talk nonsense in the future. Zhang Xiaoling, your husband treats you well. You should cherish this blessing. Zhang Xiaoling's mouth was blocked, and she couldn't say a word. Lin Yinxiu looked at Xinyu and Zhong Xiuxiu. Let's go. Zhong Xiuxiu and Xinyu nodded and turned to leave. Suddenly, a cheerful male voice approached from afar.
Lin
Yinxiu. Zhong Xiuxiu squinted her eyes and kicked the person rushing toward Lin Yinxiu. The man was lying on the ground, clutching his stomach, and quickly got up. His eyes lit up with joy as he looked at Lin Yinxiu. He was followed by more than 10 people, clearly not good people. Brother Hai, what's wrong? Wang Hai waved his hand to show he was fine. Lin Yinxiu clenched her fists, her face full of cold anger. Who are you? Wang Hai's eyes flashed with excitement. Lin Yinxiu, I am Wang Hai. We were high school classmates. Don't you remember? Are you sure you're not my enemy? The moment I see you, I want to clear my name. Wang Hai's eyes widened in shock. He quickly shook his head. Sorry, I was just too happy to see you. I lost control for a moment. I've been looking for you for many years but couldn't find you. I'm not familiar with you. Why are you looking for me? Lin Yinxiu interrupted coldly. Qiu, we haven't seen each other for many years. How about I treat you to a meal and we catch up? Wang Hai stared at Lin Yinxiu's face, not willing to blink. I don't have time. Lin Yinxiu declined calmly, looking at Xinyu and Zhong Xiuxiu. Let's go. Wang Hai's face darkened. Behind him, more than 10 people blocked the way. Our brother Hai wants to treat you to a meal. He respects you. What do you mean? You're disrespecting our brother Hai. We are kind-hearted people. Don't refuse the toast only to be forced to drink the penalty wine. A young man with triangular eyes threatened arrogantly. His eyes gleamed with ill intent as he looked over Xinyu and Zhong Xiuxiu. And you slapped him across the face and kicked his knee. The arrogant young man immediately knelt on the ground, sweating from the pain. Let's see how you make us drink the penalty wine. The people around Wang Hai looked at Xinyu with anger. Their eyes flashed with hostility, waiting for Wang Hai's command. As soon as he gave the order, they would rush forward to catch Xinyu and the others. Miss, you injured my brother. This matter can't be ignored. Wang Hai's eyes shone with a golden light. And you smiled coldly. And, what do you want? Wang Hai looked at Lin Yinxiu, his voice full of threat. Lin Yinxiu, have dinner with me. Lin Yinxiu clenched her small fists. Yan yan yan, shall we see who's faster? Zhong Xiuxiu eagerly volunteered. Let's race. Lin Yinxiu and you responded in unison. Wang Hai's eyes flashed with a cold light. Brothers, since they don't appreciate us, we don't need to hold back. Be careful not to hurt my classmates. Let's invite them to our big yard for a meal. Yes, Brother Hai. A dozen thugs looked at each other with strange expressions. Lin Yinxiu looked at Zhong Xiuxiu and Xinyu. I'll handle that, Wang Hai. Later, I'll treat you to some crystal pork ribs. It's a deal. And you and Zhong Xiuxiu moved quickly, knocking down 5 or 6 thugs in an instant. How dare you block my way? Lin Yinxiu punched twice, hitting Wang Hai's eyes. Wang Hai immediately looked like a panda. Lin Yinxiu, I just wanted to catch up with you. You know I've always liked. Before Wang Hai could finish his sentence, he felt a tightness around his waist. Then he leapt into the air, spinning around. Help! Wang Hai's hair was blown to one side by the wind, and his voice cracked. Lin Yinxiu was very angry, swinging the rope quickly. I told you not to mess with me. Wang Hai felt dizzy and blinded by the wind, only able to scream. And you and Zhong Xiuxiu finished off the remaining thugs perfectly. The once arrogant thugs were now crouched on the ground, clutching their heads, trembling with fear. They looked terrified at their boss flying around in the air like a kite. They shivered, feeling it was too scary. And you smiled and said, seeing is believing. The flying person in the air is just as I imagined. Zhong Xiuxiu nodded with admiration, her voice full of laughter. Nian Nian's strength is really impressive. That classmate who performed the flying act. Wonder if they can still tell east from west after stopping? One day, I'll also get a rope and try to perform it myself. The trembling thugs didn't dare to make a sound, afraid they might become test subjects. Lin Yinxiu listened to Wang Hai's screams of pain and finally let him down after a long time. Wang Hai's eyes spun, and he spun around in place. And you gave a thumbs up. Nian Nian, you're amazing. Today, I finally saw someone fly in the air. Lin Yinxiu looked at Wang Hai, who was vomiting and looking miserable, with a look of disgust. Zhang Xiaoling trembled and said, Husband, we should leave quickly. This place is too scary. Ma Dashan stammered. You speak softly. Please don't. Don't provoke Lin Yinxiu again. I'm afraid the next person to fly away will be you. Zhang Xiaoling nodded like a chick pecking grains. Husband, I'm scared. Lin Yinxiu didn't look at Zhang Xiaoling. She left with Xinyu and Zhong Xiuxiu. Zhong Xiuxiu's lips curved slightly upward. These gangsters are quite wealthy. Our 3 appearance fees are 6 big Unity tickets. Do you think we are punishing evil and promoting good this time? And you and Lin Yinxiu nodded at the same time. Wang Hai's legs went weak. He looked disheveled and watched Lin Yinxiu leave, feeling very regretful. He shouldn't have provoked Lin Yinxiu. This lesson will stay with him forever. She is like the moon in the sky, but he is like mud on the ground. On the streets of Jing City, people come and go. Some walk quickly, others stroll leisurely. The words, supply and marketing cooperative, catch the eye. Yes, Xiuxiu, let's go inside for a look. Today, I was delayed by my work. I'll treat you to some candy to make up for it. Lin Yinxiu led the way into the supply and marketing cooperative. And you smiled and looked at her. I want to eat white rabbit milk candies. No problem. Lin Yinxiu took out her big Unity tickets and some coupons, acting like a wealthy sister. Zhong Xiuxiu was in a good mood. I also like white rabbit milk candies. Lin Yinxiu waved her hand. Unlimited white rabbit milk candies. And you and Zhong Xiuxiu watched Lin Yinxiu spend money freely, unable to help but laugh out loud. Nian Nian, you look so good buying white rabbit milk candies with your money. And you gave a thumbs up and praised her. The candies in her pocket made her feel very happy. Zhong Xiuxiu ate a white rabbit milk candy, and the sweet taste made her squint happily. On the way back, she planned to buy more white rabbit milk candies. Her family's Ching would definitely like them. She never hides her affection. When there's something delicious, she thinks of Ching first. Lin Yinxiu started her shopping spree, buying everything she liked. If she liked it, she bought it all. And you bought many different kinds of fine cotton fabrics, mostly black and white. Lin Yinxiu was curious. Yeah, are you buying so much fabric to make clothes? The fabric called Dingxieliang is really good. Why didn't you buy any?
You smiled softly. I prefer fine cotton fabric.
It's breathable, absorbs sweat, and is comfortable to wear. Lin Yinxiu carefully touched the fine cotton fabric, feeling how soft it was. She waved her small hand and bought many pieces, her voice full of happiness. Yeah, Xiao. When the time comes, let's make clothes together. I am very good at sewing. I want to make clothes for my future daughter-in-law or son-in-law. Zhong Xiaoxiao's eyes widened as she looked at Lin Yinxiu's belly. Nian. Do you have a baby now? Not yet. I am actively trying to get pregnant and hope to have a baby soon. I can't let my future daughter-in-law or son-in-law wait too long. Whenever Lin Yinxiu talked about her future daughter-in-law or son-in-law, her eyes sparkled. Zhong Xiaoxiao sighed in relief. Nian, if you want a baby, you won't be able to perform aerial acts anymore. It's too dangerous, you know. I understand. I won't be too impulsive in the future. It's that high tie I dislike, which makes me lose my temper. Lin Yinxiu nodded. She knew that pregnant women had to be very careful and prioritize the baby. Xinyu carried her big and small bags, feeling a bit helpless. There were too many people in the supply and marketing cooperative, so she couldn't fit everything into her space. She looked around and, when no one was watching, stored some items into her space. Zhong Xiaoxiao bought a sewing machine, fulfilling her grandmother's dream. Her grandmother used to envy Lu Nai next door because she had a sewing machine. Although their family wasn't very poor, they could never get a sewing machine ticket. Now, she had the ability to own her own sewing machine. Her grandmother, in the afterlife, would surely be happy if she knew. Lin Yinxiu blinked and stroked her chin thoughtfully. Yeah, do you think I should buy a sewing machine? Xinyu looked at what she was holding. Can you carry it? Lin Yinxiu compressed her items again and smiled happily at Xinyu. I can barely manage. Xinyu shook her head helplessly and took some of her things. Yeah, thank you. Lin Yinxiu smiled brightly and bought a sewing machine. She was already planning. She would sew clothes for her bookish friend later. Every piece of clothing is a loving, warm-hearted gift. All right, that's enough. We can't carry any more. And you reminds the two shopping enthusiasts. Luckily, the island's transportation isn't convenient. This way of shopping is a bit scary. Lin Yinxiu and Zhong Xiaoxiao finally stop. They are reluctant to leave the supply and marketing cooperative, wishing they had more hands to carry everything. They want to bring all their favorite things home. Xiao Haoyu finishes a day of training and returns to the Jiao family courtyard. The courtyard is quiet. When he opens the door, he doesn't see the familiar figure. His longing quickly fills his eyes. He remembers that his wife has gone to Beijing and isn't at home. A little bird circles around Xiao Haoyu twice. He extends his right hand, and the little bird obediently lands in his palm. Little bird, do you miss your owner like I do? The little bird gently nods and nuzzles his thumb. Master, I miss Sister Yu so much. Why didn't she take me with her? Xiao Haoyu doesn't understand the little bird's words, but he knows it misses Xinyu just like he does. Xuetuan lazily comes out and says, Master, I miss the lady too. I'm so hungry thinking about her. Xiao Haoyu pats its head. Your lady isn't home and I don't feel like cooking. Come on, I'll take you to get some free food. Xuetuan blinks in confusion. Free food? Xiao Haoyu closes the courtyard gate and strides toward Ji Qingyuan's house. Halfway there, he meets Hishu. They exchange smiles. I'm going to Qingyuan's house. I'm going to Qingyuan's house too. A cat and a bird head toward Ji's courtyard. Ji Qingyuan looks at the empty yard and suddenly feels very lonely. Wife, I miss you so much. Have you eaten? He feels a bit down, unable to muster the energy to cook. A flicker of struggle crosses his eyes. Should I go to Haoyu's house for a meal or to Hishu's? This thought circles in his mind, but he hasn't decided yet. Suddenly, he sees Xiao Haoyu and Hishu walking toward his house. Ji Qingyuan laughs. He was one step behind. The two guests are already at the gate. Jiao Haoyu looks at Ji Qingyuan. Qingyuan, I want to eat your homemade noodles, firm and chewy. He nodded in agreement, saying, Qingyuan, your meat sauce braise is delicious and nutritious. Qingyuan rolled his eyes. So, you've all arranged the meals? Why am I the one cooking? Hand-pulled noodles and braised meat sauce, you're not incapable. Jia Haoyu and He Shu stood together in support. Majority rules. He Shu smiled brightly. I agree. Raise your hand if you want Qingyuan to cook the hand-pulled noodles. Jia Haoyu also raised his hand with a smile, showing his support. Little Bird and Snowball raised a paw each. They also agreed that Qingyuan should cook. They exchanged glances. Eating is better than going hungry. Qingyuan looked at the two, one cat and one bird, and shook his head helplessly. He turned and went into the kitchen. It's better to eat together. Eating alone is too boring. Since marrying Zhong Xiuxiu, they had their first separation. He felt uncomfortable without Xiuxiu by his side. He used to be alone often and didn't feel lonely. Now, just the first day Xiuxiu left, he already felt the house was empty. Jia Haoyu, full and satisfied, took Snowball and Little Bird home. He Shu also left the Qing family courtyard. Now, only Qingyuan was left alone. He looked at the starry sky. Xiuxiu, do you miss me? Jia Haoyu returned to his small courtyard, looking at the dark yard. The person he cares about isn't there. He really wants to find her, hold her, and see her warm smile. That night, Jia Haoyu slept very late and poorly. He wondered if Ye had eaten well.